Chapter 224. He had no desires, so he was strong. If he did not have a guilty conscience, he would be able to sleep peacefully even if the cold wind hit the iron door in the middle of the night. The mother and daughter in the Army General Hospital might be pitiful, but this had nothing to do with Sulu. It could even be said that the role he played in this matter was very commendable. The general on the sofa knew this very well, so logically speaking, Sulu should not feel nervous or pressured when facing Zoyu's father. But when he walked in front of the sofa and silently saluted, he still felt that in this spacious and somewhat simple room, the thick red carpet under his feet and the yellow wallpaper on the walls still made him nervous. It was a bit like the feeling he had when he saw Lady Tai for the first time at the back of Macho Mountain, but today this feeling was more real and more realistic. The general who sat firmly on the sofa had white hair. In a place like the Cloud Queen Hotel, which was filled with the aura of a soldier, he looked very dignified without being angry. The Deputy Minister of Defense was an important cabinet member. In the political system of the Federation he was also a very important person. But in terms of real strength he was actually far from being comparable to the president of the same rank, or the 3-star female general of the Federation Space Fleet. But Deputy Minister Zhou on the sofa was different. At the beginning of the year, there was an assassination at the Linhai State Gymnasium. Deputy Minister Yang Jingsong committed suicide. In order to calm this political storm and to answer to the Tai family, Zhou Yingxing took advantage of the situation and sat in this position. Because of political factors and the exchange of interests, it was very difficult to get respect in a place like the federal military, which was based on seniority. But after only half a year, he began to steadily exert his influence in the military. This general's ability under his quiet appearance was evident. If that was all, it would be fine. But the problem now was that everyone knew that after this year's presidential election, if Senator Pabre was successfully elected president, the man on the sofa would become the Minister of Defense. Only one word was missing. Unless a great war broke out and the president put on the marshal's uniform, he would become the supreme chief of the federal military in name. Sulu stood quietly in front of Zhou Yingxing. Zhou Yingxing seemed to be dealing with an urgent document, or perhaps he just wanted to leave the young man hanging. No matter what the intentions were, Sulu didn't care. He just happened to be using this quiet time to observe the other party and calm himself down. Anyone would be nervous standing in front of the future leader of the federal military. More than 10 years ago, when the Federation's expeditionary force conquered a resource planet of the Empire, an earth-shattering explosion destroyed the hope of the expeditionary force. The Federation's soldiers suffered heavy casualties, and their supplies were difficult to replenish. At the critical juncture of the Empire's counterattack, the entire army could be annihilated at any moment. At this time, Zhou Yingxing, who was only the temporary director of the logistics department of the Joint Operations Force, risked the risk of being court-martialed and forcefully ordered the Third Fleet to make a hard landing on the planet's surface. In the end, at the cost of losing 2 Enterprise-level warships, the remnants of the expeditionary force that remained on the planet's surface organized an effective defense, which bought precious time for the final evacuation of the entire army. Sulu recalled the resume of the general in front of him. That swift and decisive order gave Zhou Yingxing a place in the hearts of the old people in the federal military. However, this person was ultimately a technocrat. He had spent many years in the General Assembly base and had never been on the front lines to command a large-scale battle alone. This should be his biggest weakness for being promoted to the position of Minister of Defense. Just as Sulu lowered his head to think, the general on the sofa finally raised his head. He rubbed his somewhat dry eyes and said calmly, "Sit down. President Sieg will come to listen to the report of the joint conference in the afternoon. I have to review it first." This sentence roughly expressed Deputy Minister Zhou's attitude. "I didn't mean to give you the cold shoulder." With his current status, he didn't need to explain anything to Sulu, but he did, which set the tone for today's conversation. Sulu nodded and found a chair to sit down. Deputy Minister Zhou put his glasses on the table and said with a smile, "Back when I was on the fleet, the military doctor advised me to have laser surgery to cure my eyes, but I didn't agree. Now it seems that I have some foresight." Sulu understood what he meant. Back then, the federal military promoted laser surgery to improve the combat ability of the soldiers as much as possible in the ever-changing war. But 30 or 40 years later, the eyes of the soldiers who received the treatment gradually returned to the original level, and even became worse. A few years ago, the Veterans Association's demonstration was said to have used this as a main means of publicity. He didn't understand why the other party was telling him this. If they were talking about politics, the Deputy Minister of National Defense should have a better conversation partner. For the strength of the Federation, the improvement of pure technology sometimes isn't necessarily a good thing. Zhou Yingxing sat on the sofa and quietly looked at the ordinary-looking young man in front of him. He said, "For constitutional years ago, because of the depletion of crystal resources, the Federal Army had already begun to change its direction. The use of shipboard light energy weapons became more and more sparse, and research on individual light energy weapons came to an end because the universe we know doesn't seem to be able to provide so many resources." Sulu listened quietly. When did the Federation mecha first appear? Many years ago. When were they officially equipped for the army? For constitutional years ago. You're right. Deputy Minister Zhou looked at Sulu and said slowly, "And the mecha truly began to show its usefulness in this constitutional era we live in. In this era, the Federation has an additional powerful enemy in the form of the Empire, and the military's combat style has also changed from space warfare to land warfare. Mecha with absolute mobility will become more and more important." Sulu didn't expect that today's conversation in Cloud Queen Hotel had nothing to do with Zhou. This father didn't seem to care that his daughter had just given birth to a child, and instead went straight to the point and brought up mecha. He vaguely understood why the other party wanted to see him. "We just received news that the Empire has already accelerated the development of new mecha," Zhou Yingxing said in a slightly worried voice as he rubbed his forehead tiredly. The glory of the charter that the Federation was so proud of had ensured that no Empire spy could infiltrate the Federation in these past few decades. Perhaps the Bermuda Triangle side had also forgotten the people of Zhu Bang for the sake of benefits, but the Empire still believed that they were people of the same bloodline. But things in the universe were always so clever. The existence of the first charter meant that every Federation citizen had a chip hidden behind their neck. Just based on this, the Empire could prevent excellent Federation agents from infiltrating. Currently, the Federation only knew that the Empire had accelerated the development of mecha, but they didn't know the direction of the other party's development, and it was even more impossible for them to obtain the Empire's mecha structure design. "This is top secret information. I shouldn't hear it," said Sulu, suddenly coming to his senses. Deputy Minister Zhou shook his head, leaned back on the sofa and looked at him quietly. He said, "You already have long-term high-level access to the Nutshell Engineering Department, and the Federation's new mecha seems to be in your hands. This kind of information I had to inform you as soon as possible." Sulu knew that his trip to Hong Kong couldn't be hidden from this big boss in front of him. Not to mention how many eyes the federal military had on that industrial park, just based on the relationship between the Tai family and Deputy Minister Zhou, the other party should be very clear about the important role he played in this. If the mobility of a military mecha is doubled, its effect on the battlefield will be increased by 10 times. Deputy Minister Zhou stared at him with a gaze full of pressure and said, "In the initial design of Nutshell, the MX's instantaneous maximum power can be increased by 4 times compared to the current M series. You should know very well what this means. I used to work at the General Assembly base and had a lot of dealings with Nutshell, so I know very well the importance of this matter. In reality, everyone in the military knows very well that the MX will be a sharp blade in the future war with the Empire, a big gun. This is what we have been waiting for all these years. I hope you won't disappoint us." Such a simple sentence, but it was like a mountain pressing down on him. The "we," Deputy Minister Zhou was referring to naturally included the generals in the Federal Army who had made astounding contributions. Would that include the god of war from the Li family in Philadelphia? Sulu suddenly felt his shoulders become heavy. "I don't care about the results of the presidential election. I also don't care if the scientists of the Federal Academy of Science will participate in politics. I only care about the MX." Deputy Minister Zhou looked at him coldly. "I am a soldier. As long as this mecha can be developed, no matter if it is the Ministry of Engineering or the Academy of Science, I will be grateful to them." Sulu knew that the words of the general in front of him were somewhat sincere. If they were true, a trace of respect involuntarily rose in his heart. There were many heroes in the Federation, especially in the military. This kind of iron-blooded soldier who didn't care about his own future and only thought about the future of the Federation was actually the big gun that could lift countless stars. He lowered his head. He knew that perhaps Zhou Yu's father didn't know that he had previously tampered with the core data, but in today's meeting, the other had habitually started to beat him up, warning him not to make any mistakes on this important issue that concerned the future of the Federation. "I will make the best use of my time." Sulu raised his head and looked seriously at the general's slightly tired face. "You should stay in Whitewater for now," Deputy Minister Zhou instructed. "Later, the secretary will leave you a phone number. In these next few months, if you have any problems, you can ask him to help you." After a slight pause, This big boss of the Ministry of Defense narrowed his eyes and said, "This is a confidential matter of the Federation. You can apply for a sum of money from the Ministry of Defense. Don't reach out to the Li family's seventh brother anymore. That family of businessmen." The evaluation stopped there, but there were still many unfinished words. Sulu lowered his head slightly and sighed in his heart. He knew that from today onwards, he was considered to have truly become a soldier of the Federation. He suddenly raised his head and asked, "Is the joint conference these past 2 days related to the terrorist attack at the gymnasium? Is the Ministry of Defense preparing to restart the delayed spring offensive?" Deputy Minister Zhou's gaze scraped across his face like a knife. After a moment of silence, he lowered his head and said, "This is not something you should be asking." Sulu pressed lightly on his phone through his clothes and suddenly said, "I think that incident was done by Senator Macklin." Chapter 225. Even Sulu himself didn't know why he said such a thing. Zhou Yingxing slowly raised his head and looked at him, but he didn't say anything. He put on his glasses again, lowered his head, and began to carefully read the document that required Mr. President's review. Silence sometimes represented one's attitude. Sulu believed that this deputy minister didn't know the inside story of the incident at the beginning of the year. Tai Ziyuan's whereabouts were leaked by Zhang Xiaoming, and Zhang Xiaoming was someone from Senator Macklin's office. However, the other party was still silent, which meant a lot of things. He lowered his head tiredly and didn't say goodbye. He silently turned around and left. After he left the room, Deputy Minister Zhou raised his head again and put down the document in his hand. Some complicated emotions floated in his eyes. The terrorist attack in S2 Mountain Ring 4 State had shaken the entire Federation. Both the Federation Investigation Bureau and the military were secretly stepping up the investigation. The most important thing was that the Bureau of Proclamation had some faint clues, but he couldn't say anything to Sulu. Still thinking about that little girlfriend. Zhou Yingxing gently stroked the white hair on his forehead and smiled. The incident in Linhai State had already ended. Since that madam's anger had been quelled, no one would open the lid of the pot. Although that incident might be related to Senator Macklin's office, the real assassins were indeed Deputy Minister Yang and the hot-blooded soldiers of the 2nd Military Region. No one could completely figure out what Councillor Macklin was thinking about in this matter. It didn't make sense to say that Senator Macklin wanted to go against the Tai family. This included the terrorist attack this time. That old man was a very politically intelligent person. Making a mess in the Federation and increasing the conflict between the Federation government and the anti-government army was not in line with his long-term interests. Deputy Minister Zhou rubbed his forehead tiredly. He felt that although Sulu was calm, he was still too hot-blooded and had too many hot-blooded habits. His words were too irresponsible. However, why did this little guy remind him of this? Did he find some clues? He closed his eyes and muttered to himself in a voice that only he could hear, "A soldier can have his own thoughts, but an army can never have its own thoughts. Sulu, you must understand this in order to become a true soldier of the Federation." Macklin was like those perfect political figures who had appeared in the history of the Federation. He was always able to distance himself from all the dark incidents that happened in front of him. Even if there were people who doubted him, they could only remain silent in the face of his high reputation and qualifications, and in front of the voters who supported him. After Sulu had said those words earlier, he knew that they wouldn't have any effect. The higher the position of an important person, the more careful they would be when expressing their opinions. In a situation where there was no concrete evidence, no one would express biased emotions. Deputy Minister Zhou's silence was to be expected. That secretary had been waiting for him outside the door. When he saw him come out, he smiled and led him to an office on the side of the building. His military boots made no sound on the soft red carpet. Sulu followed behind this secretary. Those fully armed guards standing on both sides of the corridor saluted silently and forcefully. The military hierarchy was strict. The scene of saluting along the corridor made Sulu feel a sliver of respect he had never felt before. He clenched his fists lightly to calm himself down, telling himself that this was only because he had the data related to the MX Mecha in his head. In that office, Deputy Minister Zhou's secretary took out a folder from a safe and handed it to Sulu. He smiled and said, "This contains a pass from the Ministry of Defense as well as a promotion order. As for the issue of access, use the pass to apply for it the first time you go there. Also, your current personnel file is still temporarily in Nutshell, but you will be under the dual jurisdiction of Nutshell Corporation and the Ministry of Defense." Sulu took the folder and opened it. He skimmed through it quickly and saw that there was a pass, a standard official letter and a pair of eye-catching epaulets. Right now, other than the position of Nutshell Corporation's third-level technical supervisor, you also have the corresponding authority as a technical officer of the Ministry of Defense's General Assembly Base. Although you are only a captain, the ministry has given you extra authority. The secretary's expression was grave as he said seriously, Deputy Minister Zhou has instructed that he will not care about your relationship with the Academy of Science. However, since you don't want them to know that you are involved in mecha development for now, then it's best to use the General Assembly Base's authority sparingly. Zulu listened intently. Since this secretary had spoken so bluntly, he must be a trusted aide of Zhou Yingxing. He closed the folder again and thought for a moment before saying, if nothing happens, I shouldn't need to use it within this year. As he spoke, he quickly looked around the office and saw that there was a military uniform hanging on the hanger. The epaulets on the uniform indicated that the owner of the uniform was already a major. This office clearly belonged to this secretary. Sula couldn't help but be surprised. Even the secretaries of the Minister of Defense were rarely as ridiculous as a major. The secretary noticed his gaze and explained with a smile, I followed Director Zhou from the General Assembly Base all the way here. I've earned my rank, but I don't have a suitable position yet, so I've been following the old chief. Su Li's heart skipped a beat. He knew that if Zhou Yingxing was able to take charge of the Ministry of Defense in the future, this secretary in front of him would definitely have a meteoric rise. He had just gone to Hong Kong 4 days ago and entered the Nutshell Corporation's engineering department. Today he had received the promotion document and the relevant authority from the Ministry of Defense. It must have been done overnight. This secretary in front of him must have put in a lot of effort. What's your surname? My surname is Jiao. You can call me Secretary Jiao. Of course, if you want, you can also call me Brother Jiao. This secretary was obviously good at talking. He didn't seem like someone who had been following a leader for a long time. Sulu reached out his hand and said with a smile, I should call you sir. Major Jiao shook his hand and said seriously, I believe that if MX can succeed, you will become the youngest major in the history of the Federation. Walking down from the Cloud Queen Hotel, there were already many black official cars parked in the courtyard. Under the illumination of the morning sun, dozens of officers stood silently around the courtyard. President Sieg shouldn't have arrived yet, but the big shots of the federal military should already be waiting in the hotel. Sulu lowered his head slightly and narrowed his eyes. He followed behind Major Jiao and walked past these officers. These officers were either captains or majors. There were even a few lieutenant colonels. If they were in any other place in the Federation, these officers would certainly be respected by the people and feared by the officials. However, at this moment, these officers could only temporarily act as bodyguards around the heavily guarded Cloud Queen Hotel. Seeing this scene, Sula couldn't help but laugh at himself when he thought of the captain epaulets in the folder under his arm. He felt a little embarrassed for his previous faint excitement. Becoming a federal military mechanic engineer was one of his 2 dreams since childhood. Now that he was a technical captain in the Federal Army and also had the authority of the General Assembly Base, it was inevitable that he would feel some satisfaction from his dreams turning into reality. At the entrance of the Cloud Queen Hotel, Major Jiao said a few words to the guard and showed him his credentials and warrant. He turned around and said with a smile, You can go now. Last night, leaning against Zhou Yu's bedside, worried that he would startle the child who had just been born a few days ago, Su Li's quality of sleep was actually very poor. He was dragged to the Cloud Queen Hotel early in the morning. While his mood was relaxed, he was actually a little sleepy. The morning sun passed through the green leaves of the big locust trees around the hotel courtyard and turned into countless light spots. It gently brushed across his face and eyes as if hypnotizing him. It was to the extent that he was stunned for a moment before he reacted. He said thank you to the other party and walked out of the hotel door. An off-road military vehicle was waiting for him outside the door. Before Sula got into the vehicle, he subconsciously turned his head and narrowed his eyes. Looking at the officers and military vehicles in the hotel, he felt a wave of solemn air. His heart skipped a beat. He knew that from this moment onwards he was one of these officers. The Shell Motor Company was half military and half civilian. Sulu was only a civilian second lieutenant and was not part of the military combat structure. The war between the Federation and the Empire, as well as the conflict between the government and the anti-government forces, had nothing to do with him. However, when the importance of his research on the MX mecha gradually became apparent and was proven, the Federal Army would not allow such an important figure to wander around the edges of the system. They had to take him in beforehand. At this moment, the epaulets and authority in the file had already made clear his new identity. He had already become a true Federation soldier. Returning to the hospital, Sulu heard the crisp cries of a baby. Only then did he wake up from his solemn mood. He walked towards Zhou ward but was blocked outside the door by several officers. Sulu was slightly taken aback. He thought to himself that the number of officers he had seen today was actually more than the total number of officers he had seen in the past half of his life combined. What was going on with the heavens? Were they trying to use these stern-faced colleagues to remind him of his new identity? Those officers blocked him outside the ward without any trace of politeness. Their actions were so natural, exuding an air of arrogance that could only be found on the battlefield. Arrogant soldiers might suffer many defeats, but if they were not an army that always won, they probably would not have developed the habits of being soldiers in the army. Suli's brow furrowed and he said, "Please make way." One of the officers recognized Sulu. Thinking of the other's relationship with the young lady in the ward, he smiled somewhat awkwardly and said softly, "I'm really sorry, I didn't recognize you just now. Please come in." Sulu saw that this officer looked rather familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before. After thinking for a bit, he remembered that it was that night in the Linyuan. This officer seemed to have come with that person. Since the other party was blocking the door outside the ward, that person must be in the room. A faint sense of vigilance welled up in his heart. He directly pushed open the door of the ward and walked in. At first glance he saw the lieutenant colonel sitting next to the bed. This was because although this lieutenant colonel was only sitting on a chair, that tall and full of strength made him look like he was standing. Looking at this person's back that was like a stiff bow stretched out and his side profile that carried a trace of youth, Suli's eyes narrowed. The madman Li who had beaten and been invincible in the military. Chapter 226. Looking at that figure, Sulu thought of the conflict in Linyuan that night. This young lieutenant colonel's terrifying combat strength, and even more so, he thought of the other party's grandfather, the military god worshipped by the federal military as a god, the old man the uncle spoke of. He also thought of what Secretary Jiao said in Cloud Queen Hotel earlier, that he might become the Federation's youngest field officer after the new year. However, not far in front of him, Madman Li, who didn't take human life seriously, was the one who held the record for being the youngest field officer in the Federation. Moreover, from the looks of it, this record would probably be very difficult to break. The 16-year-old Madman Li liked the daughter of Deputy Minister Zhou of the Department of National Defense. This wasn't a secret in the upper circles of the capital. Even though most people carried a trace of interest in their eyes and used cute and kissable words to describe the actions of the only child of the Lees of Philadelphia, no one really took this seriously. However, Sulu, who had endured Madman Li's terrifying power in Linyuan, knew that this young lieutenant colonel really did have these thoughts. With this as a prior reason, Madman Li came to the hospital to visit Zhou, who had just given birth. Even though there was still a bit of an awkward feeling, it was still acceptable. Tai Ziyuan is a sick ghost. If you like him, then you really are blind. There's no way you like Sulu, a guy who's as thin as a stick of firewood. Madman Li sat in front of Zhou's bed very seriously and said, "Also, the two of you still haven't held a wedding. I've always felt that this matter is a bit strange. Regardless of whether it's you looking down on him or if he's going to abandon his wife and child, in short, I think you can marry me." This person clearly knew that Sulu had already entered the room, but it was as if he didn't exist at all and continued to speak his own words. The lieutenant colonel epaulets, tender face, tall and sturdy body, plus the insufferably arrogant tone in his voice, mixed together to create such a little monster. Sulu walked to the side of the bed and sat beside Zhou. He gently patted Lu's soft head and then took a green fruit and began to peel it seriously. He suddenly opened his mouth and asked, "Do I just chew it like this or cut it into pieces and eat it?" Zhou glared at him and thought to himself, why does this fellow have to create such an atmosphere at such a time? Isn't he deliberately trying to provoke this easily angered little thing? Sulu did it on purpose. After the trip to Harbor City, his mentality had greatly changed compared to before. When facing a direct person, he had to use direct methods. Madman Li showed contempt as if he didn't exist, so he naturally had a way to retaliate. Although this kind of pique seemed a bit childish, Madman Li was still a young man, and Sulu did indeed have a pure heart. Madman Li looked at the green fruit in Suli's hand. There was a hint of anger gradually accumulating in his young features. It seeped out from his body, which was about to break out of his military uniform, and directly pressured Suli's senses. The fruit knife in Suli's hand paused slightly. Both of them were not easy to get along with, so they could both feel the strange and slightly dry feeling in the room. At this time, this atmosphere seemed to affect the little thing in Zhou's arms. The newborn closed his eyes tightly, grimaced in pain and cried out. As soon as the cry came out, Mad Manly suddenly became a little nervous. Previously, when he was talking with Zhou in the ward, in order not to wake up the baby, he tried his best to suppress the sound that was enough to shatter the glass. He didn't expect that the baby would be woken up after all. 3 days ago when I heard the news that you gave birth, Grandpa let me out. I have to go back to Philadelphia tonight. Mad Manly stood up and put on his military cap. His hands steadily moved forward along the brim of the cap. He straightened his military posture and said in a deep voice, "Take care of yourself. If there is any problem, call me." Sulu walked him to the door. The military officer outside the door saw that the two of them didn't fight like the previous time and heaved a sigh of relief. He stood at attention and saluted. He said, "Reporting, the helicopter is ready. It is ready to take off." Mad Manly stared fiercely at that subordinate and scolded angrily, "Lower your voice. What a bastard. Don't you know that a child needs to sleep?" Sula glanced at him and thought to herself, "Your voice seems to be louder." Previously in the ward, he had already realized that although Mad Manly was crazy, easily angered and ruthless, he was really good to Zhou. He even showed that he cared a lot about little Lu Hua. At this thought, he had a better impression of this successor of the Lees of Philadelphia. However, at this moment, Mad Manly turned around and looked at him coldly. He put his hands behind his back and said, "I said before that I will beat you to death." Sula looked at Mad Manly's clear eyes that had a trace of madness. He smiled and said, "I haven't heard it before." Mad Manly was tall and sturdy. At the age of 16 he was already half a head taller than Sulu. He looked down at Suli's hateful face and said word by word, "At this time you heard it." Sulu looked at him quietly. After a while he suddenly asked, "Does your throat still hurt?" Mad Manly narrowed his eyes as if he would attack Sulu at any time in this quiet corridor. That night in Linyuan, he knew that this seemingly inconspicuous civilian second lieutenant had close combat skills that could match him. However, with his iron-blooded aura that had been nurtured on the battlefield for many years and his personality that killed without blinking, Mad Manly did not know how to write the word retreat. He even thought that night in Linyuan, it was because he had underestimated his opponent too much. However, that night, Sulu had been shocked until his gums bled from the 3 attacks, while Mad Manly had vomited blood as if his chest had been cut by a knife. He was an invincible figure in the army, but he had still lost. Suli's question pointed directly at Mad Manly's vital point. Mad Manly was silent for a moment before he turned and left. This little brat wants to imitate a famous general with his hands behind his back. He clearly doesn't use his brain to do things, but he pretends to be a scheming and astute person. Sulu accurately divided the green fruit into a dozen pieces and put them in a bowl. He took out a tissue to wipe his hands and shook his head. If Li Feng is really a youth with extraordinary talent in combat, do you think he can live so well on the front lines all these years? Zhou looked at him with a trace of melancholy. Sulu thought so and threw the tissue into the trash can beside him. He raised his thick eyebrows and said with a smile, "After all, he is only 16 years old. He can make such a big name. On one hand, it is because of his family. On the other hand, it is because this youth's strength is really too terrifying. It is strange that a 16-year-old guy dares to call himself invincible in the army. He is really a freak. Compared to Mad Manly, I think you are more of a freak." Zhou said calmly, "You are only 4 years older than him, but you are already a bit like an old man. When it comes to fighting, you can actually stand up to him as an equal. Now, even my old man wants to use your head to make that new mecha." "Am I very old?" Sulu asked in surprise. Li Xiaotong also said so. "I thought that my temperament had already become as open-minded as before." Zhou glared at him in annoyance. After a moment, she said seriously, "I heard the conversation outside the ward earlier. Why did you go against him? This is very unlike you. Besides, the other party is someone from the Lees of Philadelphia. As long as that old man is still around, the entire Federation has to give his family some face. Would he really dare to kill me in broad daylight? Mad Manly. Once he goes crazy, what doesn't he dare to do?" Zhou lowered her eyes slightly and said, "Don't blame him for being violent. Anyone who was thrown into the army when they were just 12 years old and stayed on the front lines for a few years will also become a little strange. You should know that Li Feng being able to become the youngest major in the Federation has nothing to do with the war god. That was truly done by him piloting the M52 mecha and fighting against the Empire's special forces." Zhou glanced at Sulu and said worriedly, "Mad Manly has been on the front lines for 3.5 years. He single-handedly killed 27 Level 1 pilots from the Empire's Royal Special Forces. This kind of person is used to blood. You shouldn't provoke him. Sulu listened to the young lieutenant colonel's battle record and couldn't help but frown and sigh. He had also started killing when he was 10 years old. After escaping to the capital ring, he had also killed several people. However, Madman Li had killed pilots from the Empire's Royal Special Forces on the battlefield. These two battle records were on a completely different level. Sulu took out a double-headed silver fruit stick and placed it in a bowl. He handed it to Zhou and said, "If there comes a day when he really wants to kill me, I won't let him do it just like that." Zhou looked at him carefully holding the bowl and her heart softened. She warned him seriously, "The problem is that he has a gun." Sulu smiled and thought of the first time he met this girl beside him. He said mockingly, "That's right. As a son of the military he can do whatever he wants in the Federation if he has a gun. Without a gun he can't do anything." Zhou understood the hidden meaning in his words. She snorted and didn't say anything else. She changed the topic and said, "Since father is so anxious to see you, it seems that the matters at the engineering department are really urgent. You shouldn't stay in the hospital all the time." Although the summer sun outside the window was scorching, it had become much gentler after being filtered by the light-absorbing membrane. Little Lu Hua, who had just finished his vaccination, was immersed in a sweet dream. He didn't care about the light spots that were floating around like fireflies. Of course, the little guy had just learned how to open his eyes as a form of entertainment. Before he slept, he even showed Zhou and Sulu that he was turning a blind eye. Instead, it was Sulu who was disturbed by the light spots. He lowered his head to look at the sleeping baby and said softly, "Then I'll go back first." Zhou nodded lightly. Previously, she had already heard all the details of Su Li's trip to Harbor City from him. While she was shocked by the structure of this guy's brain, she also knew that the current situation was coincidentally at a crucial point. "Don't underestimate me." Zhou lifted her chin slightly and said, "And don't look at me with your nice guy mindset. But we have to think of a solution for this." Sulu scratched his head and looked at the child beside her. He thought of the Andy he saw this morning and Zhou last night. "You are really very boring, do you know that?" Zhou said, "Since you have already given birth, what are you worried about? If someone asks, just say that we will talk about it when the child is older. Don't you know how to delay things?" Chapter 227. Su Li's temperament was straightforward, refreshing, and pleasant. Although he had become somewhat taciturn in the past 6 months due to the death of a certain girl, after the trip to Hong Kong, he had gradually shaken off those gray emotions. His smile was gradually as cheerful as before, and his speech was gradually as amiable and pleasant as when he was young. Therefore it was really difficult for him to delay this matter. However, he was also clear that in the eyes of everyone, he was Zhou's biological father. However, this was not the truth. Zhou was a young mother who wrapped her sensitivity, pride, and self-pity with indifference. She would definitely not accept a fake marriage to quell all the discussions. Therefore this matter could only be delayed. How long would it be delayed? Perhaps it would be delayed until Shi Qinghai came back and was no longer a fugitive from the Federation? This was a very difficult situation. Sulu had no other choice but to wait. He did not tell Zhou that Shi Qinghai had contacted him last night, because it was meaningless. He only hoped that what Shi Qinghai was doing now and what he was going to do, would be able to suppress Senator Macklin and the forces around him. He would be able to reveal the truth and give Shi Qinghai a chance to be reborn. On the way out of the Army General Hospital, he met Li Xiaotong, who was holding a large bouquet of star flowers. Perhaps it was because old 7th of the Li family was coming to the General Hospital, so he was wearing a military uniform. It was very different from his usual attire. The well-ironed military uniform matched with this person's slightly cold aura, which made people feel that he was somewhat handsome. Li Xiaotong was not surprised to see Sulu here. He said with a smile, "I'm here to see Zhou. You won't object, right?" Sulu looked at the military uniform on Li Xiaotong and shook his head with a smile. These days, Sulu and Li Xiaotong had a lot of contact. Although the two people's status was very different, their temperaments were somewhat similar. Although Li Xiaotong had never expressed his interest in Zhou during the banquets in the nightclubs, Sulu knew this in advance, so he didn't feel strange when he saw Li Xiaotong's arrival. He just thought that if Li Xiaotong had met Madman Li earlier, the scene would have been very interesting. Li Xiaotong explained, "I have a position in the 1st Military Region, so of course I don't have to wear a military uniform." Seeing that Sulu seemed to have the intention to leave, he was a little confused, but he suppressed this feeling and asked seriously, When are you going to hold the wedding? This is a serious matter. Sulu thought of the stalling technique taught by Zoyu. He awkwardly scratched his head and said, "She's not in the mood right now. Some things could be delayed but some things could not be delayed." After leaving the Army General Hospital, Sulu didn't go back to his apartment, but went directly to the Whitewater Company base in the suburbs of the capital. Today was the first working day after the end of the holiday, but the buildings on the ground of the Whitewater Company base were still deserted. After working in this security company for so many days, Sulu was naturally not surprised when he first came here. He knew that the company's combat personnel and equipment were basically hidden underground. He hurriedly walked into his office and saw the heavy black leather case under the table. He relaxed a little and said to Bai Yulan, who was resting on the sofa next to him, "Thank you for your hard work. After I left last night, did anything happen?" Bai Yulan gently shook her head, pursed her dry lips and walked out. He didn't ask why Sulu was in such a hurry to return to the capital last night. As a subordinate, he was only responsible for bringing back the leather case that the other party valued very much. After closing the office door, Sulu pressed his thumb on the flat glass lock of the black leather case. The fingerprint scan passed, and the black leather case's lock spring automatically popped open. Li Xiaotong invested 40 million in one go. Although the Li family controlled a lot of wealth, as a second-generation child who didn't officially take over the family business, Li Laoqi's investment was very bold. Sulu received 40 million. Except for the 20 million he gave to Bai Yulan, the rest of the money was used to buy the precision materials he needed in the Federation's black market. When he was in the Donglin district, he came into contact with this business. Later, when he was in Yue University, he bought several times, so he was familiar with this business. Except for the important modification, most of the 20 million was invested in the black leather case in front of him. Jacian's newest workbench. After using Secretary Shin's workbench in Macho's back mountain, Sulu fell in love with this collective comprehensive processing equipment. Although it was a bit cumbersome, as long as the user adjusted it, it could block all electronic monitoring and effectively prevent data leakage. Moreover, the processor was very powerful, completely enough to carry out complex calculations and composition. He turned off the phone's wireless signal and used a data cable to connect the phone to the workbench. Once the download was completed, he immediately destroyed the email attachment in the phone. The attachment was opened on the workbench's holographic screen. The first picture was of a middle-aged man wearing a synthetic sweater in a park, talking to a blonde woman. There was still snow on the park bench, so the time of the photo should be winter. The following pictures were more or less the same content, but the participants of the conversation were no longer the two people from before. Under the picture was a table with some complicated data. He didn't know what it was for. Sulu squinted his eyes and carefully compared it. In the end, he confirmed that it should be the flow of funds. The problem was, if this was the funds used by Senator Medellin's office to plan a secret operation, then it definitely wouldn't go through the Federation's financial system. How did Shi Qinghai get it? After quickly browsing through the table, Sulu saw a few audio files in the document. He put on his headphones and pressed play. He tilted his head and listened carefully to the conversation that was obviously secretly recorded. His expression gradually became serious. In addition to the photos, audio files, and the direction of the flow of funds, there were a few confession documents. However, on those documents, there were no witnesses' signatures, only a few blood-red handprints. Sulu carefully looked through everything again, then leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes and began to think. He looked calm, but his slightly trembling hands behind his head revealed his true emotions at this time. The attachment that Shi Qinghai sent was actually these things. Although these materials seemed to be messy, under the clues of the confessions, one could clearly see that a story had happened. In the late autumn of the 66th year of the constitutional calendar, Senator Medellin's office issued an order to those hidden in the dark to begin searching for Tai Ziyuan's whereabouts. After the middle-aged man in the synthetic sweater received this information, he met with an officer in the apartment opposite the Department of National Defense. He used this information to lure the other party to launch an attack at the Linhai State Gymnasium. In the spring of the 67th year of the constitutional calendar, Senator Medellin's office issued another order. The middle-aged man in the synthetic sweater met with a businessman in Nank State. The businessman avoided the Federation's surveillance and took advantage of the temporary chaos in the second military region in the spring to successfully obtain a large amount of explosives. He handed them to the executor of the plan and caused the terrorist attack on the peace concert Ring Mountain 4 states. The businessman left S2 before the attack and returned to Nank State very naturally. If this evidence could be used, then the deceiving Senator Medellin's reputation would be tarnished in front of tens of billions of people in the Federation. He would be directly arrested and sent to prison to face the law. Sulu opened his eyes and stared blankly at the holographic screen. His heart was filled with complex emotions. He secretly sighed in his heart. "Rascal, how did you do it?" However, the key problem with this evidence was that Senator Medellin's office did not leave any trace of the order. None of the recordings were related to this important link. The only thing that could explain some of the problems was the photo of the blonde woman in the synthetic sweater meeting with the middle-aged man in the synthetic sweater. The note clearly stated that the woman should be Senator Medellin's secretary Helen. Suli's eyes narrowed. If he remembered correctly, this old-fashioned Miss Helen was one of the 7 staff members who unfortunately died in Senator Medellin's office in the news of the terrorist attack at the concert a few days ago. At present, it seemed that only those few photos could prove the relationship between Senator Medellin and these two crazy tragedies. However, these photos would not play much of a role in court. Moreover, Senator Medellin was now a candidate for the vice president. He had relevant judicial immunity before the election. If he wanted to persuade the Federation Management Committee to set up a special investigation team, it seemed to be a little too difficult. He looked at the confessions again and rubbed his slightly swollen temples. The excitement in his heart gradually subsided. Yes, this evidence was not enough to put Senator Medellin to death, but it was enough to tell a very beautiful and the most reasonable story. It was enough to make the voters of the Federation question Senator Medellin. And if the Federation government also accepted this evidence, with the powerful power of the government, it was impossible that they could not find some of the things that they really needed. He could imagine how much effort and how much risk young Master Sure had to take in order to obtain these extremely valuable materials. The middle-aged man in the synthetic sweater who gave the confessions and the businessman from Nankashou had probably died at the hands of Shi Qinghai. When dealing with such professionals, the trial of the Federation and the questioning of the inspection department would not be of much use. There was not much point in keeping them alive. Senator Medellin's office received the information about the assassination at the Linhai State Gymnasium from Zhang Xiaoming, and then passed it to an officer through the middle-aged man. Sula narrowed his eyes. If this matter had to be brought to court, he could testify for the first part of the process, but what about the second part? In the notes deliberately left by Shi Qinghai, among the officers who committed suicide in the Second Military Region, there was no one who the middle-aged man was referring to. That officer seemed to be working for a certain senator, but there were so many senators in the Federation Management Committee as well as state senators, so how could they find out who he was? Sulu looked at the evidence on the screen, and a lot of complicated emotions grew in his heart. He seemed to be able to see with his own eyes that in order to find these things, Shi Qinghai had lurked in the dark like a cheetah, waiting for an opportunity, and then used ruthless methods to force out the long-awaited answers. At this time, Mr. Shi had probably disappeared into the night again. Was he waiting for the reaction of the Federation, or was he continuing to investigate that officer, or was he coldly looking at Senator Medellin's face, which was full of vicissitudes and a sense of justice, on the campaign poster? Sulu believed it was the latter. He and Shi Qinghai were the same type of people at heart. He knew that if Senator Medellin could not get a fair trial, they would perhaps both act as the judge. A person's status affected the credibility of his words. Naturally, no one would believe the words of a fugitive from the Federation, so Shi Qinghai had given these things to Sulu. Of course, before the MX Mecha appeared in front of the Federation citizens, Suli's words would not carry much weight. However, Shi Qinghai knew that Sulu had some channels that he did not currently have. Sulu closed the workstation, used his cell phone to make a call and said, "Hello, I have some things here that you should be very interested in." Secretary Shin's eternally calm voice came from the other end of the line. "Do you want to meet me in person?" "Yes." Secretary Shin gave a location over the phone and arranged a time. Before hanging up, Sulu said, "This is something that one of my brothers exchanged for with his life. I hope you can use it well." Walking out of the office, Bayulan was leaning against the wall with her head lowered, hands tucked in her hands, waiting for him in this seemingly unchanging posture. "I just received a call from the CEO's office. There's an old mecha that needs to be re-evaluated. This job has been handed over to us, Team 7. Bayulan lowered the tips of her toes and reported softly. Sulu thought of the call just now and his heart skipped a beat. He understood that this was probably a response to his request to the Tai family. However, he had not expected that the other party would actually be able to get a mecha for him in such a short amount of time. Leaving the building, they followed the automated passageway towards the underground storeroom. In front of Area C, Su Lu and Bai Yulan went through 3 layers of electronic surveillance before entering the heavily guarded core base. The heavy door opened, and a black mecha about 6 meters tall appeared in front of the two of them. This Federation military M-37 mecha had a few inconspicuous cracks on its body. The metallic luster underneath the black material shone through these cracks, shining coldly, welcoming its new owner. Su Lu knew that this was the mecha that belonged to him. Although the model was a little old and was quite a bit behind the standard M52 used by the Federation military, he still felt an urge that he had never felt before. He took a deep breath of the slightly dry air and said, "Inform the engineering department that we'll go over this weekend." Bai Yulan raised her head slightly and looked at him curiously. She said softly, "Not delaying anymore?" "Not delaying anymore." Su Lu thought of Deputy Minister Zhou's beating, thought of the evidence on the workbench, and looked at the M37 in front of him. He was in a good mood for the past 6 months. He said loudly, "I'm in a good mood so I won't play with them anymore." Chapter 228. When Su Lu and Bai Yulan walked in front of the black M37 mecha, the barred galaxy 594 light-years away from them, the administrative planet of the Federation's region S3, which was close to the plateau but bordered the East Sea, was about to welcome the most dazzling rays of light at noon. Dressed in a black suit, Butler Jean hung up the phone and walked along the corridor made of wooden planks to the ancient-looking building halfway up the mountain. This was an ancient imperial-style temple. During the constitutional era, the Federation intentionally or unintentionally erased all traces of the imperial dynasty. Only a few old buildings in remote areas were preserved under the strong request of certain experts and scholars. This temple was probably used to worship the heavens tens of thousands of years ago. The glory of the old days had long disappeared into history. Only the light yellow cornices, dark round ancient pillars, and mottled walls reminded people of its age and dignity. The entire temple was built against the mountain, facing the sea in the east. It welcomed the first ray of light in the world and listened to the last sound of the pine trees at night. Unfortunately, behind the mountain was the plateau where S3 suddenly rose, so although the scenery was beautiful, very few people came. Every year, the Federation would provide funds for a major renovation of an ancient building that was listed on the list. However, it was not a tourist attraction, and the ownership of the building did not seem to be in the hands of the Federation. Therefore, the building was not well managed and gradually, it was on the verge of decay. It seemed that if the pines behind the mountain or the waves in front of the mountain were a little more magnificent, this temple would turn into dust and disappear. The blazing noon sun shone on the glazed roof, reflecting an uncomfortable light. Butler Jean lowered his head and stood outside a small room at the side of the temple. He said softly to the woman who was busy in the room, "Xinli is going to meet Su Lu tonight. I heard that Su Lu has something important that might be related to Macklin." When the woman heard this, she did not have much of a reaction. Her head was still lowered as she chopped onions and garlic on the chopping board. The slender and sharp knife in her fair hands fell rapidly on the chopping board, producing a dry and annoying sound. Along with the sound, the onions and garlic turned into flowers and crumbs, which gradually piled up into a pile. Butler Jean waited quietly. He knew that every time Madame was doing chores, no one was allowed to disturb her except for the Crown Prince. However, the news that Xinli had sent over today seemed to be related to Macklin. Since it involved the Federation's presidential election, he had to report to Madame immediately. Butler Jean was momentarily perplexed as he watched Madame Tai's busy figure and the trace of a calm smile on her face. How many years had he watched Madame Tai like this? Even if it could affect the Federation's presidential election, he could not let this woman's emotions fluctuate too much. She was the most powerful woman in the Federation. Was she born with such a temperament? As the oil heated up, the onions and garlic boiled, and the mutton slid into the pot. An exotic aroma filled the room beside the temple. Not long after, Madame Tai scooped out the food in the pot onto a plate. Only then did she sigh softly and wipe away the few drops of sweat on her slightly red cheeks with satisfaction. She sat casually on the stone platform of the temple. 2 obedient and quiet maids had already prepared bowls, chopsticks, and white rice. There was a stone table and a futon. Madame Tai sat in front of the stone table. The tip of her chopsticks picked up a piece of mutton with a numbing aroma and put it into the rice. She carefully took a bite. After tasting it for a while, she smiled and said, "The next time Yuan comes back, he'll definitely tell me that my culinary skills have improved." Butler Jean remained silent as he stood behind her. Although the afternoon sun was blazing, there was wind in the mountains so it was not too hot. After finishing a bowl of white rice and half a plate of mutton, Madame Tai's nose was still dripping with sweat. The maids beside her brought over water and a towel. After freshening up, the maids cleaned up the bowls and chopsticks and retreated far away. There was a teapot and 2 teacups on the stone table. Madame Tai poured a cup for herself before gently pointing at the other empty cup. Steward Jean stepped forward and poured a cup for himself as well. However, he didn't sit down and merely stood there taking a sip from the cup. The teacups were carved out of Ink Mountain stone. The natural color of the stone revealed traces of black silk that made one's heart feel cold. The material was expensive and uncommon. The tea was frozen tea from the Meng Mountains. It was wrapped in the unique scent of the snowy mountains. After it was washed with water, it was deliberately cooled for 20 minutes. Now that it was poured out of the pot and frozen in the Ink Mountain stone cup, it was tasteless. When it entered the throat, a faint fragrance seeped out. Butler Jean silently savored the taste between his lips and tongue. Holding the slightly cold Ink Mountain stone cup between his thumb and forefinger, the slight trace of anxiety in his heart disappeared without a trace. His standing posture also became much more stable. "How's the investigation in the Donglin district going?" Madame Tai slowly put down the teacup. She no longer looked at the sea in front of the mountains. Instead, she glanced at the window under the eaves at the corner of the temple from the corner of her eyes. There seemed to be someone looking at her from there. Butler Jean was not surprised that Madame Tai was not concerned about the presidential election and was instead concerned about the incident in the Donglin district 2 years ago. Although he did not know the inside story of the incident, he vaguely guessed that the heavy expression on Madame Tai's face was related to Professor Jean. Furthermore, he was also shocked by the results of the investigation and was preparing to report back immediately. "Donglin is too far away. I only had time to make a long-distance report." Butler Jean knew that Madame Tai was very concerned about the realism of seeing someone face to face. However, there was nothing he could do about this. He said softly, "After Yu Feng escaped the Federation's arrest warrant, he changed his name to Feng Yu and opened a repair shop on Heshi Province's Xianglan Avenue." Under normal circumstances, Butler Jean would have thought that his report this time was too unimportant. This was because he did not know the relationship between the defected mechanic and Professor Jean. However, this was Madame Tai's main concern. Therefore, he followed the information in the report and reported it in detail from the beginning, even though Madame Tai already knew most of the information. Madame Tai sat quietly beside the stone table. Her sitting posture was different from that of anyone else in the Federation. Her body was slightly bent backward, pressing down on her own legs. It seemed like she was in a kneeling position, but her waist was extremely straight, like a white poplar tree. Her slightly loose light-colored hemp garment covered the pair of cloth shoes on her feet, completely hiding the curves of her body that were still extremely well maintained. She listened seriously and carefully to Butler Jin's report. On her quiet and peaceful face, the pair of eyes gradually lit up. A fugitive from the Federation who was designated as the top priority by the Bureau of Proclamation was actually able to endure loneliness and stay on that barren mineral planet for more than 10 years. He even took in an apprentice. Madame Tai's lips curved into a cold smile. There was an apprentice in Yu Feng's repair shop. His name was Sulu. At the mention of this name, Butler Jean paused slightly. He glanced at Madame Tai's side profile and saw that she did not appear to be shocked. Only then did he continue quietly. "There are many witnesses in the area who can attest to this. At first I was very shocked, but I didn't think that Sulu was the current Sulu. Because according to the Bureau of Proclamation's records, that orphan Sulu from the Donglin district has already been confirmed dead by the charter. Because he was the top priority, the central computer carried out the strictest verification. No one within the Bureau of Proclamation was able to tamper with his death." After a long silence, Butler Jean said, "So, from a legal point of view, according to the Federation's records, that Sulu was already dead 2 years ago." Butler Jean narrowed his eyes slightly, as if he himself did not quite believe the information reported back from the Donglin district. He lowered his head slightly and said softly, "But, when the staff took out Su Li's photo for verification, the residents of Xianglan Avenue and Gulu Street all insisted that Sulu was Sulu. Sulu was Sulu." This was a very interesting sentence pattern. Madame Tai quietly placed her hands on top of each other on her lap. She quietly stared at the S3 Deep East Sea in front of the mountain temple and asked softly, "It's already been 2 years. How can those residents still be so sure?" When comparing the photos, although that Sulu from the Donglin district and this Sulu look extremely similar, there are still some differences between their facial features. Butler Jean bowed and replied, their facial features are extremely similar, and then there's the smile. Those residents of Heshi district seem to have a hard time forgetting that smiling young helper in the repair shop. It's said that when Su Lu was in the Donglin district, he was very popular with the neighbors. Madame Tai did not expect this to be the reason. She could not help but laugh. After a moment of silence, Butler Jean said, "No one has ever thought that the charter computer would make a mistake. I don't think so either. So according to my analysis, there are only two possibilities." Madame Tai turned around and glanced at him. This could be a supernatural incident. Donglin's orphan Su Lu and Su Lu, a squatter from the capital ring, are indeed two different people. It's just that their facial features and auras are too similar, and their names just so happen to coincide. After Butler Jean said this, he could not help but sigh in his heart. This was indeed a preposterous theory, but the problem was that the second theory he was about to make next was, in his opinion, just as preposterous as a supernatural incident. In the 65th year of the constitutional era, the Federation's killing machine mechanic Yu Feng and his helper Su Lu died. At the same time, squatter Su Lu retired from the military, left the Donglin district and returned to S1. Butler Jean said calmly, "These two incidents are too much of a coincidence, so the other possibility is that Su Lu is the helper that Yu Feng brought out. It's just that, through some unknown means, he was able to rearrange the files in the charter computer and hide from the glory of the charter." Butler Jean furrowed his brows. As a Federation citizen, he felt that the possibility of this happening was close to zero. Furthermore, the only way to achieve this was if Su Lu could change the microchip on the back of his neck. However, this possibility was something that he didn't even want to think about. "Think about the second possibility," Madame Tai calmly instructed. Unlike Butler Jean, she was not shocked that the Federation might have a chip changer who could go against the glory of the charter. This was because she had met such an amazingly talented man many years ago. That day at the lakeside behind Macho's back mountain, the moment she saw that little blue device, this most powerful madam of the Federation had basically confirmed Su Li's origin. However, she still had not confirmed whether Su Lu was alive or dead. "If it's the second possibility, I suggest that we immediately notify the Federation government." Butler Jean lowered his head and said softly. In Yue University he had followed Tai Ziyuan and had a few interactions with Su Lu. This old man who had served the Tai family for many years had a good impression of this clean and spotless little fellow. However, he knew that if things were as the madam had speculated, this little fellow's ability seemed to have threatened the very foundation of the Federation's existence. He's the primary suspect. If the family wants to protect him, once the matter is exposed in the future, the family will face unprecedented pressure from the Federation government. Most importantly, we will also have to bear the wrath of the Bureau of Proclamation. Chapter 229. Lady Tai's silence gave Butler Jean a bad premonition. The 7 major families of the Federation had been able to survive for so many years, so they naturally had many ways to control their huge industries and connections. However, every family had loyal subordinates who had served the main family for generations. The Tai family had ruled the empire, so there were even more loyal subordinates who did not reveal themselves. He was one of them. This old butler who had first served the madam, then Tai Ziyuan, liked Su Lu, but he knew that Su Li's true identity would bring great harm to the Tai family's interests as well as the madam. Most importantly, the information this young man had hidden after escaping to the capital ring was too terrifying. Therefore, after a moment of silence, he spoke first. "Even if we can help Su Lu cover up with his current development in the Federation, there will be a day when many people will notice him. Furthermore, he has exposed too many flaws, so the government will easily catch him." After saying this, he took out a piece of paper and placed it on the stone table. Then, he quietly stepped back and waited for the madam's decision. Lady Tai picked up the thin piece of paper with her fingertips. With her sharp eyes, it did not take long for her to discover the problem with the amount of money recorded on the paper. Lady Tai looked at the thin piece of paper quietly. The paper recorded the flow of millions of dollars. For the master and servant in the scene, this sum of money was not worth a second glance. However, this sum of money came from Su Li's 3 Forest Alliance bank card. In the end, it was transferred through the channels of the Federation's black market to an account in the Eastern Forest region. This was enough to prove a very serious problem. Although nostalgia is a very respectable emotion, it is also a very idiotic thing to do, especially when you don't have the ability to do so. Lady Tai stood up and returned the paper to Butler Jean. She said calmly, "That person called Li Wei was Su Li's friend in Eastern Forest?" "Yes." When this amount of money was transferred, that Li Wei had just been released from prison. The first person who saw a crab would definitely be frightened by such an ugly creature, but the second person who saw a crab would definitely not be so shocked. Lady Tai knew where Butler Jin's fear came from. She also knew what the chip on the back of Su Li's neck meant to the Federation. However, she had seen it before, so she was able to conceal her emotions perfectly. With her hands still resting quietly on her lap, Lady Tai narrowed her eyes and looked at the East Sea in front of her. It should be summer in S1, autumn in S2 and spring in S3. The green hills behind her were filled with wildflowers, and the beach in front of her had some plants growing stubbornly. At this moment, Madame Jean was reminded of many things, especially because of Butler Jin's solemn tone. She was reminded of the meeting that happened many years ago. That was in S1's Capital Special District. The president of that era and the director of the Bureau of Proclamation jointly invited her, her husband, and the god of war, Li's of Philadelphia, into a small room. During that closed-door meeting, the president and the director's words and tone were very similar to what Butler Jean said in the temple today. The abnormal situation that the Federal Central Computer found shocked everyone present. After that intense argument, Tai Ziyuan's father, her husband, left in anger. The head of the Tai family, who created the romantic plot of the Double Moon Festival, was a good person full of humanity. No matter how one thought about it, he couldn't make that kind of decision because it would definitely betray and hurt his friends. However, everyone in that room knew that if they couldn't control that person with that person's temperament, the books that he wrote, and the things that he did, the glory of the charter would one day dim, and the political system of the Federation would start to falter. Once the first charter lost its effect, the people would start to look at those politicians and big families with hatred. The human federation, which spanned hundreds of light years, would definitely fall apart. Every district and every administrative planet would become independent, and civil war would ensue in the Federation. When that time came, what kind of hell would the Federation become? There was also the imperial armies who were already showing their sharp teeth at that time. If they were allowed to control that man's mind, would the Federation forever become a colony of those barbarians? Therefore, when the head of the Tai family left in anger, Madame Tai stayed behind. This was because from the first day she married into the Tai family, she had knelt in front of her parents-in-law and swore that she would definitely help her husband to continue the Tai family, so that the Federation could exist peacefully in the universe forever. That military god from the Li's of Philadelphia also signed his name after a long period of silence. Unfortunately, the later changes in the situation were more or less out of the expectations of these two people. His Excellency the President initially wanted to control, but that man who had thousands of incarnations didn't want to be controlled at all. In fact, he couldn't control him at all. Only the heavens knew how the Li's of Philadelphia gave birth to these two monsters, who actually had such powerful abilities. The Federation government and the Bureau of Proclamation's secret pursuit, because of that man's tenacious resistance towards freedom, evolved into a pursuit that spanned many years and many galaxies. During this process, who knew how many Federation soldiers died, and how many news events shocked the Federation? The sea breeze mixed with the mountain breeze, slightly salty and cool, brushing past the stone platform in front of the temple. Madame Tai woke up from her memories. She actually felt a bit cold, subconsciously shrinking her body. She actually felt a bit disappointed about the decision she made back then. Back then there were only 5 people who participated in that closed-door meeting. It just so happened to be the same number of people as the group of 5 that led humanity out of the darkness after the catastrophe countless years ago. The contents of that meeting were only known to these 5 people. Even if the other great families of the Federation's 7 great families vaguely found out some things, they still had no way of coming into contact with the truth. His Excellency the President, with the help of Li Pifu of Philadelphia, ultimately led the entire Federation to defeat the barbaric invasion of the imperial armies. Then he passed away from illness amidst the cheers of tens of billions of Federation citizens and the sounds of fireworks by the windows. At the time, Madame Tai was at His Excellency the President's side. Even today she still believed that His Excellency the President of that time was the most outstanding politician in the history of the Federation. After the war ended, that figure who was revered as a military god by the people also returned to the lakeside of the Li's of Philadelphia to retire. The federal military and the people always thought that this person didn't want his lofty prestige to affect the normal operations of the Federation's political system. Therefore they revered him even more. However, this was actually only a part of the reason. In the Federation, only Madame Tai knew that this military god must have felt sad and guilty that he had personally sent his brother into that huge explosion. Such sadness could only be soothed by returning to his hometown by the lakeside. The reason why she knew was because she also felt the same way. Madame Tai narrowed her eyes and looked at the surface of the sea. However, the hands in her sleeves gently clenched. She thought of that huge explosion in the Donglin region 2 years ago. It wasn't until the Federal Central Computer once again discovered that man's existence through an electric baton that these important figures who had felt sad and guilty for many years, finally realized that everything was fake. That huge explosion on the Empire's resource planet didn't kill him at all. That's right, Professor Jean, Mechanic Yufeng, George Carlin, these people who had countless incarnations and walked the universe with their own abilities, how could they die so easily? Every time Madame Tai thought of her husband's incomprehension, anger, and indifference towards her after that huge explosion more than 10 years ago, she would feel better until he died. However, that man hid on that desolate mineral planet as if nothing had happened, drinking small amounts of alcohol, smoking small amounts of cigarettes, raising his disciple, and visiting prostitutes at the sanatorium punctually every week. Madame Tai was furious. Her respectable husband did so much for that so-called friend, but that person was so heartless and only cared about his own happiness. When it came to being heartless as expected, no one was more ruthless than him. I hope you're really dead this time, Madame Tai said in an extremely cold tone. The ancient bell that was secretly controlled by the 4th Military Region was originally a modified battleship. Although the power of the main cannon wasn't necessarily more powerful than that of the huge explosion more than 10 years ago, it was more concentrated. Furthermore, the person who personally took action at the front line was a powerful figure like Fatty Tian. Logically speaking, that man shouldn't be able to survive. However, the problem was that she had seen that man create too many miracles with her own eyes, so she wasn't so sure. Butler Jean had been standing behind her silently, waiting for orders. Madame Tai stood up and gently adjusted her cuffs. She said slowly, "This matter can't be known to anyone else. Recall all the personnel in charge of the investigation. Also, send someone to monitor that person called Li Wei and find a suitable way to bring him to Bermuda." Butler Jin's body trembled. From these few orders, he knew that Madame Tai definitely didn't intend to tell the government about Su Li's true identity. He didn't expect Madame Tai to make such a decision and was momentarily stunned. Madame Tai didn't care about the shock in his heart. She raised her head slightly and allowed the cold sea breeze to blow away the blazing sun on her linen clothes. She thought silently in her heart, "If you're still alive, I'll use Su Lu to lure you out. Let's see if you're really so heartless that you don't care about anyone. If you're really dead 2 years ago, I'll try to control your student. Many years ago we failed. I really want to know if we'll succeed this time. If we don't, I'll send him to the Netherworld Sea to accompany you." The most powerful madam in the Federation smiled as she looked at the blue sea that was getting darker as the sun moved westward. She stood up and walked towards the old temple. Butler Jean bowed slightly to send her off. His heart felt extremely heavy because of Madame Tai's decision. However, that old temple wasn't a place he could set foot in, so he couldn't persuade her even if he wanted to. He just felt that Madame Tai might have made a huge mistake this time. Sula didn't know that on a planet several light years away, there was a conversation about him happening. He also didn't know that Madame Tai had already found out his true identity and had decided to use him to lure out that heartless uncle, or to completely control him in her hands. If it was the former, then there would definitely be schemes and dangers. If it was the latter, then there would definitely be methods and pressure, until he completely lost his freedom. Freedom was the most basic requirement that every person had outside of survival. In short, a crisis was slowly approaching this fugitive's body, but he didn't know anything about it. Right now, he was even lamenting the power of the Tai family hidden within the Federation. He completely didn't know that the more powerful Madame Tai was, the more difficult his life in the universe would be in the future. His cooperation with the Tai family had been very pleasant. After just a trip to the Nutshell Engineering Department, the other party had given him enough authority to even send a military mecha to Whitewater Company in such a short period of time. Even if it was one of the 7 great families of the Federation, it was still a little shocking that they could do all this. What made Su Lu even more shocked was that the Tai family could influence the Nutshell Engineering Department, and even tamper with Whitewater Company to get that CEO to cooperate. This kind of influence was really frightening. He even wondered, was the Shell Motor Company part of the Federation or the Tai family? This was his emotional reaction when he saw the M37 just now. Right now, Sula couldn't care less about these things. He was currently standing with several logistics personnel at the control panel behind the super strong glass. Looking at the silhouette of the black mecha in the mecha room, He clenched his fists tightly from time to time, feeling a little nervous and excited. The black M37 mecha was moving quickly in the spacious mecha room. The old-style single engine was at full power, letting out a low humming sound. However, these sounds seemed to be unable to keep up with the black mecha's own high-speed movements. Although the mecha room was spacious, it still seemed a little small for a 6-meter-tall military mecha to move quickly and evade in there. However, the black mecha was being operated smoothly like flowing water. Every action was simple, fast, accurate, and effective. There were absolutely no redundant commands. When it was evading, there was no obvious deceleration, and there were no scenes of it crashing into obstacles. Only the most excellent pilots could operate such a heavy mecha and still make such smooth reactions at this speed. The electronic data collection devices on the ceiling of the mecha room were working non-stop, faithfully transmitting the control data of the black mecha back to the control panel. Those staff members looked at the data nervously and couldn't help but exclaim softly in shock. After this M37 had started moving, it had never stopped. The 7-minute-long test of evading and speed had been completed in one go, as awe-inspiring as the rushing of a river. And those feedback data proved just how terrifyingly fast the hand speed of the pilot in the mecha had reached in this period of time. Even someone like Su Lu, who had not been in contact with mecha operations for long, could see the pilot's extremely talented control ability and that trace of awe-inspiring beauty in the black mecha's clean and efficient movements. With a soft beep, the black M37 instantly turned from extreme motion to extreme stillness. The power of the 3 engines was retracted, and the mechanical legs stood firmly in the center of the circle. The entire body of the mecha did not tremble at all, ending the entire test with an extremely perfect standard tactical movement. With the sound of compressed air being released, the cabin door of the black M37 opened. A delicate man jumped out of the mecha, tucking his hands into his trousers out of habit, ignoring the drop of sweat dripping from his hair. Chapter 230. The self-maintenance equipment silently drove into the spacious mecha battle room, making a soft beeping sound. Underneath the smooth and sturdy floor, a few probes extended from the center of the circle and connected to the black M37 mecha's abdomen port. They began testing the control computer and removing redundancy. Everything appeared to be very organized and orderly. However, the control panel was already bustling with activity. Looking at the handsome man gradually approaching, the logistics technicians of the Whitewater Company's underground base began to clap and stomp their feet. Some even whistled. They had seen too many mecha tests in their lives and were already numb to it. However, today this secretary of Team 7 had given them a big surprise. The data that the black mecha had sent back earlier was very shocking. A pilot with such control ability would definitely be an ace pilot in the Federal Army. Of course, as the federal military's biggest secret contractor, Whitewater Company had also had its ace pilots come here to carry out missions under different identities. However, these high and mighty pilots would not stay in the base for long. Often, after completing their missions, they would return to the army. They had not even come to Whitewater Company's headquarters. "Do you want to take a shower first?" Sulu walked down from the control panel and looked at by Magnolia, who had her head lowered. This man always had his head lowered out of habit. Perhaps it was to hide his overly delicate features, or perhaps he did not want to see anything. "I didn't sweat too much," by Magnolia replied softly. The whistling on the control panel continued. Sulu turned back and smiled. He asked, "Does it feel like this in the army too?" By Magnolia was silent for a moment before saying, "It's even more exaggerated than this." Sulu had seen with his own eyes how Bayulan operated the M37 mecha as smoothly as flowing water. Although there had not been any actual combat practice, he knew that this delicate man was definitely very impressive. Otherwise, the Federation military would not have given the task of testing the latest model of the MX mecha to Team 7. The problem was that even though Team 7 had become one of the scapegoats for the failure of the MX experiment, the other combat members of the team had all been transferred back to their original units. They were either grounded or on vacation. Only Magnolia remained at the Whitewater Company. How could the federal military forget such an outstanding pilot? As the two of them walked out of the base, Sulu suddenly asked, "What unit were you originally in?" "Special Mecha Battalion of the 17th Armored Division of the 1st Military Region." Bayulan knew what his question was. She said indifferently, 3 years ago my class was on a mission at the outskirts of Bermuda. We encountered the 1st Mecha Battalion of the Empire's Royal Special Forces. Everyone was annihilated. I was the only one who escaped back to the rescue ship." Although his words were calm and natural, Sulu could hear a trace of unwillingness and pain in his words. After the end of the war more than 10 years ago, the Federation and the Empire maintained peace on the surface. However, in reality, both sides were still constantly probing each other in the intersecting star fields. Sporadic conflicts and casualties had never stopped. The 4th Military Region was stationed at the space passage to the Magellanic Nebula in the West Woods region. It was a place that both the Federation and the Empire had to fight over. These past few years, wars had been ongoing on those resource planets and even barren planets. Meanwhile, the Bermuda Triangle star field was the best place for both sides to test each other's military strength. I was the class monitor. Originally, I should have been court-martialed. However, my original commanding officer pleaded for me, so I was sent to the Whitewater Company. I've been there for a few years now. My personality is a bit strange. I've killed too many people and I like money too much. That's why no one likes me. After briefly explaining her origins and background for the first time, Bai Yulan never talked about herself in front of Sulu again. This habit lasted for a long time. The two of them walked out of the underground base and followed the self-propelled caterpillar to the platform on the side of the Whitewater Company building. It was almost evening. The sun of the S1 system was moving in the opposite direction. The bright red light shone in the sky above the large Federation farm next to the Whitewater Company, turning the green vegetables into burning flames. Sulu lit his lighter and put his cigarette near the flame. He did not give Bai Yulan a cigarette because he knew that she would not smoke. He looked at Bai Yulan's thin body leaning against the wall of the platform from the corner of his eye. He felt a little strange. Such a surprisingly calm, girl-like man could make that heavy M37 as fierce and agile as a cheetah once he entered the mech. Can you teach me how to operate a mech? Sulu took a puff of his cigarette and asked casually, as if he had suddenly thought of this matter. By now, his understanding of mecha was already extremely deep. In Yue University, he had done countless practice runs and even sparred with Tai Ziyuan many times. But today, after witnessing Bai Yulan's mecha with his own eyes, he finally knew how big the gap was between him and Tai Ziyuan. The key was not the movements, but the fluidity of the black M37's evasive maneuvers. Sulu believed that without using the simulation system, if Bai Yulan were to engage in a mech battle with him, she would only need 2 rounds to successfully use the mech's speed to break through his mech's defenses and knock him out. With your understanding of mecha structure, it won't be difficult for you to master a mech. Bai Yulan was not surprised that Sulu would make such a request. He leaned against the wall of the platform and looked at the vegetable garden outside. He said softly, "The military mecha I usually operate have joysticks. The joysticks are used to simplify commands and directly control the direction of the mech's movement. Below the joysticks are 17 sensitive buttons. They have the same function, but they are basically used to control the firepower system. The prototypes you've worked with before did not have such a setup, so you need to first familiarize yourself with these components. After familiarizing yourself with them, you need to familiarize yourself with the standard military movements. For example, the set of movements I used to test the M37 just now is the tip of the triangular assault formation." Sulu asked curiously, "I've heard of this before, but I don't think I've ever heard of a defensive formation." The greatest advantage of a mech in modern warfare is its mobility. Although the alloy armor's bullet resistance is already very high, it is still unable to withstand the concentrated attacks of heavy firepower. So the key is to touch and leave. Touch and leave was clearly a jargon used by the Federal Army. Sulu did not quite understand. It means to sneakily touch a girl's butt and run away before her boyfriend can react. Such a vivid metaphor that's really rare. Yes, this saying was passed down from the special forces of the 4th Military Region. Because of the image, everyone remembers it. Bai Yulan lowered her head and said, "The characteristics of a mech lie in these aspects. It is a terrifying fighting machine that is born to be used for assault. If it is used for defense, that would be a huge waste. It would be better to stack up a few dozen heavy armored vehicles." The special forces of the Federal Army do not have the bad habit of playing defense. The delicate-looking man continued in a slightly mocking tone, "In this universe, only the Empire would design a special mech defensive formation. That's because those are the royal mechs to ensure the safety of those noble princesses and princes." Sulu shrugged his shoulders. Apart from seeing the Empire's diplomats on TV and those captives who swore to be enemies with the Empire, he really didn't have any direct knowledge of that distant enemy country. However, after hearing Bai Yulan's words, he couldn't help but imagine such an embarrassing scene in his mind, and he couldn't help but laugh. Bai Yulan suddenly stared at his face and said seriously, Of course, if you can help the Federation make the MX, the maneuverability at 4 times the normal power output is frightening beyond imagination. A mech like this can be thrown into a direct battle. Even if it is surrounded by an entire Empire armored battalion, there is still a possibility of breaking through. The MX is a completely new generation of mecha. This will require the military pilots to adapt and even research new battle strategies to be able to bring out the full potential of the MX's maneuverability. This will take a very long time. From the time the new mech is developed to the time it is equipped, the military will need at least 1.5 years to get used to it. After a moment of silence, Sulu opened his mouth to ask, "Are you ready?" Bai Yulan's head was still lowered, but his delicate-looking eyes were narrowed. From the last trip to Hong Kong, he already knew what Sulu had arranged for him to do. However, no matter which angle he looked at it from, he could not resist this temptation. "You will be the Federation's first pilot for the MX mecha." Sulu looked at him and said. After all, Bai Yulan had once operated a dual-engine mecha, so he had a natural advantage in this aspect. Moreover, Sulu could not allow the secret of his ability to use the simulation system to operate mecha to be exposed. Thus, this delicate-looking man in front of him was his best choice. "I've been preparing for this." Bai Yulan raised his head and smiled faintly. "Sometimes when I think about it, I should be the one giving you 20 million. To be the new generation's chief pilot for the MX mecha was bound to be a great honor, which was why Bai Yulan had said so." Sulu only noticed the other's smile. For the first time, he found that Secretary Bai could also shine brightly under the sun. "I've operated mecha before, but I always felt that when you were operating the M37 earlier, the mecha's movements seemed to have some sort of rhythm. After operating for a long time, I'm familiar with it. I've memorized all the standard combinations. Every mecha will be imprinted with the pilot's personal habits and movements. We usually call this the mecha style. Madman Li, you should know what style his mecha is?" Sulu suddenly asked with a frown. Bai Yulan looked at him quietly and said seriously, "One year, I once saw him in the West Woods. He opened wide and closed wide, crazy as could be. Probably only the old war god could raise such a grandson. I know that your individual combat ability is very strong, so strong that you don't fear him. But I'm warning you, if Madman Li is in a mecha, you'd better stay away even if you're operating the MX." Chapter 231. What's the style of the mecha you operate? Sulu asked curiously as he finished the last puff of his cigarette. "No style." Bai Yulan leaned against the wall of the platform and replied softly, "Maybe it's just more accurate." Sulu shrugged. Although he was not satisfied with this answer, there was nothing he could do. A true ace mecha pilot's battle style could only be displayed on a real battlefield. It was indeed difficult to describe it with words. He was just a little curious. When this young lady Bai Yulan truly operated her mecha to the extreme, would she also have the same tranquil, elegant and natural look as if she was grooming herself in front of a mirror? As the sun continued to set, the Federation's farm on the other side of the courtyard wall also began to quietly shake off the sea of fire. It became a quiet green oil painting, gradually dimming until it was almost impossible to see clearly. Sulu took a set of car keys from Bai Yulan's hands. Carrying the heavy black leather suitcase, he hurriedly left Whitewater Company and headed straight for the place he had agreed to meet with Secretary Shen. It was a very ordinary fast food restaurant. Sulu sent the file hidden in the workbench to Secretary Shen's portable computer. Frowning, he said, "In the past, I had an agreement with Tai Ziyuan. He promised me that he would do his best to prevent that person from being elected as the Federation's vice president. But that fellow disappeared without a trace. I don't know where he went." "You don't have to say anything. I won't ask you. It's just that since he ran away so irresponsibly, I have to do something. The things in this file should be of some use to you. I hope you can use them well." Secretary Shen gently stirred the instant coffee in front of him. He smiled silently, but his mood was a little strange. He did not know that the Crown Prince had actually made such an agreement with Sulu before. He raised his head and very sharply sensed that Sulu was looking at something out of the corner of his eye. His smile deepened and he said, "You don't have to look for him. When I go out to do things, I don't have the habit of bringing people with me." Sulu was indeed looking for Secretary Shen's bodyguard. Shunli was now Lady Tai's chief secretary. He stood at the front desk and was in charge of handling the communications between the Tai family and the outside world. Tai Ziyuan had gone to S2 and remained silent. From a certain perspective, Secretary Shen was equivalent to the Tai family spokesperson in the Federation. His safety was naturally of the utmost importance to the Tai family. Hearing Xin Li's explanation, Sulu smiled and began to focus on destroying the 4 pieces of bread on the plate in front of him. He did not have the habit of bringing people with him. On one hand, it showed that he was like Shi Qinghai, a person who came from the First Academy and was extremely confident in his abilities. On the other hand, since the entire Federation knew that Secretary Xin was the representative of the Tai family, who would dare to provoke him? The Tai family had only one son for 7 generations. Perhaps there would be some daring people who dared to plot against Tai Ziyuan's life and death. However, if they wanted to kill Secretary Xin, other than angering the Tai family, there would be no benefits. Although Secretary Shin's explanation was simple, it was filled with endless confidence in the terrifying abilities of the Tai family. Sulu chewed on the bread and couldn't help but feel a little shaken. This was probably the magnanimity that came from having power. Secretary Shin didn't know that his words had caused Sulu to think so much. He was just a little surprised at this young man's appetite. Sulu had already eaten 4 pieces of bread and drank 3 cups of soy milk, but Sulu still didn't seem to have any intention of stopping. Sulu lowered his head and tore the bread into a few pieces. He felt that someone was staring at him. With the bread crumbs in his mouth, he vaguely explained, "I get hungry easily, especially after working." In just a few minutes' time, Sulu had memorized the positions and functions of the 17 sensitive touch buttons on the control stick. Not long after that, he had familiarized himself with the control stick's method of borrowing data and commands. His left hand began to operate the mecha smoothly. After all, he had been immersed in the design of mecha since he was young. In the past 2 years he had conducted serious, even obsessive research on the Federation's M-series mecha. It was not difficult for him to familiarize himself with the control methods of military mecha. His left hand controlled the control stick, while his right hand slid along the ergonomic sliding slot on the touchscreen. Through the helmet that covered most of his face, the rapidly scrolling analysis images appeared on the screen before his eyes. The infrared sensors and vision of the M37 mecha's head were accurately transmitted to Suli's eyes. Sulu took a deep breath and pushed the control stick slightly. The 5 fingers of his right hand moved as fast as lightning as he entered several data commands on the touchscreen. In the airtight control room, he could not hear the powerful roar of the engine at the back of the mecha's waist. However, he could clearly feel a large propulsive force penetrating his body from the attachment pad below his buttocks. It was just like the feeling of riding a space shuttle from the ground into outer space. However, this propulsive force was much more ferocious, and the vibrations were so great that the average person would find it hard to bear. Sulu was no stranger to this feeling. In Area H1 of Yue University, he had once operated the M-series prototype mecha to perform many Level 6 mecha tests. He had also sparred with Tai Ziyuan many times. Thus, after more than half a year, he only needed a few seconds to get used to this feeling, and even vaguely fall in love with it. The black M37 mecha began to operate at high speed. Wearing his helmet, Sulu narrowed his eyes, enjoying the thrill of the mecha's large-scale leaps. Being inside the alloy mecha, he could not feel the wind blowing against his face, so there was not much of a sense of high speed. However, the intense vibrations and the additional pale green images in the helmet's vision compared to the real world. Those images that flashed by quickly allowed Sulu to easily capture the feeling of mechanical power and human will merging into one. This was probably a kind of awe-inspiring feeling that could destroy and protect everything. Perhaps calling it awe-inspiring was not the right word. Sulu stared at the data feeds on the pale green image, and through the control stick and the data commands in his right hand, he quickly adjusted the mecha's evasive posture, rotation, and leaps. He did not close his eyes, but his mind wandered a little. He thought of a work on aesthetics that the uncle had forced him to read at Heshi State University. In that work, one of the Federation's most famous aesthetics experts in the 17th constitutional era had put forward an argument that the ultimate, most soul-stirring beauty in the world was silence. That was silence. Although the teleportation of a human mecha was incomparably fast, and its maneuverability in a small space was extremely strong, due to the solemnity of the mecha's metallic nature, when compared to the relative stillness of the pilot in the cockpit, it could create a kind of serene beauty. Perhaps this was somewhat contradictory, but it was also so natural. One person operating a heavy mecha up to 6 meters tall, feeling the faint presence of machinery and electrical elements in the cockpit. All around him, there was only the faint static from the listening devices and the heavy footsteps of the mecha coming from the cockpit. There was extreme stillness within extreme movement. Sulu suddenly had an illusion. Controlling the mecha, as long as he was calm, he would be a black reef in the ocean, and as long as he moved, he would be a violent meteor streaking through the atmosphere, able to burn a scorched scar into the blue sky at any time. His heart skipped a beat, and he could no longer control the desire in his heart. Tossing aside all the standard federal military movements in his mind, his left hand turned the control stick abruptly, and his right hand swept across the touchscreen. Within 1 second, he had entered 4 data commands in succession, and the engine behind the M37 mecha's waist abruptly reversed. "You're crazy. Don't do this kind of action." An extremely furious voice suddenly rang out from within the helmet. Usually, the owner of that voice was used to speaking softly, but at this moment he was actually so angry. Sulu was slightly taken aback, but he was already unable to stop the M37 mecha from kicking up its right mechanical leg after a sudden turn of the body. The heavy body of the mecha instantly flew upwards, drawing a beautiful line in the air. Bai Yulan held a cup of tea, silently observing the activity in the mecha combat room. However, his heart was not as calm as he appeared on the surface. Sulu had tossed him 20 million so casually, so he was already prepared to risk his life. However, the more he interacted with this seemingly ordinary young man, the more he felt that the other was not ordinary. At least, he was very sure that if he did not have a gun by his side, he would definitely not be willing to engage in close combat with Sulu. Since that was the case, how could he risk his life? What surprised him even more was Su Li's current performance in operating the mecha. He had never imagined that someone who had only come into contact with military-use mecha for the first time would actually be able to operate the mecha to such an extent in such a short period of time. He knew that Sulu was a freak, a genius in the field of mecha repair. He had also come into contact with prototype mecha at Lihua University, but he still could not understand how Sulu had managed to do this. Although the movements of the M37 in the mecha combat room were somewhat sluggish and stiff from the feedback of the data, the quality of Su Li's execution of the standard military movements was not bad, and his evasive response was shockingly high. This kind of performance was too shocking, unless Su Li was a naturally thick-skinned person who had no fear of the unknown. Bai Yulan did not know that Su Li's reaction when operating the mecha was basically through the heat flow in his body. His nerves were indeed thicker than the average person's. Bai Yulan was very satisfied, even a little surprised by the first performance of the M37. Holding his teacup, he thought to himself, this freak Sulu now only lacks familiarity with the mecha, and the experience cultivated through countless real battles. Of course, experience was also the most important thing. Just like driving a car, a newbie could still drive a car on the road. A thick-skinned newbie like Sulu could even drive a car at 200 km per hour, but he could not be like a real racing driver who could still perfectly avoid obstacles and protect himself at high speeds. If he could go to the front lines and train for 6 or 7 years, he might really be able to pilot a mecha and go up against Madman Li. As Bai Yulan thought this, he noticed from the corner of his eye that the high-speed M37 mecha was performing an extremely difficult extreme braking maneuver on the slippery ground. He abruptly raised his head. The sturdy alloy mecha's mechanical legs had tracks attached to them in combat mode, and the alloy toes were used to grip the ground. When braking at high speeds, this maneuver could be completed by relying on the power of the engine, but the heavy weight of the mecha's cockpit could not be absorbed by the mecha's automatic deformation. It basically had to be placed entirely on the pilot's body. The heavy mecha's brakes created a long trail of sparks and smoke on the slippery, hard floor. Bai Yulan's eyes narrowed, not understanding why Su Lu had suddenly performed such a maneuver. Then he noticed that after the heavy impact, the black mecha's body had sunk slightly, but its right mechanical leg had been raised. Mecha combat technique. A suicidal jump attack. Bai Yulan stood up abruptly and shouted into the communicator, "You're crazy." Chapter 232. After these 3 words, Bai Yulan had wanted to say a few more, but then she stopped abruptly. Because she had already seen that the black M37 had already leapt off the ground amidst a piercing whistle. Following a powerful kick from its right mechanical leg, the mecha which had released all of its power in an instant after its descent came to an abrupt halt. In mid-air of the spacious mecha combat room, the entire mecha hung upside down, swiftly drawing an arc in the air. The high-speed friction between the surface of the mecha and the air intensified, and the whistle became even more shrill. The black mecha seemed to have come to a halt in mid-air, abruptly ending its upside-down action. Amidst a series of loud metallic noises, the mecha began to fall rapidly towards the ground. However, in that very short period of time, the mecha which had clearly been on the verge of losing its balance seemed to have been injected with power once more. It forcefully twisted its waist and abdomen, separating the two mechanical legs in front and back, and stood firmly on the solid ground. With two muffled clangs, the thick mechanical legs of the black M37 bore the brunt of the tremendous force, stomping two small deformed pits into the solid metal floor of the combat room. Meanwhile, the mechanical legs of the mecha also began to tremble, as if it could topple over at any moment. But it did not topple over. Forcefully maintaining its balance, the engine continued to pump out power, allowing the mecha to continuously perform fine maneuvers and adjustments under this precarious situation. In the end, it successfully completed this rough landing. Amidst the hissing sounds of hydraulic transmissions, the black mecha slowly descended about 20 centimeters. All the important metal joints were readjusted, and the engine slowly reduced its output power, no longer moving. The two mechanical legs were one in front and one behind, but the mechanical arms were extended in mid-air to help balance the mecha. In this movement, the massive mecha seemed so quiet and powerful. Bai Yulan stared silently at the motionless mecha under the control panel. Her rapidly beating heart gradually calmed down, but her eyes narrowed slightly. From this black M37, she had actually found a sense of serenity. This was of course not a standard military mecha combat move. In the federal military textbooks, there had never been a case of jumping into mid-air to court death like this. The mobility of a military mecha which weighed up to several tens of tons relied on its powerful engine, as well as the massive reaction force provided by the planet's surface. Just like the slogan of the first military academy's mecha department, mecha cannot exist in a castle in the sky. Mecha must be grounded. The act of leaping in midair was a move that every fighter pilot in the military had to master. However, the violent midair somersault like the black M37 just now was a test of the pilot's control in the instant before landing. This was because as the mech itself rotated at high speeds, the automatic balancing system used to stabilize the mech would experience a short period of data loss. This was especially true for the black M37's additional action of the mid-air leg splits. The calculations and command output required at the last moment were unimaginably difficult. Don't do this again. If you were in the army, you would have been grounded by your superiors. Bai Yulan said quietly into the communication device. He had concealed the shock in his heart very well. Although he thought that Sulu was a freak, he still believed that this guy was just lucky to be able to land the M37 safely. The mechanical legs of a fighter mecha are mainly used for evasion and movement, but the attack method is focused on the upper body's firepower system and combat skills. Although because of the simulation of operations humans are still the most suitable to pilot humanoid mecha, but a mecha is not a human body. If you still have to make lower body movements at high speeds, you will only fall very badly, Bai Yulan said seriously into the communication device in an indifferent tone. In the cockpit of the black M37 below the control panel, Sulu listened to the sound from the helmet and was silent for a long time. Then he took off the helmet and carelessly rubbed his hair that was completely wet. He himself did not know why he had done that action just now. It was indeed completely against the requirements of the military's teaching materials, but he had the urge to do it, and he had done it. However, listening to the data analysis of the onboard computer and Bai Yulan's warning, he felt a faint lingering fear in his heart. In that last moment before landing, there had indeed been some danger. If it had not been for the warm current in his body converting his will into data input between his fingers at the fastest speed possible, the M37 beneath him might have really slammed into the ground. Based on the speed at which it had been traveling, the M37 would have been heavily damaged, and he would have been injured as well. Due to the excessive power output of the engine at the very last second, the mecha had automatically shut down some energy-consuming functions, so the temperature in the cockpit was somewhat stuffy. Sulu exhaled softly, wiping away the beads of sweat that had trickled down his chin. Suddenly he thought, just how fast was his hand speed at the very last second? Only those idiots who think of themselves as geniuses would do such dangerous and useless actions. Bai Yulan held a teacup and looked at Sulu, who had just finished showering beside her. She said calmly, although I have never been to a military academy, I have heard from my colleagues that in the 3 major military academies and the Westwoods Military Academy's mobility department, every year, there would be a few idiots who did not follow the military standard manual and tried to operate a mecha to perform a flying kick, a flip fork, a 720-degree landing, these kinds of idiotic ideas, and were successfully injured from the fall. Sulu used a towel to dry his wet hair and smiled somewhat embarrassedly. He did not know that last year in the mecha combat room at Lihua University, Zhou Yu had once questioned his operation. After all, he had come from an unorthodox background. In Area H1 6th level test, he had only known how to use all possible methods to dodge. How could he have known that mecha operation in real life was strictly prohibited from doing such things? But I feel that if these moves are mastered well, they should be very advantageous in close-range mecha combat. Sulu felt his arm go numb and he leaned back. A mecha's mobility mainly lies in its movement on the ground. Jumping into the air won't make your teleportation faster, and fancy movements won't make your attack stronger. Bai Yulan took a sip of tea and said, "Actually, this is the same principle as close-range combat. I've observed your moves before. Both your feet have never completely left the ground. This shows that you understand this principle very well." Sulu was silent for a moment. The 10 stances that Uncle Fengyu had taught him were all strange and heroic body movement techniques. The footwork of both feet was indeed very strange, but in these 10 stances, there was indeed no leaping movement. In fact, both feet had never left the ground at the same time. Every step forward was a sliding step, and the distance between the feet was at most a few centimeters. Could it be that this was the reason? Su Li's eyes narrowed out of habit. Feeling the violent feeling of the mecha's legs in the air and the gravitational pull of the somersault, he felt that the combat between a mecha and a human should be different. Those movements made him feel very different, an indescribable feeling. "I'll be more careful in the future." Sulu smiled and said to Bai Yulan, "You can go back first. Thank you for teaching me so much today." These words were not out of politeness. For Sulu, who had come from an unorthodox background, to be able to operate a military mecha so skillfully in such a short period of time, it was definitely because Bai Yulan had imparted all her years of military experience to him. "Then I'll be leaving first." Bai Yulan did not stand on ceremony. Holding her teacup, she gently stood up and lowered her head to ask, "You still want to practice? We don't have any support staff at this time. If there is a problem, I'm afraid it will be more troublesome." Right now it was already 11 o'clock at night. Sulu did not want anyone to see him operate a mecha. Of course, he did not mind that there were no support technicians around. He nodded at Bai Yulan. Bai Yulan was silent for a moment. Before she left, she said, "Don't think too much. After all, you're not from the Lees of Philadelphia." Sulu was the only one left in the spacious battle room. He rested for a moment, then walked over to the control panel and turned off all the data acquisition devices. He also turned on the automatic shutdown system outside the battle room. After confirming that it was late at night and that there was no one else around, he picked up the black leather case and jumped back into the cockpit of the M37. The cockpit was designed for a single person, but it had left some storage space, so there was no problem putting the black leather case inside. After passing the fingerprint check, he opened the black leather case and took out a set of clothes that looked very soft but were actually quite heavy. In reality, this was of course not clothes. It was an antique simulation system that Sulu had modified after he had been inspired by the database in Professor Shin's laboratory. The external material of this simulation system was a type of polymer material, but inside, there were countless micron-scale sensor chips. It was extremely complex. If it had not been modified based on the design concepts of his predecessors, Sulu would probably never have been able to create this thing. Staring blankly at this simulation system, Sulu actually felt a little fearful for a moment. He did not know if he could actually succeed. His success in Area H1 had only been instantaneous. Being able to break through the defenses of Zhou Yu's mecha in that split second was all because of this. Li Xiaotong had invested 40 million. Other than the card he had given to Bai Yulan, most of the rest of the money had been invested in the modification of this simulation system. Compared to that, the workbench was really cheap. The interface between the simulation system and the M-series mecha had already been prepared beforehand. Although the input ports had long been removed from the later stages of the M-series mecha, the internal chip assembly lines had not been changed much. Sulu began to carefully and seriously reconnect. Controlling a mecha was as crazy as driving a car, and modifying a mecha was as daring and reckless as modifying a car. Among the mechanical engineers of the Federation, probably only Sulu, a student who had been led astray by Uncle Fengyu, would do such a thing. After an indeterminate amount of time, Sulu finally raised his head again and applied 2 drops of eye drops. Every strand of his freshly washed hair was covered in sweat. He exhaled lightly and licked his somewhat dry lips. Taking off his clothes, he put them into the black leather case and secured the case in the storage area. He pressed a button on a small tool in his hand. A faint blue light seeped out from his hand and quickly covered the entire cockpit. However, it did not penetrate the exterior of the mecha. Sulu confirmed that this kind of interference would not affect the system of the mecha itself, and only then did he relax. He had already thrown away 2 of these little blue devices, and this was the 3rd one he had made. However, he was not worried because the self-destruct mechanism of this little device was extremely powerful. Any attempt to crack the fingerprint lock would be blocked. No matter who picked it up, they would not be able to find out the true purpose of this little device. The structure of this little blue device was not complicated, but it could allow a person to temporarily hide under the brilliance of the first charter. Only the uncle's genius brain could have come up with such a nature-defying design. Sulu took a deep breath and looked quietly at the blue light in his hand, drawing courage and confidence from it. Since he was the uncle's only student, his modification of the simulation system would definitely not fail. Wearing only a pair of underwear, Sulu sat in the stuffy cockpit of the mecha like a naked and restless baby. After putting on the simulation system, he felt as if his body was covered with a heavy silk blanket. Every inch of his skin felt slightly taut. This phenomenon of the complete opposite of the sense of touch and pressure on his skin made it difficult for him to get used to in a short period of time. Plugging in the power supply and restarting the initial operation, the computer system was re-authenticated. The simulation system began to operate, and countless numbness appeared on his naked skin. Gradually, this feeling disappeared, but there were still some small prickling pains, as if many ants were courageously advancing into his pores. Fortunately, this feeling did not last long, otherwise Sulu would definitely have thought that the awesome engineers of the previous generation had designed this kind of system purely for extorting confessions through torture. The cockpit door slowly closed and the sealed air hissed for the last time. Then the engine behind the tall M37 began to roar. However, Sulu could no longer hear this sound. He could only look nervously at the data display in his helmet, waiting for the moment when the simulation system was completely connected. The black M37 still stood solemnly in the middle of the combat room. In the cockpit, Sulu closed his eyes and slowly felt the wonderful sensation on his skin. Then he began to mobilize the power in his body. A slightly scorching warmth flowed according to his will, quickly occupying his entire body. Following those wide channels, it passed through his bones, tendons, blood, and flesh, releasing slightly onto the surface of his skin. The simulation system collected physiological signals from the human body's muscles and skin. Sulu seemed to have found a way for the simulation system to also identify the power in his body. This dual signal collection was the key to success. However, he did not have the slightest bit of confidence. It should be known that every success in the Federation's scientific career was based on countless failures. Sulu opened his eyes and looked at the pale green display screen before him. After a moment of silence, he moved his little finger. In the spacious combat room, the alloy finger hanging by the waist of the black M37 suddenly moved with a buzzing sound. So small, so wonderful. In the middle of the night, Yulan returned to the Whitewater Company base. The CEO's office had specially allocated a mecha combat room for Team 7 to use. At this time, only he and Sulu had the password to enter. He opened the door and saw the scene in the combat room. Subconsciously, he stopped in his tracks. Because of Uncle Kong's final words in front of the Peninsula Hotel in Hong Kong, Yulan had been guessing Su Li's true identity. That was why he had mentioned the Lees of Philadelphia earlier. He had already left, but he was worried that Sulu would listen to his warning and forcefully experiment with those dangerous mecha movements. So he had turned back halfway. As one of the most cold-blooded and powerful pilots in the federal military, Yulan had a lot of hidden abilities. He had even completed those dangerous movements before, and had done them even more beautifully. So, although he had been surprised by Su Li's comprehension, he had not thought much of it. After all, the purpose of a mecha was to attack the target, not to perform. However, at this moment he saw a black mecha moving quickly in the combat room using a strange movement technique. At the highest level of speed, it actually moved and leaped easily, and then executed a mid-air chopping and somersaulting move. Yulan's eyes narrowed. When he saw that M37 in Su Li's hands effortlessly execute 7 consecutive mid-air chopping moves, his right hand finally could not help but subconsciously reach into the left pocket of his shirt. He, who had never smoked, silently lit a cigarette for himself. He focused on that black mecha moving quickly and crazily as it moved forward. Even if this was a performance, this kind of ability was a little too frightening. Yulan stuffed the cigarette between his lips and took a deep drag. Suddenly he remembered the words he had said to Sulu this afternoon. It looked like he had been wrong. Even if Madman Li was in the mecha, this kid should still be able to put up a fight against that guy. He just needed some experience in killing intent. Sulu did not know that that night, Bai Yulan had personally witnessed him using the simulation system to operate his mecha. He had only confirmed one thing. Although that modified simulation system still had many flaws, such as being too inconvenient and slow in collecting data, it was already able to provide him with powerful support, allowing him to operate his mecha and perform those unimaginable moves. Of course, he did not give up on standard mecha training just like that. After all, if he wanted to operate a mecha in the future, the most important method would still be this joystick and touchscreen input method. Sulu could not possibly modify all of his mecha to be like this M37. His performance during standard training puzzled Bai Yulan, because it was completely different from his crazy maneuvering that night. Moreover, Bai Yulan also noticed that M37 seemed to have been modified in some way by Sulu. Sulu was not worried that Bai Yulan would find out anything because he trusted him and he had to trust him. If he did not even have a trustworthy companion by his side, this kind of life would be a little too troublesome. Just like that, dozens of days quietly passed by in this kind of boring repetition. Zhou had long been discharged from the hospital, and the little baby was now even cuter than before. However, the distant wedding date made the minister's wife somewhat displeased, while Zhou's brother seemed to have sensed something. During this period of time, Sulu had gone to Hong Kong 4 times to speed up the process of helping the Nutshell Engineering Department develop the MX Mecha. After all, an undercurrent was already surging towards that Senator Macklin, and the Empire was also making good use of this opportunity. After some thought, Sulu decided not to let his personal hatred affect the interests of the Federation. Under the accompaniment of the muffled rain at the end of August, Sulu and Bai Yulan once again boarded the high-speed rail, heading towards Hong Kong with great familiarity. However, at this time, neither of them could have imagined that there was a problem waiting for them. Chapter 233. In the short span of 2 months, Sulu had already lost count of how many times he had come to Hong Kong. Returning to his old haunt in the rain, his mood was very relaxed, completely different from the first time he had come to Hong Kong. This bustling metropolis was no longer like that cold and indifferent monster. The girls on the streets with their tender breasts and tight thighs only made him feel very happy. The mountain torrents along New Yuezhou had long receded, so it was still early when the high-speed train arrived at Hong Kong. Outside the secret exit, there was already a car waiting for Sulu and the other. Now they were no longer staying at the Peninsula Hotel, but had directly gotten a temporary apartment in the industrial park. However, they had only stayed there a few times. Even the job of anonymously purchasing train tickets had been taken over by Secretary Shen. As early as a month ago, the Nutshell Engineering Department had formally reported to the relevant departments of the Federation government that the MX Mecha Research and Development Project had once again started. This kind of matter and the hidden meaning behind it would definitely attract the attention of a considerable number of people. Sulu also didn't think that after coming here so many times and cooperating with the engineering department for so long, he could still keep it a secret from the Federal Academy of Science and the other powers, so he didn't really care much about Secretary Shen and the Nutshell Engineering Department's secrecy work. However, Secretary Shen and Chief Steward Jose seemed to be extremely confident in controlling the engineering department. In fact, until today, Su Li's underground work in the engineering department had indeed not been leaked. Because of this, Su Lu had a clearer understanding of the terrifying influence of the Tai family in the Federation. Only a few people knew about the research and development of the new generation MX Mecha. The tens of billions of people in the Federation had not heard anything. For them, the quadrennial Federation presidential election was the most important thing in their lives. Although no one had forgotten the shock caused by the terrorist attack on the peace concert in the 4 states during the summer holiday, it had also become a part of the presidential election. The leader of the anti-government forces, Nan Shui, accepted an official interview with the Federation News Channel for the first time. He sternly denied that the armed forces in the mountains had anything to do with this terrorist attack, and also sternly condemned this violent method of harming the innocent. The anti-government forces used this extremely sincere gesture to slightly reduce the anger in the hearts of some Federation citizens. However, there were still more people who directly targeted them. Normally speaking, on the side of the presidential election, Senator Pabre should have remained silent after expressing his condemnation. Because at this time, every time he defended the anti-government forces, his political opponents could interpret it as, in order to protect his political capital to participate in the election, that illusory peace agreement, Senator Payable did not hesitate to turn black into white, forget his own position and speak up for those butchers. However, this respected member of parliament stood up bravely with a determination and stubbornness that was completely different from the Federation politicians. Through the glass of the freight car, Sulu looked at the campaign posters on the street and narrowed his eyes. The background color on the posters was pure dark blue, and there was a silhouette in front. It was the silhouette of Senator Pobre when he arrived at the Green Dragon Mountain Airport by military plane on the last day of last year. The silhouette was very clear. The lower hem of the senator's windbreaker was blown up and then turned into a campaign slogan. "That's our president." He thought of the sentence Shi Qinghai said in the bar. At this moment he naturally understood the deeper meaning of Mr. Shi's words. Although Su Le very much appreciated the attitude of this fellow countryman, he had to admit that this approach was difficult to please in front of the voters. The public opinion poll conducted by the Federation News Channel the day before yesterday had already proven the problems caused by the attack on the concert and Senator Pobre's attitude after the incident. The election combination of Ross and Macklin was almost as good as Pobre's. "This is our president," Sulu said to himself in his heart. "There's a situation in front." The truck driver suddenly said in a deep voice. The specific process of Su Lee's entry into the Nutshell Engineering Department had been arranged by Blackhawk Security Company. With Xuanayin's identity, it was naturally impossible for him to always be their driver, so the current driver was replaced. In the past few days there had been no problems, but what happened today? Sulu glanced at Bai Yulan and was infected by the calmness of this delicate man. The worry in his heart was slightly reduced. At this time, the truck had just driven from the industrial park to the engineering department when it was stopped by a checkpoint. It was obvious that this was a temporary checkpoint. Sulu looked through a small crack at the black-clothed guards near the checkpoint. He suddenly felt that they looked familiar and his heart skipped a beat. "People from the company?" Bai Yulan lowered her eyes and said softly. Supervisor Jose had already prepared the entry and exit documents for the truck, but the guards at the checkpoint didn't seem to see those documents at all. They directly got on the truck, turned off the engine and then opened the back compartment. Under the cold muzzle of the gun, Sulu and Bai Yulan got off the truck. The port city, like the capital special district, was shrouded in the sultry August rain. The rain flowed down their hair. Sulu looked at the well-trained and silent guards in black and understood what Bai Yulan meant. These people were professional mercenaries of the Whitewater Company. The rain gradually increased under the lights, but the black-clad mercenaries were not disorganized. They vigilantly escorted Sulu and Bai Yulan to the checkpoint. The temporary checkpoint was only a few cars. In front of the headlights of a car, someone was holding an umbrella. Under the umbrella was an official wearing glasses. The Shell Motor Company was a core area of the Federation. In order to not attract public criticism, the security around the engineering department was basically handed over to the Federation's Whitewater Security Company. Since this company was basically the son of the Ministry of Defense, the Federation government was naturally very assured. Looking at the solemn-looking guards in the rain, Sulu felt a sense of danger. But since they didn't intend to kill him at the beginning, it meant that they knew his background and didn't have the guts to do so. But when he saw the official, he felt that today's matter would be particularly troublesome. He had seen the official once in the Husk Institute. The official was the chief technical director of the Shell Motor Company's board of directors. He also held the position of an independent technical director. His position was very high and not ordinary people could compare to him. Under the black umbrella, the chief technical director of the Shell Motor Company looked coldly at Sulu and Bai Yulan, who were escorted over, and said softly, "Whitewater Company's 7th technical director Sulu and secretary Bai Yulan have violated the company's internal confidentiality rules and will be immediately detained for investigation. After the investigation, according to the relevant laws of the Federation, according to the facts of the crime, they will be transferred to the military court under the Ministry of Defense." Chapter 234. It was late at night in the outer area of the engineering department. It was raining heavily in August. The dark clouds covered all the nebulas. In the darkness, the headlights of the cars were somewhat dazzling due to the rain. Sulu looked at the official under the umbrella and narrowed his eyes. He knew that the secret that he helped the engineering department was finally exposed. He just couldn't figure out whether the other party wanted to deal with him or to steal the fruit again. But no matter what, it shouldn't be the case that the big shot under the umbrella came to Hong Kong personally. Shell Motor Company was a giant Federation enterprise that prioritized technology. Under the supervision of the board of directors, The real backbone of the company was the engineering and technical staff. Sulu was also one of the engineering and technical staff, but he was only a third-level technical supervisor. The official under the umbrella was the chief technical consultant of the Shell Motor Company. The chief technical consultant automatically became the independent technical director of the board of directors of Shell Motor Company. With the status of Shell Motor Company in the Federation, any member of the board of directors had great power and status. After the nutshell technical director under the umbrella finished speaking, he returned to silence. Through the pair of glasses he waited for his answer. At this time the rain was getting heavier and heavier. It stretched over the black umbrella above his head and splashed some water on the glasses. But the big shot didn't bother to wipe it off. He just looked at Sulu and wanted to know if this important young man would resist. They were surrounded by Whitewater Company's guards in black rainproof combat suits. Sulu knew that these people were either mercenaries who killed without batting an eyelid or special forces trained by the military. No matter how confident he was in by Yulan and himself, he didn't think of resisting because these black-clothed guards were holding their spears tightly. At this time an umbrella came to Sulu's head and blocked the rain from falling from the sky. Sulu looked back and saw Secretary Bai standing behind him with her head down. He didn't know when this person turned from beside him into an umbrella. The rainy night was dark and wet, and the industrial park was silent. Only the area illuminated by the headlights of the cars was still facing each other. The difference in the number of people on both sides was too great, so this confrontation seemed to be about to end. However, as soon as this umbrella appeared, only the independent director and Sulu were not worried about the consequences. It subtly turned the atmosphere around. Sulu looked at things with a sharpness that was completely inconsistent with his sincere appearance. From the moment he was stopped by the checkpoint to the appearance of this Mr. Independent Director, he quickly analyzed the situation and confirmed that the other party had a rough idea of his background, so he didn't dare to use force recklessly. However, the other party would definitely do everything possible to isolate him from the engineering department to ensure that the Federal Academy of Science would be the first to successfully develop MX. He wiped the rain off his face, stared at the director's glasses and said, "I don't understand what confidentiality rules I violated. You don't have to explain anything. I am honored that you came here specifically for me, but I think you should know that I now have long-term access to the engineering department." As if she wanted to add momentum to Sulu's rebuttal, Bai Magnolia, who had been holding an umbrella behind him with her head slightly lowered, raised her head and coldly scanned the surrounding Whitewater Company guards. Her eyes were calm and quiet, but there was an extremely repressed coldness in them. The headlights of the cars were originally a little hazy due to the heavy rain, but the moment Bai Magnolia raised her head, a flash of lightning suddenly flashed through the ink-like rain clouds in the sky, illuminating the dim world for a moment and revealing the delicate face in front of everyone. When the surrounding Whitewater mercenaries in black combat suits saw this delicate and quiet face, the originally cold and silent formation changed a little. It was not a commotion, but it was vigilance, absolute vigilance. This was because they all recognized this face. This face could only belong to Bai Magnolia, the former combat manager of the company's 7th team. Within the Whitewater Company, this delicate man was not famous because no one was willing to talk about him. The Whitewater mercenaries, who killed without blinking an eye, felt fear from the depths of their hearts when they talked about this man who looked like a woman but was more ruthless than anyone else. The independent director looked at the two people in the rain indifferently. He had no desire to debate with them. Today's trip to Hong Kong was mainly to use his position in the company to suppress the backlash from the engineering department. As for Sulu and the secretary behind him, he was a little afraid of their background, but he was not worried that they would dare to confront so many combat personnel directly. Although they were faintly uneasy, the combat personnel in black still pressed forward. They did not pay attention to Sulu, who looked very ordinary. Instead, they focused most of their attention on the seemingly fragile Bai Magnolia. Their muzzles were aimed at his vital points, and their eyes did not leave his wrist. This was because they knew very well how terrifying this delicate man's close combat ability was. Back in the Bermuda Triangle Star region, this man even killed 7 Bermuda bandits with only a small knife. At this time, although the other party did not have a gun in his hand, they still did not dare to let their guard down. Bai Magnolia still held the umbrella, but she took a step forward and blocked in front of Sulu. Her left hand quietly reached into her trouser pocket. It was such a simple action, but it made the movements of the armed guards next to her pause. These people could feel the danger from Bai Magnolia's action, so they did not understand why Bai Magnolia, as an employee of the company, still wanted to protect Sulu despite the board's order. This was not in line with Magnolia's usual style. Thinking of this, Su Li's figure became somewhat unfathomable in their hearts. Clearly, this young technical director did not have the slightest unusual aura, but he was able to subdue this beautiful knife. It was really hard to imagine. By some time, Sulu knew that the current situation was very troublesome. If he did not resist, with the other party's strong power in the Federation, they could easily put him under house arrest for many days without doing anything to him. The chief technical director, seeing Su Li's slightly moving lips, suddenly said with a smile, "Don't try to resist. Although I don't want to, I think there should be a lot of people who would like to see an accident happen." Su Li's palm gently rested on by Yulan's shoulder, preventing her from unleashing a vicious attack that at this moment, two people hurriedly ran over from the engineering department. They didn't even bother to use the umbrellas in their hands to block the rain. They angrily scolded the Whitewater Company's soldiers from the outside before rushing in. The independent director's face was a bit gloomy. Although he knew that there was absolutely no way to hide what happened tonight from the engineering department, he did not expect that Jose could discover the board's little trick in such a short time under the cover of the dark night and heavy rain. Manager Jose was soaking wet. Looking at the tense situation, he took a deep breath and calmed the anger in his heart. He looked back at the director and said in a deep voice, "I personally approved Su Li's long-term authority. Is there a problem?" "No problem." The director's face was slightly gloomy and he bluntly criticized, "You should know where your approval authority is. Do you not have any rules? Do you still have any respect for the board?" The Nutshell Company was a huge corporation. There were many departments under it, and an important territory like the engineering department naturally had a different status. If it were to be compared to an ancient dynasty, Jose was like a feudal lord. However, the independent technical director from the board was like an imperial envoy. Unless the engineering department dared to rebel, whether it was in terms of power or qualifications, he had no way to go against the board. Therefore, the director used a reprimanding tone to speak and did not give Jose any face at all. In fact, in this tense situation tonight, the internal disputes of the Nutshell Company had already begun to appear. Zhou Yu raised his umbrella and covered Jose's head. He looked at Sulu with concern. Sulu shook his head, indicating that there was no problem. After Jose calmed down for a moment, he said to this big shot, "This is not a research institute, this is the engineering department. According to the rules of the board of directors, I have the qualifications to approve. If you have any objections to my qualifications, you can raise them at the board meeting, but do not make it difficult for our staff." Sulu is a staff member of the engineering department. He was not in the past, not today, and definitely not in the future. The director said with a serious face, "You have the qualifications to approve, but do not forget that Sulu came into contact with the top secret MX of the Federation. According to the classification, these approvals are in the company's headquarters. I don't remember when the board of directors gave you the right to make your own decisions." His next sentence directly shattered Jose's thoughts of wanting to protect Sulu. "The board of directors has an emergency meeting. We have temporarily stripped your qualifications to approve. All the new staff members who came into contact with MX in the past 2 months will all be brought back for investigation. This is the decision of the board of directors. If you object, please keep it to yourself." This was a very fatal problem. If the board of directors of Nutshell had really made such a decision, then Su Li's access rights would be considered illegal. The other party could investigate him in the name of violating the company's rules and regulations. They could even use the crime of coming into contact with the Federation's confidential data to send him to court. After saying this, the director no longer paid any attention to the silent Jose. He took 2 steps forward and walked into the range of the car's headlights. Looking at Sulu, he said calmly, "Come with us. You know I won't make things difficult for you. However, during this period of time, you will need to rest somewhere else." Sulu shook his head. After the incident at Hushan Road, the big shots in the Federation all knew of his relationship with the Tai family. Of course, they would not dare to kill him casually. However, if he resisted, they would be able to find a suitable reason. If he did not resist, they would be able to take him away and forcefully delay the engineering department's mecha development work. He just did not understand why the other party, who was clearly an independent director of Nutshell, would harm the company's interests and stand on the side of those people. "You're just a director of Nutshell. You can't control me." Sulu took out his ID from his shirt pocket and handed it to the director. He said, "This is my ID. It says on it that I have the authority of the Ministry of National Defense's General Assembly base. Unless the Minister of National Defense personally gives the order, no one can stop me from entering the engineering department tonight. Chapter 235. In the eyes of many people, Sulu was just an ordinary guy, at least on the surface. After coming to the capital ring, there were too many outstanding men around him. Whether it was in terms of appearance or inner qualities, they were all much more eye-catching than him. So when he said those words, the director couldn't help but be stunned and began to re-examine him. After taking the ID and looking at it under the headlights of the car, the company's technical director didn't return the ID to Sulu. He didn't say anything either. Instead, he turned around and walked toward the edge of the crowd. He took out his phone. The Whitewater Company's guards were still holding Sulu and Bai Yulan in the middle. Without his order, no one dared to let them go. The director took out his encrypted phone and dialed a number. After a while, he asked in a gloomy voice, "Didn't you say that Sulu and Zhou Yingxing shouldn't be related? That's just a cover. Why does Sulu have the ID from the Department of Defense?" Secretary Luo's voice came from the other end of the phone. This close subordinate of Dean Lin of the Federal Academy of Science didn't seem to have expected that Sulu would take out the special permission from the Department of Defense. He said with some surprise, "According to the analysis of the FBI, Sulu and the daughter of the Zhou family should be working together. If that's the case, why would the Department of Defense get involved? Could it be the madam's idea?" The director asked in a low voice. He suddenly felt that the August rain was a little cold. "I'm not sure, but Mr. Director, since things have come to this point, we have to continue," Secretary Luo said softly on the other end of the phone. The faint sound of a violin came from the side. The director of the Federation's technical director had a very high status in the Federation. Facing Dean Lin's secretary, he naturally didn't show any fear. He said coldly, "If it's just an internal company matter, of course I can do it. However, this involves the Department of Defense. I don't want to have a conflict with the federal military." After a moment of silence, Secretary Luo said, "Please wait a moment. Dean Lin wants to talk to you." The technical director held the phone and stood under the umbrella. Suddenly he felt a little unhappy. He turned around and coldly looked at his subordinate. He scolded, "How did you open the umbrella? Can't you see that my shoulders are wet?" The subordinate holding the umbrella panicked slightly and hurriedly extended the umbrella forward, but he didn't dare to say anything. He knew very well that the official he served had already panicked because of the Department of Defense authority that the other party had taken out. An old voice came from the phone. "It's only 4 in the morning. Fortunately, I have the habit of waking up early to play the violin." The technical director cursed in his heart. "Who doesn't know that you usually wake up at 6 o'clock? Today you can't sleep well. Even Secretary Luo is by your side. Naturally, you want to wait for news from me." However, the person on the other end of the line was, after all, a leading figure in the academic world of the Federation of Nations. After pondering for a moment, he said, "Sulu took out the authority of the Ministry of Defense. I have no choice. I have to leave first." The old voice on the other end of the phone was silent for a moment, then suddenly said in a deep voice, "So what if you have the authority of the Ministry of National Defense? After all, he is still an employee of Nutshell. I don't ask you to bring him in front of me, but I don't want this little soldier to crawl under the Ministry of Engineering again. You know what this means." Hearing the angry voice on the other end of the line, the director's expression became cold. He thought that in the face of material gain, this old guy finally didn't care about the so-called demeanor anymore. He said into the phone, "I'm sorry, but I can't comply. I know that you don't want to be pressured by the military, but you shouldn't overestimate the power of the Tai family." The leader of the academic world of the Federation of Nations on the other end of the line softened his tone and said, "In fact, I don't know how that little guy from the Li family convinced you, but I think that since you stood on his side from the beginning, he must be very willing to let you stand on his side." Hearing the two words Li family, the director's expression became slightly pale. He slowly hung up the phone and walked towards the center of the crowd. In this short distance he thought of a lot of things. He thought of those luxurious nights at the MGM Maystar Casino at the entrance of Bermuda, thought of the 300 million gambling debt he owed, thought of those videotapes. The high and mighty Nutshell director was actually toyed with by such an old-fashioned and despicable method. He couldn't help but mock himself. Only now did he understand that no matter which era it was, money was the most ferocious devil. The most primitive method was often the most frightening method. He was the prisoner who was blinded by the devil's primitive method. Walking in front of Sulu, the director handed the ID back to Sulu with a cold face. He had already made a decision. In fact, between losing his reputation and going against the Ministry of Defense, he could only choose the latter. He angrily and irritably knocked away the umbrella that was held by his subordinates behind him. The director stared at Suli's eyes and said coldly, "Arrest them." The rain soaked the hair of this middle-aged man. Together with his somewhat twisted face, he looked particularly ferocious. When the director made the call, Sulu thought that the director was verifying the authenticity of the confidential authority of the Ministry of Defense through the phone. However, when the director's expression became so cold and ferocious, he knew that things had changed. He didn't know if it was the Lee family or the Federal Academy of Science that found a way to make this independent director of Nutshell disregard the authority of the Ministry of Defense and make such a crazy move. When a person was unreasonable, any rules and principles in the Federation would not work on him. To deal with such a person, one could only be more unreasonable than him. The moment his finger took back the ID, Sulu was already preparing for this. The director in the rain in front of him was obviously blinded by the previous negotiations and underestimated the determination that Sulu would show in this incident. He slammed his foot on the ground and countless splashes shot out like arrows, making the light of the car's headlights appear even dimmer. At this time, layers of rain fell from the sky. There was no lightning or thunder. It was the dark season and only the light in the rain could help see things. This was the purpose of Suli's first kick. By Magnolia, who had been holding an umbrella behind him, moved at the same time. This delicate man and Sulu hadn't known each other for a long time, but the two of them had already formed a very subtle tacit relationship, just like when they were fighting in front of the Peninsula Hotel in Hong Kong. Just as Sulu raised his leg, Magnolia had already thrown the umbrella in her hand. The black umbrella, which didn't allow light to pass through, fluttered in the wind and rain, and happened to block the headlights of the other car for a moment. The light in the field was slightly disrupted, and shadows moved randomly. Before the guards of the Whitewater Company had time to pull the trigger, the umbrella and the rain of arrows fell softly to the ground at the same time. In such a short period of time, the situation on the battlefield had changed greatly. The director was drenched and his face was pale. His neck was tightly gripped by Su Shou's right hand, and he was dragged to the front of the car. Sulu used his body to block the aim of the guns. By Magnolia, like a shadow, also came to his side, but didn't look for any obstacles. He just lowered his head slightly, observing the movements of his colleagues in the rain. He didn't have a gun in his hand, only a delicate knife. "Put down your guns," Sulu said to the surrounding Whitewater Company guards. The guards didn't react at all. In the middle of the encirclement, the two people held the director hostage. In addition to fear, these well-trained mercenaries felt more shame. At this time, it was impossible for them to throw away the guns in their hands. Instead, they held their guns and approached the car inch by inch. The rain hit the metal guns, the hands that held the guns steadily, and everyone's heart. No one knew what would happen in the next moment. Sulu narrowed his eyes and found that the situation was out of control. He cautiously moved his head to the director's ear and whispered, "This shouldn't be the ending you want. I don't want to kill people, but I don't want to go with you either. Is there any better way?" The paleness on the director's face gradually faded. He said, "This is great. Attacking a senior officer and taking a hostage. Regardless of whether you can clear these charges or not, you can't enter the engineering department again. Of course, if you kill me, your life is over." The rain hit Suli's face. After a moment of silence, he asked, "What do those people know about you? Do I need to tell you?" The director sneered. The expression on his face was still ferocious, but then he let out a painful groan. Following this miserable groan, the surrounding security personnel stopped in their tracks. Looking at the scene in front of the car, they revealed a trace of uneasiness. By Magnolia stabbed the knife directly into the director's groin. His delicate hand was still holding the slender knife tightly. He lowered his head in the rain and didn't look at the gloomy gun barrels that were close at hand. He said softly, "Everyone here is an expert. You should know that if my hand trembles now, the knife will cut open Mr. Director's aorta. If you can kill me in one shot, when I fall, the tip of the knife will cut open a section of the aorta. When the time comes, the severed blood vessels will shrink into the muscles, and you won't be able to find it no matter how hard you look." I'm rarely so long-winded. By Magnolia raised his head and let the rain slide down his face. He looked at the gun barrels around him and said seriously, I'm worried that there are novices among you who can't see this. The mercenaries of the Whitewater Company were all veterans. The leader of the team waved his arm and stopped his subordinates from advancing. He no longer tried to pressure the two young kidnappers with his aura. He knew that every word by Magnolia said was true, and it was obvious that the other party was cold-blooded to the extreme and would not make mistakes like he did. What are you waiting for? The director's face was distorted. He reprimanded them loudly, "You are a bunch of trash." There was no one in this world who was not afraid of death, and the respected chief technical director was even more so. However, he did not think that the two kidnappers would dare to kill him, because Sulu had a strong background and a bright future. Such a person would never do something as unsightly as a life-and-death struggle. The pain in his leg was very real, but this kind of pain made him a little crazy. He angrily scolded the Whitewater guards who did not dare to step forward. At the same time, he turned his head and scolded Sulu fiercely, "Young man, you're finished. No matter the outcome, just because of this incident, the entire Federation will not tolerate you." At this time, Director Jose had already been pushed aside by the guards. He anxiously shouted to Sulu across the crowd, "Sulu, don't do anything stupid." The security work of the engineering department was originally contracted by the Whitewater Company. Although he was the director of the engineering department, he could not command these paramilitary personnel. Moreover, the director was currently in Suli's hands. That secretary had actually stabbed the director so carelessly. This fact made him feel unprecedented pressure. They knew that Sulu could not be tied up without a fight, but if he persisted, what if the Whitewater guards really wanted to kill him? He subconsciously wanted Zhou Yu to inform Secretary Shen, regardless of whether it was too late. Who knew that when he turned around, he would find that there was no one beside him. Sulu did not pay attention to the shouts of these two people. He just narrowed his eyes in the dark rain and watched the movements of the guards. When he saw the index finger of the captain slowly move away from the trigger, he felt slightly relieved. However, at this time, he sharply noticed that one of the guards seemed to have been inadvertently dragged to the periphery. At this moment, he raised the light sniper rifle in his hand and aimed it between Bayulan's eyebrows. Bayulan also sensitively noticed this. He slightly lowered his head and looked over with cold eyes. If this was in the past, he would definitely rush into the crowd at this time, even if the other party was also a well-trained mercenary. However, at this moment he could only coldly look at the gunman because Sulu was still behind him. A sense of danger surged in Suli's heart, just like when the Special Task Force agent appeared in Linhai during the New Year. The gunman was probably not one of the director's men. If he opened fire now, it would be a chaotic battle. He was afraid that the director and Sulu would die on the spot, and the real mastermind behind the scenes would be able to get away scot-free. Thinking of this, he could not do anything because once he raised his hands and surrendered, all his previous efforts would be in vain. However, the light in his eyes gradually dimmed, as if he had not noticed anything that he thought for a long time, but in reality in the rainy night, it only took a blink of an eye. The Whitewater Company's guards were still aiming their guns at Sulu and Bayulan, but the gunman outside the crowd had already coldly pulled the trigger. After a muffled sound, a bullet lit up in the rainy night. It slid past the edge of the car's headlights, whistled through the puddles, and shot into the hard ground of the industrial park. Sulu and Bayulan both had time to dodge, but this shot missed. This was because at the moment before the gunman opened fire, a figure used the cover of the rainy night to quietly go behind the gunman from behind. A palm hit the gunman's elbow, interfering with his shooting, and at the same time, a palm strike was viciously aimed at the gunman's neck. The gunman was a very strong character as he was able to react in such a short time. He turned his head and dodged the palm strike. In the dim rain, he could clearly see that the attacker was the gentle engineer from the engineering department. He did not pay much attention to it as he was prepared to knock down the engineer and then take advantage of the chaos to escape. The poor gunman did not know that this seemingly gentle engineer was the most outstanding student in this batch of the First Military Academy. Although he was not as meticulous as his predecessors, Shunli and Shi Qinghai, he still had extremely strong mobility. With a crisp crack, Zhou Yu, whose military uniform was already drenched in sweat, used 3 extremely simple and practical movements to knock the gunman to the ground. He also broke the gunman's upper arm in passing. His attack was extremely ruthless. The moment the gunshot rang out, no one would think about where the gunshot came from. Instead, they would think about who the gunshot had hit. After the well-trained Whitewater Company guards found that no one was hit, they did not go crazy and start firing randomly. However, the situation was complicated and no one knew what was going on. Those gun barrels could spew out flames at any time. Two military helicopters flew over at high speed, and the sound of gunshots rang out amidst the flames. In the rain, a deep trench was plowed on the ground by the powerful guns and cannons. "We are Unit 8384 of the Harbor City Garrison District. Everyone, put down your weapons immediately, put down your weapons immediately. Otherwise we will kill without mercy, kill without mercy." From the dark green military helicopter's microphone, a stern voice sounded as if it was explaining the power of his order. The rotary gun barrels on the aircraft began to rotate at high speed again, making bursts of metal grinding sounds in the rainy night. A deep trench appeared on the hard ground of the industrial park. The high temperature was still maintained in the marks made by the high-speed bullets. The rainwater that fell into the trench sizzled and turned into a faint mist. The debris that was blown away by the powerful firepower of Darren's rotary gun hit the edge of the car, and the metal doors were densely packed with small dots. Although the majority of the Whitewater Company guards were former soldiers of the Federation, their current status was only that of mercenaries. Facing the imposing federal military helicopters, they did not have any intention of resisting. Moreover, the unreasonable gunfire from the cannons had already proved the viciousness of these soldiers. In a situation where they did not have heavy weapons, wanting to face the Federal Army head-on was like a bare-handed person fighting a military mech. In this world there were not that many Feng Yu and Sulu. Supervisor Jose stared blankly at the dark green helicopter that landed on the ground, at the Federation soldiers that filed out, and then at the Whitewater Company guards that put down their weapons under Darren's gun barrel. For a moment he could not help but be stunned. He did not understand what had happened, and why Unit 8384 of the Garrison District would suddenly appear here. An officer walked down from the helicopter, and the rainwater hit his military cap, making patter sounds. The officer did not care about the strange gazes around him. Instead, he hurriedly jogged in front of Sulu, and with a clap, he saluted and said in a deep voice, "Under the orders of the Ministry of National Defense, Unit 8384's Major Lan Xiaolong is here to report to the Chief. We await the Chief's orders." Chapter 236. The rain gradually lessened, but the night wind began to seize the last moments of the summer to travel through the plains and mountains to the south of the port city. With the addition of the wind stirred up by the two helicopters, it appeared to be a bit stronger. It swept up slightly moist water droplets and slapped onto people's faces, making them wet and cold. In the wind and rain, Sula heard someone call him Chief for the first time. He couldn't help but be stunned. He thought to himself that he was only a captain, but this officer was a colonel. How exactly were these ranks divided? On the side, Manager Jose had long been shocked by these soldiers of the Federation. Although he had a lot of dealings with the military, when he saw two combat helicopters and a large group of fully armed soldiers brazenly entering the industrial park just for Sulu, he naturally had more thoughts in his mind. The major named Lan Xiaolong saluted Sulu. After receiving his response, he took a step to the left and looked at the director who was half leaning on the front of the car with a serious expression. He said in a deep voice, "Because you are suspected of interfering with the confidential affairs of the Federal Army and intending to murder an active duty officer. This, sir, you may need to be investigated." Not long after, the charge that the director had assigned to Sulu was returned to him by this officer. The things in the world were always so wonderful. The director endured the intense pain at the base of his leg and looked coldly at the major in front of him. He said, "You are just a little major and you dare to be so presumptuous." The major saluted with a bang and said, "Sir, the major is not a little major, but he is not presumptuous. I am only asking you to cooperate with the investigation according to the orders of the superior. Of course, we believe that as the most loyal partner of the federal military, the respected board member of the Nutshell Company will definitely not be a criminal." The major suddenly changed the topic and said with a smile, "But you are injured now. How about we use the helicopter to send you to the police hospital for treatment?" At first, he was serious and upright, then he lowered his body and teased politely with a hint of banter. "Sulu and Mr. Jose looked at this officer and couldn't help but be stunned. When the truck was stopped at the checkpoint earlier, Sulu had informed Secretary Jiao. However, he did not expect that it would take such a short time for the Ministry of Defense to send someone over. Moreover, the person who came was an officer that he could not see through. A member of the board of directors of the Shell Motor Company was a big shot. Even if he was facing a powerful military force, he would not be afraid. Therefore, the way this major handled the situation was very appropriate. Bai Yulan had been keeping her head down the entire time. When she heard this, she casually pulled out a small knife. Mr. Director groaned in pain. He felt a burst of coldness at the base of his leg. He thought that his artery had been cut. He was scared out of his wits. His legs went soft and he wanted to fall to the ground. But he was supported by 2 soldiers, one on the left and one on the right. Major Lan Xiaolong squatted down and checked his injury. He comforted him and said, "Don't worry, it is only a flesh wound." When the knife was pulled out, it did not even shake. Under the supervision of the Federal Army, the Whitewater soldiers wearing black rain protection combat suits scattered in all directions. There was not much worry on their faces. After all, in terms of bone structure, they were all members of the same system. Tonight's conflict was just a competition between the big shots of the Federation. After they were arrested and sent to the police station, they would not be too miserable. With the help of the soldiers, the pale-faced Mr. Director boarded the helicopter and left in a sorry state. All that was left was the rain, the dim lights, and the deep trench that was blasted by the machine gun. Because of the brazen intervention of the Federal Army, the operation specifically targeting Sulu collapsed. Whether it was the 7 major families or the Federal Academy of Science, in the face of the participation of the military, they had to choose to retreat. Presumably, at the beginning, those big shots would not have thought that the Federal Army, which had many internal factions, would actually unite for a person like Sulu. They would not hesitate to shed all pretense of cordiality with them. In the end, it was these big shots from the secular world who did not understand the iron will of the Federal Army and the strong desire to win the war for the Empire. The only pity was that the assassin that was subdued by Zhou Yu still chewed up the poison pill buried deep in the mucous membranes of his mouth even though he had lost an arm. This kind of extreme method of burying poison, even Zhou Yu, who had received professional training, was not able to discover it in the first moment. No assassin is willing to die. He must have a backup plan. Under the pursuit of charter, his only backup plan is to leave the Federation and go as far as Bermuda. Zhou Yu took off his wet clothes and said to Sulu, "In order to escape the pursuit of the Federation as quickly as possible, this assassin's backup plan could only be at the spaceport in Harbor City." Sulu immediately understood Zhou Yu's meaning. He turned his head and whispered a few words to Major Lan Xiaolong. The other party called him Chief. He did not know if the other party was joking or not, but he did not really think that he could order the other party to do things. Lan Xiaolong nodded with a serious expression and reported this information to the relevant departments in the garrison. After the phone call, his eyes fell on Magnolia Bai, who was beside Sulu. That delicate man made him feel a little complicated. After taking a hot shower, Sulu put all his busy and nervous feelings behind him. In the underground office of the engineering department, he dialed Secretary Jiao's number. After waiting for a while, a calm and tired voice came from the other end of the phone. Unit 8384 has not been on the front line for many years, but their combat strength is not bad. From now on, until the MX is successfully developed, they will be responsible for your safety. Sulu held the phone and nodded. Facing the eyes of the aristocratic families and the politicians, as well as the power and dark methods, he was indeed a little tired. Being able to obtain the protection of the Federal Army was naturally the best way. He did not have to worry about his own safety anymore. However, he heard something else from the voice of this big boss of the Department of Defense. Deputy Minister Zhou seemed to be under a great deal of pressure. "I will raise this matter to the higher-ups during the joint conference," Deputy Minister Zhou said over the phone. Sulu nodded. He knew in his heart that the higher-ups of the Joint Conference of Staff were naturally President Sig. Mr. President asked the office staff to knock on the Joint Conference of Staff. Naturally, the Joint Conference of Staff would not dare to do anything. Immediately after, he somewhat understood where Deputy Minister Zhou's pressure came from. Mobilizing the garrison forces was definitely not something that the Deputy Minister of Defense could decide alone. However, the obvious bias shown in this matter could make people think that he was too close to the Tai family. This was definitely not in line with the political ethics of a cabinet member of the Federation government. "Last time I said that the Federation only needs the MX to be developed." The other end of the phone was silent for a moment. Zhou Yingxing said in a cold and serious tone, "But now I hope that the first to succeed is the engineering department, or rather you." Chapter 237. Hee was a very interesting and insightful laughter. It originated from Wang Dong and became famous from Instructor Zhang's mouth. I liked Zhang Lu's commentary the most, especially when he was paired with Ah Huang. Every weekend, I would only hear the two of them laughing obscenely. It was great. Now Instructor Zhang had the voice but not the form. Without sarcasm or sarcasm in crosstalk, what kind of art would it be? I had also been hee these 2 days because I was really proud. Especially now that the work was completed, the feeling of pride was even stronger. I couldn't help but chuckle a few more times. I was so proud of myself that I said I was going to explode. In these 7 days, I wrote 75,000 words. If I don't compare myself to other awesome people just looking at my career of making up stories to entertain everyone, this is really the first time. I have never worked so hard before. Moreover, my effort was so beautiful that it went straight to the point where my nature was playful. I was proud of everyone. I had asked for votes in the last 2 hours, but I still managed to get so many votes. I had always been a narcissist, especially after 7 days. I thought that I was a hard-working and hidden talent. However, I didn't expect that everyone was the one who had truly hidden their talent. You were indeed better than me. If there were no accidents, I should be 4th this month. I was very satisfied. Thank you everyone. Compared to last month's 4th, I felt much more comfortable and at ease. That was because last month's work was really bad and the writing was average. Alright, this was the 3rd reason why I was so proud of myself. This month it was more of one thing. The key was that I seemed to have found the rhythm of writing this kind of story, just like how Sulu was trying to capture the rhythm of the magnolia. The later parts of the story would occasionally stagnate, but that was basically because my brain was blocked. Most of the time, the story of the spy began to move forward and I was very pleased with this. At the beginning of the month, I had promised everyone that I would write 200,000 words this month. Wait a minute, I had to count the words. When I came back, I had written about 230,000 words. I thought it would be a lot more. I was about to say that I had exceeded the quota, but it seems that I had to say that I had perfectly completed the task. The reason for the 7 days of exploding was actually mentioned in the announcement. The main reason was that I was relatively free at the end of the month, so I had time to play. Next month I would be too busy. Well, that was the main point. Next month I would be really busy. There were too many things for a family man to do. Moreover, I was in a foreign land. Everyone knew that only my leader and I had to work hard. There were many things that we had to do by ourselves. We couldn't ask for help, so I was busy and busy. I would like to formally inform everyone that my goal for September is to get 150,000 words. Promise to keep updating, but I really didn't have time. Chapter 238. These last words of Deputy Minister Zhou finally revealed a sliver of the pressure he was under. However, this enormous pressure was successfully transferred onto Su Lu through these words. After he put down the phone, he was silent for a long time before resuming his work at the Nutshell Engineering Department. The Federation's new generation MX mecha development had always been carried out by the Nutshell Engineering Department alone. However, after the failure, the Federal Academy of Science had quickly discovered an opportunity in this matter. After seizing Professor Shin's core data, the Mecha Development Department had long since been naturally divided into 2 factions. The competition between the 2 sides would also indirectly affect the Federation's presidential election. No matter which side it was a bargaining chip that could not be given up. The competition between the 2 sides had actually always been hidden under the surface. It was only because of the variable known as Su Lu that the Academy of Science had felt anxious. That was why there had been that conflict on that rainy night, bringing this competition to the surface. In that conflict, the Port City Garrison Unit 8384 had officially taken over the security work of the Nutshell Engineering Department under the orders of the Department of National Defense. After this incident, the 2 sides had officially shed all pretense of cordiality. Su Lu knew that his role in the development of MX was no longer a secret. However, now that he had so many Federation soldiers protecting him, while he felt slightly restricted, he also felt much more relaxed. With the federal military, or at least a portion of the military strength, standing behind him, this sense of security was something he would never have imagined in the past. The military was loyal to the President and the Federation. Countless years of history and the monitoring of the Constitution could guarantee that this loyalty would never be mixed with anything else. However, it was still a large and privileged system, so the internal structure was still divided according to the divisions of the various military regions or the combat forces during the Great War years, divided into several large factions. Among these military factions, the most special and transcendent was naturally the Federation space warship fleet led by that 3-star female general. 4 groups of warships patrolled the peaceful stars of the universe, independent and natural. In addition, the federal military had 4 major military regions. Among them, the most advanced and powerful was naturally the 1st military region stationed on planet S1, and the 4th military region, which was perennially in a state of confrontation with the Empire. Every time he thought of the Federation's military deployment, as an orphan of Donglin, Su Li's heart would surge with complicated emotions. The Donglin region was also a part of the Federation, but there was only one garrison on Donglin, a barren resource system. There was also no terrifying external enemy like the Empire, so it was no wonder the Federation did not value Donglin. Was always by Su Li's side, an armored combat battalion led by Major Lan Xiaolong, belonging to Unit 8384. Unit 8384 was actually the 17th independent land-based armored division of the 1st military region. It was an ace division with a glorious tradition. Its position in the federal military was special because the god of war, Li Pifu, once came from this division. He once led this armored division in the war with the Empire, creating one legend after another. Many years ago, Li Pifu left the 17th Armored Division and rose to become the commander of the federal military. After finally living in seclusion, the Department of Defense and the 1st Military Region headquarters were endlessly distressed about how to arrange the 17th Armored Division. The political requirements of the Federation were destined to not let this legend be destroyed, just like how no one dared to let the god of war, Li Pifu, a statue-level figure, fail even once. Therefore, the 17th Armored Division was withdrawn from the front line of the West Woods to Planet S1 and became the main military force in the most prosperous city garrison of the Federation, Unit 8384. Since they wanted an undefeated legend, if they didn't let this division go to war, naturally they would never be defeated. Because of this secret meaning that couldn't be said out loud, the 17th Armored Division didn't participate in a real battle for many years. Even when the federal military arranged for the various military regions to take turns to fight on the front line of the West Woods, they didn't have a part to play in it. Until one time, when the god of war expressed his concern about the combat strength of the old division in his hometown in Philadelphia. Then, like a little wife, his disciples took some combat personnel below platoon level from the 17th Armored Division and sent them to Bermuda as a show of respect to the god of war. The Ace Armored Division had become a decoration because of political needs. Based in the place for a long time, interacting with society and being influenced by the lights, the iron-blooded troops gradually became silent and mediocre in the most prosperous area of the Federation. Just like the number of their garrison, they became a little more like 8384. Although there are a lot of mountains in the military, places like the 1st Military Region are all silent places for the senior generals because the 1st Military Region is always shrouded in the glory of the god of war. When Zhou Yu mentioned that name, his expression became a little serious. It seemed that if he didn't do so, he couldn't express the respect a professional soldier had for the god of war. I heard that the Li family has some influence in the 1st Military Region. After all, they are a family with a long history, and they have been sparing no effort to sponsor the living area of the military region. It seems like they don't care about the cost and just want to get some benefits. But you don't have to worry about anything. After all, the Li family is not the Zhong family. No matter how big their influence on the military is, it's limited. This was already something that happened a few days later. Sulu was asking Zhou Yu about the complicated factions in the military. There was no less gossip and secret information in the military than in society. Zhou Yu, who was respected by his classmates and loved by his teachers in the 1st Military Academy, had a very clear understanding of the factions in the military. His fingers left the workbench and he rubbed his temples tiredly. He leaned back in his chair and listened to Zhou Yu's explanation. However, his eyes drifted to the corner of the warehouse. In the past few days he had already noticed that the major called Lan Xiaolong should know Bai Yulan. Because he forgot that Secretary Bai had once mentioned that he was from the 17th Armored Division, he didn't quite understand. In that corner, Major Lan Xiaolong was squatting on the ground and smoking. He was whispering something to Bai Yulan beside him. Bai Yulan still had a calm and gentle appearance. She crossed her arms, leaned against the wall and lowered her head slightly. After a long time she would reply softly. That matter has already faded. Do you want me to go talk to the division commander and transfer you back from Whitewater? Lan Xiaolong squatted on the ground and said, the money in the military will definitely not be as much as you are now, but you will still have a status and it will be much more stable. Bai Yulan looked at the tips of her shining boots and said softly, you are already a major. Should I go back and start as a soldier? I got my position as a major through flattery. Why did I rush over with 2 helicopters this time? I know that this is a relationship between the big shots in the Federation, but I still have to take the risk. Also, that vice minister might really become a major next year. Why should I be afraid of taking a risk? Lan Xiaolong nagged, you are much more capable than me. When I was a company commander in the recruit camp, you could eat me alive. Go back to the 17th Armored Division and work hard for 2 years. Then the division commander will transfer you to his side and train you. Being a major is nothing. Unit 8384. Bai Yulan softly repeated the unit number of her old unit. She laughed at herself and said softly, I am not from the 17th Armored Division anymore. Life in Hong Kong is too easy. You are invited to those clubs every day. I'm not used to this kind of life. I also like to enjoy myself, but I don't want to do this kind of thing in uniform. I wear plain clothes every time I go there. Lan Xiaolong said angrily. Bai Yulan lowered her head, smiled and said, but I still don't have the face to go back. The Department of National Defense only let my division go after the war god gave the order. I went with the first batch, but I was the only one who came back alive. I made the 17th Division lose all its face. From then on, the military never even mentioned the matter of taking turns to battle. From this point of view, I also made the war god lose face once. Don't talk nonsense. The war god is fishing in Philadelphia. How would he know a small fish like you? Lan Xiaolong scolded in a low voice, you are just too unlucky. The Department of National Defense sent us to the edge of Bermuda for safety reasons. We thought that nothing would happen, so we were demoted to one of your classes. Who would have thought that we would meet the Empire's Special Bastard Battalion on that godforsaken mining planet? A class against a battalion. Even if the Empire's mech pilots are really bastards, the only outcome would be complete annihilation. It's already very impressive of you to be able to escape and come back. Otherwise, with the teacher's temper, he would have executed you long ago. Why would he speak for you in the military court? Hearing the war god's name repeatedly, Bai Yulan lowered her eyes. She naturally thought of the time when she first joined the army. She was still a teenager. Her quiet and clever personality was noticed by the war god, so she was transferred to the war god's side as a messenger. After that, she made a name for herself in the 17th Armored Division. But, she raised her head and looked at Su Lu, who was silently working at the workbench. She said softly, I still can't go back. My life is not my own now. Lan Xiaolong followed her gaze and knew what Bai Yulan was talking about. He couldn't help but frown. He was now in charge of protecting that ordinary-looking technical supervisor. He really couldn't see anything special about that person. He also couldn't understand why Bai Yulan was always by that person's side. I sold my life to him for 20 million, Bai Yulan said with a smile. Lan Xiaolong was stunned. Then he cursed under his breath. However, this soldier found that Bai Yulan seemed to be more talkative and more cheerful than a few years ago. He couldn't help but think, could it be because of that young man? Thinking of this, his impression of Su Lu improved a lot. Just as the engineering department was abnormally busy, and Bai Yulan and Lan Xiaolong were catching up with each other, Manager Jose hurriedly walked into this spacious underground warehouse. His footsteps were heavy, and the expression on his face was even heavier. Watch the news, he said to Su Lu. There was a trace of worry in his eyes. Su Lu was slightly stunned. He could vaguely guess what had happened. The workbench connected to the engineering department's network couldn't go online. He took out his phone and switched to the Federation's news channel. He saw the male anchor on the screen saying in an excited tone, regarding the birth of this revolutionary mecha, how significant its military significance to the Federation, we would like to ask Professor Zhang of the Institute of Mechanical Engineering at the Academy of Sciences. Su Lu immediately logged onto the real-time news platform of the online newspaper. He saw a very eye-catching headline appear on the front page of the Capital Special District Daily. The Federal Academy of Science officially announces that the new generation of twin-engine MX mecha has been successfully developed. Chapter 239. The atmosphere in the underground storeroom suddenly became stifling. Bai Yulan walked behind Su Lu and lowered her head to look at the contents of the news. Zhou Yu's brows also furrowed. Jose sighed and brought up the news screen. Su Li's gaze moved away from the phone and landed on the news screen again. His eyes narrowed and he remained silent. Everyone watched the news screen in silence. The scrolling news of the Federation was currently replaying the news conference held by the Federal Academy of Science today. In front of the dark blue background of the stage, the leader of the Federation's academic community, Dean Lin, was currently waving his arms and vigorously explaining something. Following his explanation, the 3D light screen behind him began to change. A light purple mecha gradually condensed within the light, revealing its intimidating and elegant figure. The 3D light screen changed again, and the new light purple mecha broke down into countless parts, floating in the air above the hall, revealing its advanced design concepts. In particular, the streamlined twin engines floating in the middle attracted everyone's attention. Countless cameras in the press conference were focused on the stage. The reporters were so shocked that they couldn't ask any questions. They all vaguely knew that the Federation was researching this revolutionary new mecha, but they didn't know that the Academy of Science had actually quietly succeeded in developing it. They knew better than the average citizen what kind of glory this new dual-engine mecha would bring to the Federation. This is a new era, an era that belongs to MX. Dean Lin placed both hands on the stage and used an extremely dignified gaze to calmly scan the surroundings as he spoke slowly. As his voice fell, the parts of the new mecha scattered around the 3D light screen began to gather towards the center. Accompanied by the beautiful sound of metal assembling, the new light purple MX was reassembled, emitting a faint glow. At the same time, the blue background suddenly turned into a soft existence like flowing water, pouring down like mercury. A realistic purple streamlined MX mecha appeared in front of everyone's eyes, gradually merging with the mecha in the three-dimensional light beam image. Then the light beam dissipated, leaving behind the new mecha that was 7 meters tall, looking coldly and proudly at everyone at the press conference. The rolling news had ended, and the warehouse of the Shell Engineering Department was still silent. A depressing atmosphere hung over everyone's head. Supervisor Jose's face was pale, and Sulu lowered his head. Zhou Yu clenched his fists tightly. Secretary Bai tilted her head to look at him. Only Major Lan Xiaolong did not understand why these people seemed so dejected. The white MX mech that was fixed to the wall of the quarantine zone had yet to be assembled. Its 3 thick and heavy mechanical arms were slowly adjusting. The body of the white mech was slightly tilted to one side, as if it was watching the news in a daze. Even it did not understand why that purple goblin on the screen had been born before it. No one knew better than the people present what the Federal Academy of Sciences' announcement of the successful development of the MX mech represented. This meant that the Shell Motor Company's 10 years of hard work had all become a wedding dress for the Federal Academy of Science. This meant that the hard work of countless engineers had all been for naught. For Sulu, this meant even more. For example, Professor Shin, the presidential election, shameless people. Bai Yulan, who was standing behind him, looked at his dejected back with a complicated expression. Suddenly she whispered a few words to Zhou Yu. Zhou Yu shook his head. The information of the engineering department had been leaked. This had already been determined after the arrest of the board of directors. However, the most suspicious person, Supervisor Hao, had already been transferred away before the incident. From a certain perspective, this senior supervisor's actions were equivalent to betraying the Tai family and also betraying the Nutshell Engineering Department. However, this senior supervisor also had his own background. If this was really his doing, then he had now climbed up another big tree. The Federation was a place where rules were followed. The Tai family could not just drag out that supervisor and kill him. There were also no leads on the spaceship that the gunman had escaped from. Therefore, the crux of the matter now was the speed of the development of the MX mech. The Nutshell Engineering Department and Sulu had allowed for failure, but the Academy of Science had rushed to announce the success first. Sulu thought of the pressure Deputy Minister Zhou had displayed on the phone and those words he had said. He knew that he could not lose. He lowered his head and rubbed his disheveled hair. Both his feet were on the chair, but he did not express any opinion. At the same time, in the Nutshell Engineering Department not far from this backup storage, the atmosphere had also become extremely strange. More than 200 of the company's top engineers were silently looking at the large holographic screen on the ceiling. They were looking at the scene of the Federal Academy of Sciences press conference. A feeling of disappointment and defeat pervaded the air. A very long time passed, but still no one spoke. The work that had been busy for many days also came to a temporary halt. Only a female engineer wearing cute round glasses stood up with curiosity. She stared at the beautiful yet murderous light purple mecha on the news screen. She compared it with the blueprint of the MX mecha on her workbench and found some differences. From these differences, she felt that there was something strange. Supervisor Jose knew very well that the reason Sulu was willing to cooperate with the engineering department was because this young man had a certain stubbornness. He did not want Professor Shin's research results to be maliciously stolen by those academic bureaucrats. He also knew how much effort Sulu had put in for this new mecha. Many sleepless days and nights had all been spent on this matter. Looking at that somewhat dejected back, he could not help but be a little worried. Would this young prodigy find it difficult to accept this result? However, right now his mood was also unusually cold. Even if he wanted to comfort the other, he could not find any words. Just as everyone thought that Sulu was about to break down, he slowly raised his head and turned to look at the crowd with a smile. It was not a bitter smile, but rather a smile like the radiant sun. His eyes were narrowed like two beautiful moons in the night sky, and his pearly white teeth were exposed outside his lips, as clean as the snow in Linhai. What are you all standing around for? The Federal Academy of Science is a top academic institution. Do you all think that because their technical reserves are weaker than ours, they should naturally fall behind us? Sulu stood up, stretched, and said with a smile, "They've already announced success, so we can't just stand around. We need to hurry up and finish what we have on hand." This overly normal reaction made everyone feel that Sulu had become somewhat abnormal under this kind of shock. Manager Jose laughed bitterly and said in a hoarse voice, "You also know that their level is higher. They've gotten ahead of us, so what we're doing is already meaningless. You should know that there can only be one standard for the new generation of mecha." In that instant when he had lowered his head, Sulu had thought of many things. He had always felt that something was not right about this matter. He had a mature design plan personally guided by Professor Shin, and he himself had long since stopped deliberately slowing down the engineering department's research speed. Even if the data was leaked, the Academy of Science could not possibly be faster than the engineering department. On that rainy night, the other party's last attempt to stop the development of the nutshell engineering department had failed. Furthermore, if Manager Hao had really leaked part of the engineering department's progress and data, the Academy of Science would definitely feel unprecedented pressure. Pressure could sometimes be motivation, but it could also make the person in charge feel anxious and flustered, just like Manager Jose was right now. Sulu was increasingly certain that the Federal Academy of Science must not have completed sufficient internal testing. As such, the possibility of the other party discovering that he had tampered with the core data was even lower. Thus he was not flustered. In fact, he was even somewhat glad about the events of that rainy night and Manager Hao's leak. If not for that, he really did not have the confidence that he would be able to use those fake data to fool the other party. This is a one-sided press conference by the Academy of Science. The Federation government might not even know about it. Perhaps that Dean Lin wants to create an established fact, but the problem is that we're almost there too. How could the government not consider our side? He smiled and said to everyone, "This press conference was very well done, but I keep having this feeling that the bigger their momentum now, the more embarrassing it will be in the future." No one understood this sentence, but looking at Su Li's smiling face for some reason, they suddenly felt a little more confident that in the small conference room on the top floor of the Ministry of National Defense building in the Capital Special Administrative Region, a voice rang out. The owner of the voice was President Sieg's scientific advisor. He looked at the big shots around the round table, frowned, and said, "What exactly is the Academy of Science doing? Even Mr. President does not know about this matter, and they just held a press conference. If in the future the experiment fails again like last autumn, who will explain it to the people of the Federation? How will the Empire view us?" This scientific advisor had a good relationship with Zhou Yingxing. They had once attended Professor Shin's funeral together. For him to say something like this now naturally represented the attitude of a certain side. However, sitting in the very middle of the room, the National Security Advisor said disapprovingly, "Since the Academy of Science dared to hold a press conference, they naturally have confidence. As for the testing aspect, with the lesson of the nutshell incident, they will definitely be much more careful." Zhou Yingxing sat quietly in a corner of the round table. Such a meeting of the highest level of the Federation was usually held in the President's official residence, but today, because of the matter of the new MX Mecha, it had been moved to the Ministry of National Defense. As the Deputy Minister of National Defense, he was not considered a key figure in such an occasion. In the past he had rarely spoken, but today for some reason he looked at the document in his hands and reminded everyone in a low voice, "The engineering department's research is also nearing completion." The National Security Advisor rudely interrupted him and said sharply, "How much of the Federation's funds has the engineering department wasted in these past 10 years? In the end, all they made last year was a piece of trash that could explode." So what if their research is successful this time? Could it be that the Federation's new generation of mecha coexists with two standards? Then in the future, which standard will be used to equip the troops? At this time, President Sieg was still inspecting South Kazhou. The person with the highest status in this meeting was naturally the National Security Advisor. This important figure's clear stance and faint dissatisfaction in his words made all the officials in the meeting think that Zhou Yingxing would be as silent as before. However, right at this time, the usually low-key Deputy Minister Zhou took off his glasses and threw them onto the table. Meeting the gaze of the National Security Advisor, he said coldly, "Of course, we'll use whichever standard is better." Chapter 240. The glasses fell on the smooth table and made a soft sound. It was a little harsh. Zhou Yingxing's cold retort at this time made everyone feel even more surprised. The most powerful political figures in the Federation were sitting in the small conference room, so naturally, they would not show this kind of surprise on their faces. They continued to look at the documents with their heads down as before, drinking tea as if they had not heard anything. However, they were all shocked and confused. They did not understand why Zhou Yingxing would jump out of his silence and confront the National Security Advisor directly. The National Security Advisor's expression was somewhat ugly. After a moment, he said calmly, "So we have to wait for Nutshell? The question is, how long do you have to wait? How long does the Federation have to wait? 3 months? Half a year? We can wait, but will those ambitious people in the Empire wait? Everyone here should be aware that the Empire's new mecha had already been in development since 3 years ago. Although we still don't know how far they have progressed, we have to make our own preparations. If the MX is equipped to the front lines a day earlier, the Federation's brave soldiers may have one less sacrifice." I disagree with Deputy Minister Zhou's opinion. We shouldn't have to wait for too long. Zhou Yingxing calmly looked at the documents in front of him and said, "But if we don't wait and unilaterally adopt the new mecha standards of the Academy of Science, how will we appease Nutshell? As far as I know, there are hundreds of engineers and tens of thousands of workers in the engineering department who have put in years of hard work for this mecha. How long is not too long?" The National Security Advisor looked coldly at Zhou Yingxing and said, "As the President's National Security Advisor, I cannot disregard the safety of the Federation just to appease the employees of one company." The atmosphere in the conference room had long become somewhat tense. It was not common to see the Deputy Minister of Defense face to face with the National Security Advisor, so most people chose to remain silent. Even the scientific advisor, who was secretly on Zhou Yingxing's side, could not confirm how long Nutshell would take, so it was not convenient for him to offer his support. "I think the Nutshell should stop for now." Mr. Security Consultant looked into Zhou Yingxing's eyes and said firmly. At this moment, an official who had been sitting at the corner of the round table suddenly smiled at the crowd and said, "I think we can wait for 2 more days." The people in the meeting room naturally knew that this young official was the Deputy Director of the Office of the President's Residence, Boog. As the Deputy Director of the Office of the President's Residence, his level of authority was not high, but because of his relationship with the President, he was able to attend the meeting. Could it be that he was speaking on behalf of the President? In a moment of doubt and silence, Deputy Director Boog looked at the security consultant and said politely, "The key is time. It's not appropriate to wait too long." He then turned to Zhou Yingxing and asked calmly, "The Department of National Defense should be monitoring the progress of the Shell Engineering Department. Can you give me a specific time?" After a moment of silence, Zhou Yingxing said, 1 week. A joint meeting that appeared to be tit for tat on the surface, but which was surging in the dark, thus ended. The Federation government still had not made any specific follow-up measures in response to the explosive news from the Academy of Science. Just outside the meeting room, the security consultant dialed the President's top-secret phone number. As he silently cursed this useless idiot far away in South Dakota, his facial expression and tone simultaneously changed. Kufu. The security consultant had an extremely close relationship with President Sieg, so he directly called out the President's name. Moreover, there was a trace of friendly concern in his warm tone. "Regarding the matter of the new mecha, what exactly do you think?" President Sieg's angry voice came from the other end of the phone. "The Academy of Science actually released the news without informing the government. Does that Lin fellow still have any respect for me, the President?" The security consultant softly comforted him and said a few words on behalf of the Federal Academy of Science. Only then did the President's anger dissipate slightly. After hanging up the phone, he touched his silver hair and could not help but shake his head. He thought to himself that this friend and student of his was really an idiot. If he had not taken care of many things for him these past few years, he was afraid that he really would have become the most laughable president in the history of the Federation. After Zhou Yingxing left the meeting room, he directly went to his office. Secretary Jiao, who had been following behind him, quickly dialed the number of the Shell Engineering Department in Hong Kong and found Su Lu. "You only have 1 week," Li Yao said. Secretary Jiao thought of the tired state of the president and said in a more serious tone, "The minister has already done his best." In a manor on the outskirts of the capital of Nank State, Special Task Force agents dressed in dark suits were vigilantly watching everything that was happening outside the manor. In a room on one side of the manor, a device specifically used to monitor the electrical current noise caused by the heating of large-scale equipment was constantly working. Ever since the assassination attempt at the Linhai State Gymnasium, the big shots of the Federation realized that there were actually people in this world who were crazy enough to use military mechas to carry out assassinations. This manor was the summer retreat of the President of the Federation, so in terms of security and defense, they were naturally very cautious. Beside the floor-to-ceiling windows of the manor, President Huff Sieg was looking at the scenery outside with a gloomy face. There was no trace of the anger that he had shown in the previous phone call. Some people are really messing around. The Federal Academy of Science is in a mess, and Sinal is also in a mess now. The highest leader of the Federation was known for his two opposite personalities, which were cowardice and anger. He had never been highly regarded in the political world, and his popularity was also very low. However, for some reason he had already been re-elected once. The director of the office stood silently behind the president with the phone in his hand. Sinal was the national security advisor, the president's teacher in school, a friend, and an important figure in the government. There was no doubt that President Huff Sieg's words clearly expressed his dissatisfaction with this person. "There are still a few months before my term ends, but some people are already in a hurry to find their next job." President Huff Sieg's lips curled into a mocking smile as he said, "When Senator Pabre was still a lawyer, he had already embarrassed Sinal several times. His company was awarded a large sum of money. No wonder he is so nervous this time." The director of the office stood behind the president and said, "There is still a week for the shell." "A week? That should be enough to satisfy that, madam." President Huff Sieg lit a thick stick of tobacco and said vaguely, "I don't care who wins or loses. As long as it's beneficial to the Federation, it's fine. Internal conflicts can't mess up external affairs. I've been resting for the Federation for 10 years just to prepare for the upcoming invasion of the Empire." "No." The president waved the tobacco in his hand. "My successor should have the courage to attack the Empire." The entire Federation was passionately discussing the new generation of the MX Mecha in the past few days. There were continuous in-depth reports on the TV and newspapers. The researchers of the Federal Academy of Science suddenly became the most popular interview guests. For the sake of confidentiality, they naturally wouldn't discuss the specific technical parameters and development process of the light purple MX Mecha. However, the possible effects of the dual engines had been thoroughly analyzed. In addition to the TV and newspapers, the various forums and microblogs on the internet also played an important role in this mecha craze. Countless military enthusiasts of the Federation spared no effort in analyzing the combat performance of the MX Mecha through the limited video data available. Countless people fantasized about the brave soldiers of the Federation operating the powerful mecha and defeating the barbaric invaders in the war against the Empire's invasion. In the blink of an eye, the patriotic passion of the Federation was fully aroused. Everyone was discussing the mecha, the dual engines, the electron jet, and other technical terms that they didn't understand before. Following this discussion, the Federal Academy of Science's position in the hearts of the people became more and more noble. Dean Lin, who led the development of the new mecha, also received unprecedented respect. In this atmosphere, even the most important autumn offensive of the presidential election was about to be forgotten by the media and the people. Only a very small number of people knew that the public support that the Federal Academy of Science gained from this incident was about to be converted into political support for the election of Ross Medellin's presidential candidate partner. On the surface, the underground nutshell engineering department of the Harbor City Industrial Park wasn't affected by this craze. All the engineers continued to follow the established schedule, silently and diligently carrying out their work. Life had to go on. Although that faint sense of disappointment still shrouded the space, as long as the Federation government didn't announce it, they would fight for it. The MX mecha parked in the underground warehouse was nearing completion. In the isolation room on the assembly line, countless components were being assembled. The wings were attached, and the firepower system was also beginning to be installed one by one on the body of the mecha under the fine control of the mechanical arms. After the second coating, the surface of the MX mecha glowed with a silvery white light. Coupled with the wings on the back, it looked exceptionally beautiful. Beautiful, but it could be forgotten by the entire Federation. Sulu rubbed his dry eyes and licked his dry lips. He looked at the MX mecha in front of him with more confidence than anyone else. It was at this moment that two words suddenly appeared on the gray holographic screen of the workbench. Hello. Sulu was slightly taken aback. He narrowed his eyes and stared at the two small words. Shock grew in his heart. This was the workbench that he had spent a great deal of effort to set up. It could block all wireless communications. How could someone hack into the workbench and send him a signal? Could it be that existence he didn't want to think of again and wanted to chat with him out of boredom? The intruder didn't frighten Sulu for too long. A second line of small words immediately appeared. I've done a comparison of the components. I feel that some of the designs of the mecha from the Academy of Science are better. Would you like to take a look? Chapter 241. After seeing this sentence, Su Li's nervousness was mostly relieved. The terrifying existence who had forced its way into his dreams the last few times had appeared to be omnipotent despite not knowing where it had come from. Although he had no clues to grasp, using his engineer's logic, he had already deduced that if the other party was not the Bureau of Proclamation, then it was the Federal Central Computer under the Bureau of Proclamation. This was a possibility that terrified him so much that he did not want to think about it. Earlier, when he had seen the sudden appearance of that line of words on the workbench, he had immediately thought of that great existence who called himself the Old Thing. However, he then remembered that the other party could directly invade his brain to talk to him, so why would they use this method? Moreover, although that existence had also very politely addressed him with the word sir, in those dark dream characters, it was ultimately not as mundane and real as the words on the workbench right now. Sulu thought for a moment, and decided not to tell Supervisor Jose about someone invading his workbench. He quickly analyzed the situation in his mind. The workbench was currently connected to the engineering department's internal network, and the underground department of the engineering department was not completely cut off from the Federation's network. The person who had invaded his workbench must be within the engineering department, and judging from the other party's words, it did not seem like they had any ill intentions. He typed into the GE conversation software window, "Who are you?" The other side of the conversation window was silent for a while, and then a line of words appeared, "Please do not panic. I am a technician from the engineering department. Because I could not find a way to contact you, I invaded your workbench." Sulu scratched his head, more or less understanding the other's meaning. Although many people in the upper echelons of the Federation knew that he had helped the Nutshell Engineering Department, at the other levels, his participation in the development of the MX mecha was still top secret. Supervisor Jose had tight control over the engineering department, so even though he had been working with those mature and experienced engineers of the engineering department for so many days, the people in the engineering department still did not know who was helping them even though the straight line distance between them was less than 1 kilometer. It looked like that technician on the other side had really discovered some problem and was in a hurry to contact the mysterious support team in the backup storeroom. He did not have the authority to go through the proper channels, so he had used this method. However, Sulu was a little wary of the other party's technical means. They were actually able to infiltrate his workstation through the engineering department's intranet. It's normal if the Academy of Sciences design is better than ours. He typed on the screen. Is there a problem? The other side sent over a compressed image package, which was then displayed on the holographic screen. After the press conference at the Academy of Science, I took a screenshot of some comparative drawings. There are some problems in them, so I'll send them to you for a look. Sulu opened the compressed package, propped up his head, and began to carefully read the very clearly marked blueprints. At first, he didn't know what the other party meant, but after carefully reading the notes and side notes, he roughly understood that the other party should have discovered some problems with the Federal Academy of Sciences MX design. The main difference between the two design ideas was in the angle of fine adjustment of the electron jets behind the twin engines. That engineer had only calculated this angle by comparing the blueprints and calculating the ratio of the armor behind the waist of the Federal Academy of Sciences MX mecha. This angle was not some particularly important data. The problem was that this engineer who had infiltrated Su Li's workstation was able to calculate the difference in the TT31 formula in the quantum measurable dynamic core data and function model used by the Federal Academy of Science and the Engineering Department just based on this difference in angle. Su Lu narrowed his eyes as he looked at these calculation results, but the shock in the depths of his heart could not be any greater. The data that the Federal Academy of Science had snatched from his hands had originally been tampered with through that great being. Therefore, the other party's modification design for the electron jets being somewhat different was something that he had long expected. What shocked him was that this unknown engineer was actually able to calculate so many things just from the appearance of the purple MX at the press conference. This should be what a true genius is, right? He stared blankly at the numbers on the holographic screen. Very complicated emotions welled up in his heart. On one hand, he admired that engineer, but on the other hand, he was worried that this engineer's findings would interfere with his plans. The streamlined silver-white MX mecha was not far in front of him. Those complicated power devices and firepower systems had long been installed. The finely designed attachment wings had also begun to calibrate their interfaces. The engineering department's small production line was currently creating interfaces that could be quickly replaced. Sulu scratched his head and raised his head. Looking at the scene in front of him, he thought of that genius engineer and remained silent. The entire Shell engineering department treated the data and function model he had brought as the most important thing, but Sulu understood that this was only because the Federation's academic community had not done much research in the field of quantum dynamic measurability these past few years. The Shell Motor Corporation engineering department had worked hard for this silver-white MX mecha for more than 10 years. The majority of the work had already been completed. It was only because of the failure of the experiment last autumn that they needed his help. Because the engine inlet had to be modified, Sulu had participated in the final assembly design this time. However, the ones who had truly solved the problem were still those outstanding and nameless engineers in the engineering department. Only the engineers of the Shell engineering department were the true contributors to the creation of the MX mecha. They were amazing giants. Sulu knew that he was only standing on the shoulders of a giant, helping him pick out a wooden spike that had pierced his earlobe to cause him pain. Your judgment is correct. The function models used by our two sides are different. Sulu was silent for a long time before he typed, but please keep this matter confidential. Confidential? The reply from the other side was very quick. Is this a disciplinary requirement? So, of course it will be kept confidential. However, I still feel that the design from the Academy of Science seems to be better. Sulu knew how to explain this problem. He typed, "Can I meet you?" He forcefully changed the topic. He had originally thought that the other side would maintain a sense of mystery, or that they would not be willing to reveal their identity at all. Unexpectedly, the reply from the other side was even faster, and there were many emojis that represented excitement in the characters. Of course you can. I've always been very curious about where this mysterious team of yours came from. I've asked the people in the Research Institute to help me find out. Recently, no one from the Research Institute has been transferred over by the engineering department. These ordinary words hid excitement and desire. Sulu had no idea that he had long become a great mystery in the engineering department, so he could not understand the other's excitement. Open the video on your side and go through the security clearance, the engineer typed. Sulu did as he was told and opened the clearance. Then he saw the color block in the dialog box begin to change. It went from blurry to clear, and then the scene on the other side appeared. He rubbed his eyes. He did not understand why the first thing he saw in the video was an extremely elastic pillow pressed together by someone's hand, revealing a deep cleavage. The deep cleavage moved and moved back. Gradually, the whole image came into view. Suli's face turned slightly red. Only then did he realize that the first thing he saw was actually a girl's extremely full chest. The female engineer on the other side of the video was not very old. Her delicate face was filled with a pair of curious eyes, and a pair of large glasses made her eyes look even cuter. Her black hair was haphazardly tied up with a pen, and she wore a white work uniform. The uniform was not fastened, revealing a light yellow tight vest underneath. When Sulu saw the pair of glasses, he was stunned. When he saw the other person's face, he sighed softly in his heart. Then, his eyes were immediately attracted by the tight curves of the light yellow vest. Previously, he was a little surprised by the female engineer's voluptuous figure. Now, when he saw the other person's outfit and age, he felt that this combination was too abrupt. He had only opened the security clearance that allowed the video signal to enter, so the other person should not be able to see his current actions. However, Sulu still felt a little embarrassed. He tilted his head, but less than a second later, he could not help but stare curiously at the girl's chest in the video. Although Uncle Fengyu did not succeed in bringing him into the world of cosmetics, he had cultivated a habit of looking at beautiful women on the street. Not to mention, at this time, in the heavily guarded underground of the engineering department, he could see the most attractive part of a girl's body at such a close distance. After all, he was still a young man, and it was difficult for him to resist this temptation. "My name is Shang Qiu." The girl smiled and introduced herself. "I'm a technician from the engineering department. Mr. Jose has been hiding you guys very well. I'm really curious about who can come up with these structural blueprints. You have to know that since last autumn I have been working on the electronic jet modification work, but my progress is much slower than yours." Sulu looked at this female engineer named Shang Qiu, scratched his head and turned his head around uneasily. He thought about how he thought this person was a genius, and in his heart he guessed that technical geniuses were probably idiots in life. Otherwise, they would definitely notice how her voluptuous breasts would cause trouble to the person on the other side of the video. He thought about it and sent a message to the other side saying, "Engineer Shang, can you adjust the video a bit?" As soon as he sent this message, he heard an angry objection from beside him. Major Lan Xiaolong stared at Sulu very gloomily and said, "Hypocrite? Such big breasts, and she's an engineer with glasses. How can you not take a second look?" Sulu was stunned. Only then did he notice that those people had already walked up to his side at some point. That Major Lan Xiaolong, who was in charge of protecting him, was staring fixedly at the screen, while Bai Yulan was standing to one side with her hands folded in her sleeves. Meanwhile, Zhou Yu was looking at him with a strange expression. "There's no need to keep it a secret anymore. The engineering department has been guessing at your identity for a long time now, even going so far as to make a few calls." Supervisor Jose came to the side of the group and said with a smile, "The Shang Qiu who invaded your workbench is the most famous technical fanatic in the engineering department, and also my most capable subordinate. She is the most eccentric technician in the engineering department, and also the most impressive. Generally speaking, we all think of her as a freak. The final design of the MX mecha was largely due to her contributions." Zhou Yu shrugged and added, "Of course now I feel that you're a bit more of a freak than her." Major Lan Xiaolong reluctantly watched the video move from the voluptuous breasts to Shang Qiu's face, and said seriously, "I only know that this is definitely the technician with the biggest breasts in the nutshell engineering department." Just as Zhou Yu had said, Sulu had joined the research and development team of the nutshell engineering department, restarting the final repair work of the MX mecha. These past few days the two sides had not met each other, but they had worked together with great rapport. This caused the hundreds of technicians in the engineering department to develop a trace of admiration and endless curiosity towards the technical support team in the backup storeroom. They did not know when such an outstanding technical team had appeared in the Federation. However, since they were engaged in a confidential business, naturally not many people would ask about it. Even if they did, with Supervisor Jose and Zhou Yu's protective nature, they would not tell them. Therefore, speculations about this mysterious technical team gradually spread. Many people believed that it was those old professors from the Research Institute. Some believed that it was the Federal Academy of Science that had come to provide support for the overall benefit of the Federation, and some believed that it was the board of directors that had invited those researchers from Guzhong Corporation. After all, Guzhong Corporation's multi-engine technology was ahead of the rest of the Federation. Many people knew about the conflict that had occurred on that rainy night, but that incident only added to the mystery surrounding those people in the backup storeroom. A technical team that was qualified to be carefully protected by the active Federal Army? Just by imagining it, one would feel that it was somewhat unfathomable. Shang Qiu was a female doctorate graduate from the capital university. Just like Sulu, she was also an abnormal human who did not have a background in the mechanical department of the top 3 schools, but had successfully entered the nutshell. However, her abnormality was mainly reflected in her superhuman IQ, as well as her fanatical research into mechanical technology. She did not believe that this mysterious team had come from the Research Institute, the Academy of Science, or the Guzhong Corporation. This was because any design would always have its own theoretical support and style. However, the modification of the electron jets by this mysterious team was completely based on the research of quantum measurable dynamics. This was especially true for the final few sets of structural design concepts, which were even more difficult to understand. They were very different from the usual conventions of the Federation's academic community. Shang Qiu was not a technical member of the Academy, so she very keenly deduced that this mysterious technical support team, or at least the spiritual core of the team, should have come from an unorthodox background just like herself. In these past few days of work, Shang Qiu had been looking at the data, instructions and blueprints sent over from the backup storeroom. She had developed a strong sense of admiration and recognition towards the technical prowess of this mysterious team from the depths of her heart. She was a technical fanatic, so when she found that someone had gone further than her and was at a higher level, she could not help but develop the desire to learn from them. Unfortunately, the discipline of the engineering department was strict. As the technical supervisor, she had to set an example. Thus, these past few days, she could only forcefully suppress the curiosity in her heart and wait for the day when the final results would be announced. She could only watch as the Federal Academy of Science rushed to announce the new mecha. After using her computer to perform countless calculations and comparisons of blueprints, she confirmed that there was something strange about this matter. No matter what kind of woman she was, she would always need a reason to do something. Shang Qiu found a very good reason, and then added on the excuse that she was temporarily unable to contact Supervisor Jose and that she was pressed for time. Thus, she brazenly hacked into the workbench in the backup storeroom and began her conversation with those mysterious people. This was the first conversation between Shang Qiu and Su Lu. Neither of the two parties involved in the conversation would have expected that from then on, this conversation about technology would run through the rest of their lives. And from a certain perspective, it would also change their lives and affect the lives of many others. If it's not a breach of confidentiality regulations, can you reveal a little? What's your name? How many people are in your team and where are you from? Who is your technical supervisor? Shang Qiu typed rapidly on the keyboard as she asked curiously, completely oblivious to the fact that as she moved, her bulging breasts, tightly wrapped by her yellow singlet, appeared even more alluring. The other side of the conversation box was silent for a moment before responding, "My name is Su Lu. I'm from Whitewater Company. Our team. I don't know how many people there are. If we include Zhou Yu and Mr. Jose, then it's 4 people? We don't have a technical supervisor, but if you want to discuss the previous question, you can talk to me directly." Shang Qiu looked at these words and couldn't help but be stunned. She didn't believe the other side's answer. How could those low-level technical supervisors in Whitewater Security Company be able to create these things? And according to what the other side said, in fact, this team only had 2 people? She rubbed her somewhat tight forehead and pushed up the glasses that were about to fall down the bridge of her nose. Her action was particularly cute, and she asked seriously, "Su Gong, is what you said true? Then you really are a peerless genius." The people in the conversation didn't see that this female engineer had already begun to quietly operate her computer. She entered a few commands and hacked into the other side's workbench again. Without alerting any of the defense systems, she activated the other side's video capture device. Sulu was a little embarrassed. He thought to himself that this female engineer was able to hack into the workbench and discover the problem in such a short time. In fact, he was only able to do all this by relying on Professor Shin's legacy and the structural blueprint in the Dark Dream. In a sense, he was just a cheater. Receiving such praise really made him feel a little embarrassed. At this time, Shang Qiu had quietly remotely activated the video capture system of the workbench in the backup warehouse. Then, her expression suddenly became strange. This was because she confirmed that this guy named Su Lu was telling the truth. On the screen was a young face with a trace of shyness and awkwardness. And behind the young man were manager Jose and Zhou Yu. Further to the side was a pervert in a military uniform who looked abnormally disgusting. Shang Qiu subconsciously lowered her head and glanced at her chest. Then she looked up and said, "Are my breasts very big?" The person on the other side of the screen didn't know why she said that, nor did he know that she was monitoring him. Sulu was stunned for a moment. Of course, he wasn't stupid enough to type the words, "very big breasts." He just nodded subconsciously. Behind him, Major Lan Xiaolong was about to nod his head off. Even Manager Jose and Zhou Yu couldn't help but smile and shrug their shoulders after looking at each other. Shang Qiu smiled and typed, "Big breasts don't mean no brain. Get that stinking soldier out of here." When this sentence came out, everyone's body froze. Chapter 242. Conscience is when we are aware of the existence of the court of morality within us. No matter what method we choose to use to live in this universe, perhaps we can find a path for rats to crawl through in the radiance of the charter, perhaps we can turn the legal provisions into those yellowed papers and scattered electronic data, but when we grow old, we will always have to look back and see the verdict of the court of morality within us. People, there has never been a truly harmonious world, there is no absolute fairness, but everyone walks the path of harmony and fairness. Perhaps some people will break the wooden stick and drive away the beasts on the road, but perhaps in the next moment, that wooden stick will become a job for us to bully our companions. Deep within everyone's heart there will be a beast. What we need to do is to throw away those wooden sticks and use a non-beastly method to deal with the disputes between us. George Carlin said that the greatest injustice in the Federation society is the unfair possession of information by different classes. This is a simple and thought-provoking judgment. People, please think about it. How much do we know about the things in the Federation? Are the things we know true? Are the things we know what some people want us to know? If there is no true sharing of information, then when we deal with the disputes between us, will we already be in a state of inequality? Will we angrily pick up the wooden stick in our hands again? People, we need change. What we need is not a change on the surface but a change on the deepest level. From the pond of the past, there will be no fish that wants to jump out of the pond. Thinking deeper from the sharing of information, I often associate it with that ordinary building in the suburbs of the capital, that one-way road. I am thinking about how the radiance of the Charter protects the hundreds of millions of people in the Federation to live in a peaceful environment, but do we need to make some corresponding changes? Of course, this should be a matter for many years to come. People, change in the Federation is right before your eyes, and the ones who can push for this change and make this change a reality are you and only you. The autumn of the 67th year of the constitutional calendar has already arrived, and the votes are being printed under the supervision of the election committee. Your fingers will decide everything. I am Senator Medellin from Region S2. I have come to the pond that is the Federation. I want to make a change and I need you to vote for me and Governor Ross. This is a sincere and direct request. It had been a few days since Xiao Wenjing had been transferred from the second branch of the district procurator's office. He knew that it was probably because of the aftermath of the murder case at the entrance of Hushan Road. This office was located in a building next to Charter Square. This building was a foreign office of the Federal Justice Department. Until today he only knew that this office should belong to the Investigation and Law Enforcement Department. However, he did not understand why the recent documents sent to the office seemed to be applications for the appointment of an independent prosecutor by the Federal Management Committee. There were no cases that required independent investigation in the Federation recently. Since he had nothing else to do, he picked up the newspaper in his hand and continued to flip through it, preparing to finish reading Senator Medellin's column. As an inspector of the Federation, he had seen countless dirty deals within the Federation, but he still retained his faith in the judiciary and his love for the system. He was not a person who liked to participate in politics, but he had some feelings for Senator Macklin's article. This was already the 17th article that Senator Macklin had published in the Capital Daily. Since the terrorist attack at the S2 concert in mountainous 4 states, Senator Macklin had used this method to communicate with the voters of the Federation. This former second-in-command of the anti-government army was indeed a political figure recognized by the people of the Federation as St. George's disciple. The 17 political articles included all aspects of the Federation's political and economic life. The language was simple and easy to understand. On one hand, he described the political views of Ross's presidential candidate and himself. On the other hand, he called for the entire Federation to continue on the path of reconciliation and nonviolence. Ordinary language, coupled with this senator's legendary political experience, began to reveal an extremely attractive power. When the first 16 political articles were published, the people of the Federation fought to read them. It was not convenient for the scholars and professors in the academic world to express their opinions, but it was said that they also admired Senator Macklin in private. As a returnee, a member of the opposition, he was very clear about the shortcomings of the Federation's political scene. At the same time, he was able to use this kind of rational attitude to propose reforms. He was not blindly radical. Today was the 17th political article and also the last one. Senator Macklin changed his usual calm and gentle tone and began to use more eye-catching words and provocative tones. With the concrete thoughts of the first 16 articles as a foundation, this last concluding speech was full of vigor and determination. It does feel a little hot-blooded. This counselor actually dares to mention the reform of the Charter Bureau. He is really bold. Xiao Wenjing put down the newspaper in his hand, crossed his legs, and began to browse the interesting articles on the internet. In the past few days he was like the average citizen of the Federation, mainly downloading the beautiful blueprints of the MX mecha named Purple Sea. Right at this moment, a notification flashed on the screen. He stood up, tidied up his inspector uniform and headed upstairs to the office. After entering the office, he saw the appearance of the middle-aged inspector in front of the office. He could not help but be stunned. After a moment's hesitation he said, "Teacher?" The middle-aged inspector's eyes were sunken, his expression solemn. When he heard this form of address, he raised his head and said, "I am now an independent inspector personally appointed by the Minister of Justice." Xiao Wenjing immediately understood. There must be a big case in the Federation. Otherwise, the Minister of Justice would not have let his teacher come out of the academy to take over. He was stunned for a moment before recalling that he had been transferred to this department. Could it be that his teacher had started taking over this case a long time ago? That was why he had been transferred here to help. But the question was, why had he not heard anything about this before? What case is it? He walked up to the independent inspector's desk. On the desk was a small sword that represented the Federation's law and justice. "Do you still have confidence in the Federation's law?" The middle-aged inspector raised his head and looked at his most valued student. He knew better than anyone else the embarrassing role played by the Prosecutor General's office in the murder case at Tiger Mountain Road. He also knew the student's current state of mind, so he did not answer his question. Instead he asked such a question. Xiao Wenjing glanced at the small sword on the desk and said very seriously, "Yes. Well, I can tell you. The case that the Minister of Justice has authorized me to independently investigate is related to Senator Macklin. There are a total of 17 crimes waiting for this senator," the middle-aged inspector said expressionlessly. When Xiao Wenjing heard the name Senator Macklin, heard the 17 crimes, and then connected it to the 17 political articles, he subconsciously thought of many things. A hint of boredom and disgust flashed in his eyes. He said with a slight self-deprecating tone, "The Federation's political schemes are really endless." The middle-aged inspector was not surprised by this student's reaction. This was because when the Minister of Justice first notified him, he also had the same thoughts. Now, Senator Macklin was assisting Governor Ross in the presidential election, but at this time, the Federation government wanted to investigate him. If it was said that there was no political conspiracy involved, no one would believe it. "Just finish reading these materials in my office before you express your opinion." He frowned and reprimanded, "An inspector should have his own independent judgment, and not be blinded by the so-called public opinion and external image. This is the first lesson I taught you. Have you forgotten?" Xiao Wenjing bowed his head and admitted his mistake. He walked in front of the computer and began to seriously look at the materials that had been organized into 4 files. The more he looked, the more shocked he was. He could not believe his eyes. Senator Macklin, who was famous in the Federation for his nonviolent views, was actually the mastermind behind so many terrorist attacks? As an extremely professional inspector, Xiao Wenjing did not spend much time to determine that these materials were definitely not used by someone to frame Senator Macklin. At this time, of course, he did not know that these materials were collected by an excellent spy named Shi Qinghai, who spent countless nights to collect the information. He only subconsciously thought that if these things were verified, the entire Federation would usher in a great shock. After an unknown amount of time, Xiao Wenjing finally finished reading these shocking materials. His eyebrows gradually furrowed. The presidential candidate, after being registered by the election committee, has temporary jurisdiction. He looked at his teacher worriedly. These materials can only be used in a reasonable way, but they cannot be used to help with the prosecution. What is your judgment? The middle-aged inspector did not answer the question. Instead he asked directly. "I think that Senator Macklin is very suspicious." Xiao Wenjing once again organized the materials in his mind and said very seriously. "Senator Macklin has jurisdiction, so the investigation can only be carried out in secret. The Ministry of Justice has already granted the authority, but now the Federation Management Committee will not approve the application to set up an independent inspector, so I am also a temporary guy." Xiao Wenjing understood the main work that had been done in this organization a few days ago. "You have the authority to mobilize the police department, the Federation administration's resources." The middle-aged inspector looked at him and said, "If there is no evidence, you have to find the evidence. Don't forget, we are the Federation and he is only a suspect. No matter how experienced a politician is, he will never be able to hide in front of the law. Do you have this confidence?" "Yes," Xiao Wenjing replied. "Very good." The middle-aged inspector smiled and glanced at Senator Macklin's political column in the newspaper from the corner of his eyes. He said softly, "I don't know if this vice presidential candidate has a moral court in his heart, but I want to remind him that the Federation has a real court. Xiao Wenjing nodded, but he knew in his heart that if Senator Macklin was really elected as the Federation's vice president, with the efficiency and decentralization of the Federation Management Committee, it would definitely be impossible to pass an impeachment bill or an independent investigation bill. At least during his term, it would be difficult for the Ministry of Justice to continue this investigation, and Senator Macklin would be very safe. At this time he suddenly realized that the vote in his hand was also very important at the same time, on Carbine Street, where the major media gathered in the Capital Special District. An argument that was much more intense than the one in the Ministry of Justice broke out in the editor-in-chief's office inside a building. The editorial department of the Capital Daily News had this kind of drama all year round, just like the profound lunar eclipse pattern outside the newspaper office building. There was no such thing as perfect peace. I need a reason. You have to give me a reason today. I found 3 reporters and 17 paparazzi, spent 70,000 Federation coins, and finally verified a little bit of the anonymous information. It was written into a block of tofu with a few hundred words, and you actually suppressed it? And suppressed it 3 times in a row. Mr. Wood, the senior political reporter of the Capital Daily News, looked at the editor-in-chief angrily and roared, "Mr. Bob, what exactly do you want to do? Don't tell me that because you don't want to offend politicians, you have become a piece of trash who has forgotten the rules of journalism?" The editor-in-chief Bob glanced at the closed glass door and confirmed that the conversation between him and his old partner would not be heard by anyone. He was slightly relieved. He was silent for a moment, shook his head with a bitter smile and said, "Wood, don't forget that I am also a reporter, and I am the chief reporter of the Capital Daily News. I know the purpose of the Daily News better than anyone else. The half-eclipsed moon outside is constantly reminding us, but you still can't publish this report. We need to find out the reason why the moon is half-eclipsed." This is a famous quote that the journalists said when they wanted to break through the government's blockade when the Federation opened up the Donglin region. Mr. Wood sat down with a sullen face and said, "You are not even afraid of the government's pressure. I don't understand. Do you want to watch a politician who deceives the world and gains fame by playing with the anti-government army and the voters of the Federation become a vice president? The problem is that your investigation has no real evidence." The editor-in-chief Bob frowned and said, "You know very well how much pressure the newspaper office has to bear when such a report comes out. The key problem now is that we are not facing the government, but a politician who is deeply respected by the voters of the Federation. We have to be careful in seeking confirmation. Being careful in seeking confirmation is the job of a scientist. Journalists only need to report what they find objectively. As for what readers will associate and discover from these news facts, that is not a problem we should be concerned about." Wood directly cut him off. "Our newspaper office has always been known for being fair and objective." The editor-in-chief also began to get angry. He slammed the table and shouted, "But now you want to use this report to influence the presidential election, and it is a candidate from the opposition without any real evidence. What will the entire Federation think of our newspaper? Will they think that you or I just published the report based on the self-awareness of a journalist? They will only think that we were pressured by certain forces in the Federation to act as the thugs of the politicians to suppress an old man who has no foundation in the Federation and who has just entered the management committee less than 2 years ago, who advocates nonviolence." This was a very long paragraph. After Bob finished speaking, he was also a bit out of breath. He took a sip of coffee and said in a hoarse voice, "If you can find real evidence, I will agree to your report even if I have to give up my position as editor-in-chief. But if you can't find it, I can't agree. It is precisely because our newspaper is known for being fair and objective in the Federation that the informant gave us such important information." Mr. Wood was no longer as agitated as before. He said with a trace of pain, "I understand what you mean, but we are only journalists. If even we can investigate the matter behind Senator Macklin, then what is the use of the Ministry of Justice? What is the use of the judges? We are only the explorers of the facts. Those facts are right on your table. If we can't report these, how can we face the trust of the brave informant? There are many kinds of facts. Different ways of writing will give readers different impressions after reading them," the editor-in-chief said tiredly. "I can't take this risk. If the readers of the entire Federation think that we have become thugs for the politicians, who will be responsible for the reputation of this newspaper that has lasted for thousands of years? I will try my best to be objective. You don't have to say any more." The editor-in-chief looked at his colleague who had entered the newspaper with him and said with a frown, "Don't forget, the person you are investigating is very likely to be the next vice president. According to the latest poll, the support for Ross and his partner is approaching that of Senator Pabre. And according to my sources, this afternoon, there will be a heavyweight bomb thrown at Ross and Macklin. At this time, we, a newspaper, can't expect to be able to change the attitude of the Federation voters. Reporter Wood was silent for a long time. Suddenly he asked, "Did the board of directors give you any hints?" The Capital Daily News was funded by an institution under the Sanlin United Bank. The Sanlin United Bank belonged to the Lee family, one of the 7 families in the Federation. The Lee family was a strong supporter of Ross and Macklin in this presidential election. For these reporters who had been in the news industry for many years, these things were no secret. Seeing that the unfavorable report on Senator Macklin had been suppressed, Wood naturally thought of this. The editor-in-chief Bob looked at him coldly. After a long time he said, "You underestimate me." Wood was silent for a moment. He believed that the editor-in-chief was not such a person. He said, "Sorry, I am a little emotional today. It's not that I don't want you to report, but I need an opportunity. The most famous method of a news reporter is to beat the dog that is in the water. We don't need hypocritical pity." The editor-in-chief Bob sighed and said softly, "Senator Macklin hasn't fallen into the water yet. It's not the right time for us to make a move." Wood understood the editor-in-chief's meaning. He sighed and said, "The problem is that the autumn election is about to begin. Where can we find the right time?" "I believe there must be one," Bob said to himself in his heart. He looked at the column of Senator Macklin's political opinion in his newspaper. Suddenly, a trace of disgust surged in his heart. He threw the newspaper into the wastepaper basket. He looked up at the respected reporter Wood and said calmly, "If the court of the Federation doesn't work by then, and the court of ethics in Senator Macklin's heart doesn't work, then our newspaper will have to become his court of ethics. Although this is a very inappropriate way of doing things." Chapter 243. It was not autumn between August and September, but the drizzling rain in Harbor City washed away the heat and soothed the smell of dust. Then, with the cold wind blowing from the north, the air began to cool and clean, adding a hint of autumn to it. Sulu stood on the platform of the Industrial Park building, squinting his eyes as he looked at the blurry watercolor-like scenery of the city on the other side of the drizzling autumn rain. He subconsciously raised his hand and took a puff of a 37 brand cigarette. The cigarette entered his throat and lungs. It was a little spicy but also a little sweet, just like his mood at the moment. Yesterday afternoon in the bustling city of Harbor City, the election of Governor Ross and Senator Medellin had carried out a huge campaign. The people who came to participate were not afraid of the cold autumn rain, and the number of people reached more than 200,000. During that campaign, Dean Lin of the Federal Academy of Science finally stood on the stage. In his decades of academic career, this was the first time he expressed his views on politics, and he called on the Federation voters to support Ross and Senator Medellin. Sulu could not remember the reason that Dean Lin of the Academy of Sciences used. It was mostly that he yearned for peace, and every contribution he made to the Federation was to resist the invasion of the Empire, to unite the people of the Federation, and that Governor Ross and Senator Medellin were presidential candidates that he believed to be trustworthy, and so on. The Federal Academy of Science, which had a high status in the hearts of the Federation citizens, expressed its views on the presidential election for the first time. Whether this was in accordance with the election laws of the Federation was not something that many people cared about, because Senator Pabre would not be able to fight a constitutional lawsuit at this time. The key was that the effect had already been seen. After the Academy of Sciences announced the successful development of the MX Mecha, its position in the hearts of the Federation citizens improved. The bias that Dean Lin announced had a huge impact on the psychology of the voters. According to the latest Federation TV poll, Ross and Senator Medellin had for the first time surpassed Senator Pabre in terms of public support. Sulu narrowed his eyes at the sudden desolate autumn scene, but he didn't feel too much sorrow in his heart. However, he was wondering why the things that Shi Qinghai had passed to Secretary Shen through him hadn't been exposed at this time of the presidential election. Could it be that Lady Tai was so confident in Pabre that she didn't want to resort to such means? In a sense, Shi Qinghai and Sulu were just small fries. However, these two small fries were constantly trying to achieve great things. Sulu didn't know if he could succeed. He only knew that if someone like Senator Macklin were to stand at the peak of the Federation's power, the Federation, which was already somewhat corrupt, would become even more unacceptable. He put the cigarette to his lips with 2 fingers and took a deep breath. He asked softly, "Is the result not out yet?" Shang Qiu was wearing a gray work uniform and standing quietly beside him. She was looking at something below the rooftop. There were still some raindrops on her huge glasses. When she heard this, she knew that the young man beside her was not as calm as he appeared to be. She lowered her head and answered, "We have done what we should do. Whether we can pass the final test or not is up to God." Since the video call that day, because there was no longer a need to keep it a secret, the engineers of the Nutshell Engineering Department knew the true identity of the mysterious technical team in the backup storage room. They were shocked that there was only one person in the team. Engineer Shang Qiu came directly to the backup storage room and started working with Su Lu. They didn't know what Su Lu said to Shang Qiu, but this genius female engineer didn't ask about the error in the core data anymore. Maybe she knew the truth, so other than the two of them, no one else knew about the secret of the new MX machine named Purple Sea from the Federal Academy of Science. They were both engineers with extraordinary talents. From the beginning, Su Lu and Shang Qiu's communication was very smooth. No matter what idea he came up with, this female engineer seemed to be able to use the current technology of the Federation to find a way to realize it. And every time Shang Qiu came up with a vague idea, Su Lu could use his knowledge, the ideas taught by the uncle, and the complicated blueprints in his mind to give her some inspiration. This kind of extremely tacit cooperation had actually started a long time ago, before the two of them had even met. Shang Qiu had always been in charge of the finalization of the MX mecha. Su Li's work in the underground of the engineering department these past few days was mainly to cooperate with this girl. However, he hadn't known about this at the start. Shang Qiu also hadn't expected that the technical support team in the backup storage room would actually be someone younger than herself. The air on the rooftop was somewhat chilly. Shang Qiu tightened the work uniform draped over her body, her arms crossed in front of her chest, which squeezed the dizzying whiteness of her breasts even more. Su Lu had long gotten used to this female engineer's figure, so he was no longer as nervous and stunned as before. After a brief pause, he passed a cigarette to her and said, "I can't be as calm as you. I'm faking it." Shang Qiu moved to his side and lit the cigarette. The reddish end of the cigarette trembled in the autumn wind. She exhaled the smoke somewhat shakily, coughed twice and said, "After I graduated from Metropolis University, I entered the engineering department. The first and last job I took on was the MX mecha. In truth, this is the only thing I've done in my life. Today I'll know whether this thing will succeed or not. Of course I'm a little nervous." Su Lu glanced at her, took a deep drag on his cigarette, and extinguished it in the water stains on the railing. He said, "I'm also very nervous." The profession of an engineer was different from that of a warship commander. It was still a male-dominated world. This was determined by the difference in the thought patterns and interest of the sexes in metal and machinery. He thought to himself, Shang Qiu had been able to enter the core department to research the MX mecha as soon as she graduated from Metropolis University. Moreover, in just a few short years she had risen from a normal technician to the present technical supervisor. Her ability had already been amply proven. The Federation government had given the Nutshell Engineering Department a week's time. Today was the last day. No matter how many ideas the hundreds of engineers in the engineering department still had to be tested, or how much finishing work they still had to do, a result had to be produced today. In fact, when Su Lu and Shang Qiu were smoking on the rooftop, it was precisely when the DoD General Assembly base officers were coming to the engineering department to conduct a joint inspection. Success and failure would be determined in these few short hours. Just as Shang Qiu had said earlier, what they needed to do had already been done. There was no point in staying in the storeroom any longer. Thus, they simply left the storeroom and came to the rooftop to bask in the autumn rain and scenery. It was as if this was the only way to leave that tense and stifling atmosphere. Speaking of which, it was very strange. The engineering department's MX mecha was currently undergoing inspection, but the two most important and crucial engineers were hiding outside, not thinking or daring to care about those things at all. Almost at the same time, Mr. Jose's voice rang out from Su Lu and Shang Qiu's communicators. The two of them exchanged a look, and from the other's eyes, they both found that Mr. Jose's tone did not reveal anything. This pair of young geniuses very tacitly wiped away the rainwater on their foreheads and walked silently into the building. When they reached the entrance of the building, Su Lu threw the extinguished cigarette butt into the dustbin. Shang Qiu paused for a moment and then did the same. The two of them followed the passageway into the backup storeroom. In the past, the storeroom was abnormally spacious and quiet, with only the sound of assembly lines and mechanical arms. Today, however, it was abnormally lively because many people had come. Although those people were all standing in place at the moment, not whispering to each other. This atmosphere made Sulu feel a little uncomfortable. He looked at the silver-white MX mecha on the platform in the distance, and then at the seemingly small figures below the tall mecha. He narrowed his eyes. The director of the Ministry of National Defense's General Assembly base had come, and so had the CEO of the Shell Motor Company. There were also many technical personnel from the military and the research institute. These people were all wearing dust-proof and radiation-resistant work clothes, goggles and full equipment. They looked just like battleship maintenance personnel walking in space. It was impossible to tell their identities and positions. Sulu looked at those fully covered test officers, and could not help but think of himself and the others smoking, eating, and exercising in front of the MX mecha. He could not help but smile. As he walked down the metal stairs, Secretary Bai and Major Lan Xiaolong silently came up behind him. One was his personal secretary, while the other was a soldier under the orders of the Ministry of National Defense to protect the safety of others. Naturally, they would not be too far away from him. Major Lan Xiaolong looked at Shang Qiu beside Sulu, and raised an eyebrow, a hint of ambiguity in his eyes. Bai Yulan, on the other hand, maintained her calm and ladylike expression, her head slightly lowered. Sulu did not ask about the results of the inspection, because since Mr. Jose had informed him, the results would have to wait at the front. Sulu and Shang Qiu walked towards the MX mecha. The sound of their footsteps was not loud, but it was exceptionally clear in the storeroom. The officers who had been talking in front of the mecha heard Mr. Jose say a few words, and then turned to look at the young man and woman, seeming somewhat surprised. A loud metallic clang drowned out the sound of their footsteps. The passageway between the backup storeroom and the engineering department had been completely opened, and that extremely thick and heavy alloy wall had been moved to another location. The engineers who had previously been at the engineering department headquarters to cooperate with the inspection work all walked over from the other side to join the people in the storeroom. These engineers carried incredibly complex emotions as they glanced at the MX mecha that was now standing up on its own, basking in the feeling of being parents for the first time. Then they turned their gazes towards the approaching Sulu and Shang Qiu. These engineers knew very well that if not for these two young technicians, the engineering department would never have been able to complete the MX mecha research and development so quickly. No one spoke. The spacious underground storeroom was silent. Suddenly, the skylight system above the storeroom switched on, and simulated natural light fell to illuminate the platform above. Under the natural light, the silvery white MX mecha stood tall on the platform, the firepower system on its left mechanical arm fully engaged. The brand new design of the recirculating main cannon was silently and coldly aimed at the sky. The edges of the wings attached to the mecha's back flowed with eye-catching streamlines, as if in the next moment, this new mecha condensed from more than 10 years of Shell Motor Company's hard work would move. Right then, Sulu and Shang Qiu had just reached the platform. He looked at Mr. Jose and Zhou Yu, but forgot to shake hands with these important people. Mr. Jose looked at the two young people in front of him with a complicated expression, suddenly feeling that he was the luckiest supervisor in the history of Shell Motor Company. A few years ago he had discovered a genius like Shang Qiu in the engineering department, and then the heavens had delivered a freak like Sulu to him. He nodded his head slightly. No one knew which engineer suddenly clapped, but the sound of clapping soon followed. Like the heavy rain that had just begun to fall that night, the clapping grew louder and louder, more and more urgent. It was as if the rain was getting heavier and heavier, roaring and howling, washing away all the gloominess of the world, leaving behind only the refreshing and clean sky. The thunderous applause rang out, echoing throughout the spacious underground storeroom. Even the CEO and the director of the Ministry of National Defense's General Assembly base began to smile and clap. Countless gazes turned to Sulu and Shang Qiu. Countless claps were either for them or for themselves. The engineers were excited and rejoicing. They knew that the greatest contributors to the success of the MX mecha's development were these two young people. Sulu and Shang Qiu glanced at each other, and then their lips split into a childlike grin. The MX mecha developed by the engineering department had passed the acceptance test. They had succeeded. The clapping continued for a long time. Some of the engineers' palms were already red from clapping, so they decided to just stomp their feet and kick up a fuss, as if insisting that Sulu and Shang Qiu say something at this time. They were all technical personnel. Giving the glory to these two young people was equivalent to giving themselves respect. Sulu looked around, his smile somewhat dazed. He lowered his head clumsily and bowed his thanks in all directions. For the sake of the Federation's new generation of mecha, The Shell Motor Company had begun research more than 10 years ago. Even before that, there had been scholars and experts working hard. The engineers around them had never stopped working, and some of the older experts had even bid farewell to this world during this long process. Every time Sulu thought of this, he felt that the glory should belong to them, to those who were clapping. This was not a pretense or pretentious sentiment. He truly felt this way. He always felt that he had only solved the last problem. It was like building a skyscraper. The foundation and the body of the building had all been built by the predecessors. He had only built the last floor, yet he had to enjoy the applause and respect of so many people. He felt a little embarrassed. "You are really amazing." Sulu forced himself to calm the excitement in his heart and looked at Shang Qiu beside him seriously. A young girl actually being able to complete the assembly design of a twin engine? If one had to say who was the biggest contributor, it should be Shang Qiu beside him. "I know that I am amazing in this area," Shang Qiu replied with a smile, but the two hands in her sleeves were already clenched into fists. Facing such a scene, how could she, who had dedicated all of her youth to this project, not be excited? Just like Sulu, she bowed to the engineers around her in thanks. Her gray work uniform was still draped over her shoulders, bowing to all directions. When she lowered her head, who knew how many spring ripples were exposed in front of everyone's eyes, but she acted as if she did not know anything. "Oh." Major Lan Xiaolong, who was behind Sulu, called out softly. The engineers began to whistle, and the warehouse was filled with jubilation. After Shang Qiu stood up, Sulu whispered beside her, "You did that on purpose? I am the supervisor and I know how hard they have worked these past few years. Since they succeeded today, of course I have to give them some benefits." Shang Qiu beamed and said, "You contributed the most, so do you want me to give you some benefits?" Sulu subconsciously glanced at Shang Qiu's bulging chest and quickly shook his head. Shang Qiu laughed twice, leaned over, stood on her tiptoes and kissed him hard on the cheek, making a crisp sound. Sulu touched his face and then scratched his head. He knew that this only meant that he was happy and did not mean anything else. However, in the eyes of the engineers around them, it was not just that. Therefore, the whistles became louder and there were occasional jeers and shouts. The atmosphere in the warehouse suddenly reached a climax. Bai Yulan, who had been keeping his head down, also raised his head at this moment. He gently lit up a cigarette with a smile and gently took a puff. He was a non-smoker, and would only make an exception when he was in an abnormal mood. Amidst the thunderous applause, he quietly thought to himself, when Sulu and Shang Qiu were designing the assembly at the end, he, as the test pilot, had carried out many tests. Could this be considered some contribution to MX? Right at 4:32 p.m. that day, before the results of the joint inspection by the Ministry of Defense and the Shell Motor Company could be reported to the Federation, a headline appeared on the Federation's biggest news bulletin board: Shell Engineering Department's new MX mecha has been successfully developed. The Federation's biggest news bulletin board was called Star's Sky. Every day, countless citizens of the Federation would choose to view or publish real-time news here. The news was divided into countless categories, so the main news section refreshed exceptionally quickly. That single headline was immediately squeezed into a dozen or so pages, and did not attract much attention. However, immediately after, someone reposted the news on a Weibo, pointing out that the new MX mecha from the Shell Engineering Department had passed the joint inspection by the Ministry of Defense and the company's headquarters this afternoon. It wasn't until now that someone noticed this news. At the same time, the previously buried title was reopened by someone. Today, the most discussed topic of the Federation's citizens was the Federal Academy of Sciences Purple Sea mecha and the presidential election. The public's passion and understanding of mecha had been aroused to an unprecedented level, so this piece of news instantly garnered the attention of many people and was quickly pinned in red at the top. However, the public did not understand. The Federal Academy of Science had already developed the mecha, so why was the Shell Engineering Department still continuing? There were George Carlin supporters who began to denounce the Federation's government for blocking information and carrying out repetitive construction, wasting the resources provided by the taxpayers. There were also military enthusiasts who began to analyze the deeper meaning behind the Shell Motor Company's actions. However, without seeing pictures and videos, they also did not know what the difference between the Shell Motor Company's MX and the Federal Academy of Sciences Purple Sea was. For a time, the heated discussion about the new Shell Motor Company's mecha continued into the middle of the night. However, most people expressed their lack of understanding towards the matter, and began to doubt or even criticize the Shell Motor Company's intentions. Right at this time, a post titled, "An Open Letter from the Shell Engineers," was placed on the news bulletin board. Like a giant rock falling into water, it stirred up 1,000 ripples. Chapter 244. Don't ask for my name or citizen number. I'm not that stupid, even though writing this letter is stupid in itself. I also don't want to use any evidence to prove that I'm an engineer from the Nutshell Engineering Department, because this is an open letter written by me alone. Those who believe will believe, but those who don't can take it as a joke. The reason for writing this open letter is very simple, it's to explain. We know that the Academy of Sciences has already completed the development of the new MX mecha. At this time, the Nutshell company still wants to develop another mecha. Many people won't understand, thinking that this repetition is a waste of the Federation's resources, but I want to remind you of one thing. A mecha is not a clay figurine, it's not something a 3-year-old child can casually rub on the beach to make. The clumsy clay figurine may have the innocent beauty of a child, but it definitely can't help the Federal Army gain too much in the battle against the Empire. This most sophisticated and complex humanoid machine needs a long time to develop. The Nutshell company had the initial intention of developing the MX mech 30 years ago. After a long period of preparation work, the project was officially established 12 years ago. Countless experts, scholars, and technicians put in their youth and sweat to develop the first-generation prototype last autumn. And we know, you also know, that the Federal Academy of Science has never had a similar plan. They just suddenly started this year, so in terms of first come first serve, the one wasting the Federation's resources should be the Federal Academy of Science, not the Nutshell company. What I don't understand even more is that after the Federal Academy of Science started the development of the new MX mecha, it only took a few short months to achieve success. How did they do it? We know that the Federal Academy of Science gathered the best scientists in the Federation, but I still don't believe that they have the technical ability, because if they did, the Federation's army would have already stepped on the soil of the Empire's capital. I'll repeat again, developing a mecha is not like making clay figurines, but the Academy of Sciences used the speed of making clay figurines to make it. Respect? Of course I respect it. Just like the cartoon on the Federation's children's channel, to be able to have this kind of speed, it's really amazing. I'm not accusing the Federal Academy of Science of plagiarism, although everyone knows that the cartoon was plagiarizing, I'm just using a possibly inappropriate example. Especially when the target of this accusation is the Federal Academy of Science, which is deeply respected by all of us. We have to be more careful. Although there are rumors in the academic community, our Dean Lin's record is not as pure and clean as everyone thinks. Because it's related to the Federation's absolute technical secrets, I can't say some details, but I want to remind everyone of one name, Professor Shin Yulin. If anyone is interested, you can research this name. Also, I want to remind everyone that the student who owns all of Professor Shin's academic legacy is one of the technical supervisors of our Nutshell Engineering Department. Just a few months ago, this technical supervisor was under pressure from certain parties and was locked up in the district attorney's office. Fortunately, he has been released now. Whether or not the Shell Motor Company should have developed the MX mecha, now that it has been developed successfully, the next step is to see whether the Federation government will choose the standards of the Federal Academy of Science or the standards of the Nutshell Company. From the perspective of a professional, I think this is a very simple proposition. I know that this open letter by one person will cause a lot of discussion, but I think, as an engineer of the Shell Motor Company, the conscience of a technical person and the principles of being a human being make me stand up and say these words. I don't want to see people who do things being criticized, while those who only know how to take the fruits of others' labor being made into statues and respected by others. There was a lot of content in the open letter, but it was basically just the tone of the person involved, using the tone of a tabloid to describe the so-called privacy of the Federation's academic community. This was a classic literary format. Anyone who was clear-headed would definitely feel that there were a lot of problems in this open letter. It was just that the things mentioned in this open letter were too explosive, so no one thought about the deeper problems. The open letter of this engineer had a total of 3,700 words. Not a single word was used to accuse the Federal Academy of Science of plagiarism, but the 3,000 words were actually all about this one problem. Anyone who read this open letter would know what this person wanted to say. The Federal Academy of Science was the most respected academic institution in the Federation, and Dean Lin was the leader of the academic community who was highly respected by the people. How could such an institution and scholar plagiarize? A stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. The entire sky of the planet was suddenly filled with all kinds of posts. A portion of people directly vented their dissatisfaction with life in the Federation. Without even thinking, they began to use a fierce tone to scold the Federal Academy of Science for being shameless. A portion of the public who thought they were calm began to weigh their words and express their opinions. They thought that this matter was completely ridiculous. Most of these people thought that the engineer who published the open letter was not a staff member of the Nutshell Engineering Department at all, but was just a despicable person who wanted to see the world in chaos. The real black-bellied conspiracy theorists began to harshly criticize the engineer. They believed that this was nothing more than a game between the political forces of the upper echelons of the Federation, and that the Nutshell Mobility Company had used despicable means to obtain a huge order from the government. There were even more daring conspiracy theorists who connected it to the network spies that the Empire had bribed. The silent majority, on the other hand, began to ponder the questions raised in the open letter. Doubts began to grow in their hearts. If Nutshell Corporation had begun the development of the MX Mecha more than a decade ago, why would the Federation's Academy of Sciences intervene halfway through? Moreover, who could explain the problems pointed out by the engineers? On the same night, the silent majority began to use the relatively free environment of the Federation's network to search for some information, especially regarding the gradually forgotten Professor Shin Yulin. At 1 o'clock in the morning, someone found an article from many years ago in an academic journal. The article used an obscure tone to point out that the academic results used by Professor Shin Yulin for the Federal Academy of Science to apply for the Nebula Award were mostly completed by Professor Shin Yulin as early as 3 years ago. Professor Lin Yuan, who was the current leader of the academic community in the Federation, the head of the Federation's Academy of Science. When he applied for the Nebula Award, he was already a famous young professor in the Federation and had an extremely high reputation. Immediately after, someone found out that the academic journal that dared to publish the article about Professor Lin Yuan, whose plagiarism had its funding and authority revoked by the Federation's academic committee. In the end, the journal ended up closing its doors. At this point, the once glorious name of Shin Yulin, the former Nebula Award winner, once again entered the public eye. The public found out on the internet that after that incident, Professor Shin left the Federal Academy of Science and entered the Shell Motor Corporation Research Institute. He disappeared from the academic community for more than 10 years. As for what he did after that, no one could find out. Everything left a trace. Lin Yuan, who probably didn't expect that the academic community of the Federation, which was under his control, would no longer dare to oppose him. But on the Federation's public network, the ancient information was still preserved. At 3:30 in the morning, someone finally found out about the incident at the Shell Motor Corporation Research Institute half a year ago. Not long after Professor Shin Yulin's death, his laboratory had been sealed up, and that assistant researcher who had accompanied him at the end had been arrested. Now his whereabouts were unknown. One problem after another was dug up by the public. Although it was just bits and pieces of evidence, coupled with their enthusiasm and imagination, a story of a top student suppressing his dissidence and shamelessly stealing the fruits of another's research had already been formed. The angry people became angrier and angrier, and the silent people also began to publish long articles full of logical reasoning. Even those bitter and mean conspiracy theorists, after a few hours of silence, began to jump out again. Only this time, their target was already the Federal Academy of Science and even the Federation government. The first 40 pages of Planet Sky's discussion section were all discussing this matter. The next day it was also raining in the capital special district. Professor Shin was holding an umbrella. Just as he was about to walk through the gates of the first military academy, he was surrounded by countless reporters who came out of nowhere. He looked at the umbrellas, cameras and camcorders all around him and was slightly taken aback. He did not understand what had happened. He slept extremely early every night, so naturally he did not know what had happened at Shell Motor Company or what had happened on the internet. After being informed of the news on the internet by the reporters, Professor Shin was silent for a long time before he raised his head. A faint smile hung on his face as he said, "It's not convenient for me to say anything." At this moment he knew that Su Lu, his father's favorite student before his death, had finally begun to seek something for his father in the underworld. His emotions were calm, but there was a trace of comfort in them. "Professor Shin, what exactly was the problem between Professor Shen and Dean Lin back then? It said that they were colleagues in the same laboratory back then?" "Professor Shin, is the sealing of Professor Shin's laboratory related to the development of the MX Mecha this time?" There are rumors on the internet that Professor Shin's academic legacy is now owned by an assistant researcher. As the only heir to Professor Shin's legacy, do you have any comments on this? Professor Shin had not answered any of the reporter's questions, but when he heard these words, he stopped in his tracks. He turned his head and said seriously, "This sentence is true. According to the agreement between the Federation and the government, the final 10 years of my father's research results belong to my father. The Federation only has the right to use them, and this right has now been transferred to the hands of my father's student. The transfer process was witnessed by my lawyer and myself. If necessary, I am willing to repeat the above explanation again." The reporter's tiny recording pens faithfully recorded these few sentences. Another reporter asked anxiously, regarding Dean Lin's plagiarism of Professor Shin Yulin's academic achievements, as well as the Federal Academy of Sciences' possible plagiarism of the Shell Motor Company's design, "Can you say a few words?" Professor Shin was silent for a long time, then he shook his head and said, "I have no evidence." After this sentence, Professor Shin walked towards the campus in the autumn rain. His pace was calm. He was just like his father. Although he was angry at the injustice, he was more willing to devote his time and energy to meaningful research than to live a sad life like a woman. A rigorous scholar would not express any opinions without evidence. The ID Shell engineer had become a celebrity on the Federation's network, but no matter how hard they searched, they could not find the owner behind this ID. The Federal Academy of Science naturally did not make any comments on this matter, and the reporters who rushed to the Harbor City Industrial Park were also unable to interview any of the Shell Motor Company's employees. However, they finally received confirmation from the Shell Motor Company's news department that the Shell Motor Company had indeed successfully developed the new MX Mecha. It passed the preliminary inspection by the Department of Defense and was temporarily named Little White Flower. There was no grand press conference. It was as if the weather was good to announce this important news. All the reporters felt a little uncomfortable. They did not understand why the Shell Motor Company was so low-key. Supervisor Jose walked into the warehouse and said to Sulu, who was working hard at the workbench, "Did you go online last night?" Sulu smiled. Mr. Jose did not say anything else. He only sighed and said, "The president's office called the CEO's office." Apparently, the CEO scolded the CEO and then the CEO scolded me. Actually, what I want to say is that we have already done what we should have done. I believe that our research on mecha is more solid than the Federal Academy of Science. As long as we fight for it, the Federation's mecha standards in the future will definitely use us. Why do we have to cause trouble at this time? The Purple Sea from the Academy of Science should have a higher output than us, Shangqiu replied. But this is not the main point. I have always had my doubts about its stability. After saying this, Shangqiu glanced at Sulu. In fact, everyone present was well aware that the person who had sent out the message last night must be present. The Shell Motor Company had developed the MX a little later than the Academy of Science. No matter how grand a press conference they held, it would not be able to achieve the sensational effect that the Academy of Science had. This kind of bottom-up, from the internet to the real world, could instead achieve good results. Sulu thought to himself that just getting the standards was not enough. Mr. Jose looked calmly at Sulu. He knew what he was thinking. This matter concerned Professor Shin's reputation. This genius technician would definitely not back down. There is no evidence. Mr. Jose was silent for a moment before saying, "No matter how much the people talk about it, there is no evidence. After a while it will die down." "I'm thinking of a way to let the evidence grow on its own," said Sulu with his head lowered. Overnight, the entire Federation knew that the Shell Motor Company had also successfully developed the new MX Mecha. As for what standards the Federation should use, heated discussions began in the various official residences in the capital, in the offices of the Federation Management Committee, and in the staff meetings of the various military regions. Also overnight, on Star Sky, including the Federation's public network, any discussion of the new mecha was swept clean. The Federation government, on the grounds of protecting the secret of the new mecha, was forgiven by the majority of the public. After all, this was not a discussion about which restaurant's food was better. But because of this, the accusations of plagiarism involving Dean Lin Yuanhu were also strictly controlled under this reason. After a burst of autumn rain and a burst of cold, a black car slowly stopped in front of the hotel beside the Charter Square in the Capital Special District. After Li Xiuzhu got off the car, he raised the collar of his windbreaker, covering his handsome and calm face, and walked into the hotel. Using the special VIP elevator to reach the top floor, he pushed open the heavy door. Secretary Luo stood up to welcome him. Li Xiuzhu ignored him and hung his windbreaker on a hanger. He smiled slightly and said, "Are you confident tomorrow? We have already obtained the technical specifications of the Shell Motor Company. They are completely at a disadvantage. There will be no problems in tomorrow's meeting," said Secretary Luo softly. "Dean Lin will come after the meeting." "Is the dean in a good mood?" Li Xiuzhu tried his best to keep his smile from showing any hint of schadenfreude. He walked to the window and looked at the brightly colored presidential residence in the distance. As long as the standards of the Academy of Sciences were used in tomorrow's meeting, what would those discussions count for? He turned around and glanced at Su Lu imperceptibly. He also noticed a woman with an impressive figure and a pair of glasses beside Su Lu. He smiled and said softly, "The people from the Nutshell Engineering Department this time seem to be quite young." "Shang Qiu, the key person in the twin-engine technology," Secretary Lu said softly. Li Xiuzhu's eyes were filled with surprise. He was just admiring the female engineer's temperament and impressive curves. He didn't expect this woman to be such an important person. "Say hello to your father for me." Lin Yuanhu walked to the side of the car and said lightly, "At the same time, tell Senator Macklin that the small fries in the Federation are nothing to be afraid of. Just like the hills under the moon, why should we be afraid of the wind coming from all directions?" Li Xiuzhu smiled slightly and replied softly. However, he didn't tell the other that the brat that the Federal Academy of Science hated the most was right behind them right now. He lowered his body and held the old man's hand with both hands. He was extremely respectful and kind. It was impossible to see the disgust he had for the old man in his heart. Bai Yulan went to handle the confirmation procedures for the room. Sulu sat on the sofa in the lobby. His eyes were misty as he looked at the crowd beside the car outside the hotel. He narrowed his eyes. The old man beside the car seemed to be an extraordinary person. But who was the man who had sent him off? He was so beautiful that he could compete with Shi Qinghai. Shang Qiu sat beside him. She took off the strapless black slippers on her feet and casually stepped on her bare feet. She hugged her knees and looked especially cute. These past few days, the technicians from the Nutshell Engineering Department had participated in 4 seminars on mecha standards in accordance with the government's requirements. They had been running around the special administrative region of the capital city and were really tired. She followed Su Li's gaze and looked over. She smiled slightly and said, "Do you know that important person?" Su Li shook his head. "Director Lin Yuanhu." Shang Qiu's smile had a trace of playfulness. She pressed her face against her knees and yawned. "The person you can't forget. I didn't expect you to not know him at all." That old man was the leader of the Federation's academic community? Su Li narrowed his eyes. He had seen enough important people in his life, but Lin Yuanhu was the first person he had to defeat. So, at this time his feelings were inevitably complicated. Since the old man was Lin Yuanhu, then the identity of the handsome young man who had sent the old man out of the hotel was naturally obvious. Other than the young master of the Li family, who else could be so devilishly beautiful and yet so calm? He turned his head and looked at the sleepy Shang Qiu. He couldn't help but shake his head. In the lobby of a high-class hotel, she could still be so relaxed and carefree. If the company had not reserved a room in advance, this hotel might have kicked them all out. A pair of small white feet stepped on the edge of the sofa, a piece of leaf stuck to the heels. Su Li's gaze flickered, and he saw that face without any makeup but still clean and pretty. Also, because of her current posture, the curve of her chest was stubbornly bouncing up and down under the pressure. He had to admit that Shang Qiu did have the ability to charm people. It was just that her brain was already good enough. There was really no need to show off anything. The Nutshell Company was one of the leading corporations in the Federation. This time, when it came to the competition for the new mecha standards, the company naturally would not be stingy in terms of funding. They had directly booked the entire 24 floors of this high-class hotel that the politicians and wealthy businessmen of the Federation loved. The technical team took up 6 of the rooms, and the remaining rooms were handed over to the security team sent by the Whitewater Company. The remaining few rooms were left for Major Lan Xiaolong and his soldiers. Although it was said that the upper management of the Nutshell Company had some objections to the Ministry of Defense sending personnel to protect their own employees, when they thought of what the independent director had done that rainy night, the company's upper management could only remain silent. After that independent technical director had left Hong Kong that night, he had been staying in the hospital. The board of directors of the Nutshell Company had already passed the resolution to remove him from his position as a director. They were just waiting for the shareholders' meeting to officially pass the resolution, and then report it to the management committee of the Federation. Sulu didn't care about that director's future. He stood by the window, looking at the square below the 24 floors, and the presidential residence further away, surrounded by green buildings. For the safety of the presidential residence, the height of the buildings in this area of the Capital Special District was strictly controlled. It was said that this high-class hotel named Green Sun was the tallest building in the district. The competition for the new Mecca standards of the Federation would come to a conclusion tomorrow at the presidential residence. Sulu thought of this and his mood became heavy. The competition for the standards wasn't sent to the Ministry of Defense, nor to the Academic Committee. President Sieg had directly put it on the agenda of the office. What did this mean? Bai Yulan knocked on the door and came in. She helped him tidy up his clothes, made a cup of green tea and then walked behind him. Following his gaze, she knew what he was thinking. She said softly, "The Academy of Sciences seems to be very confident in the past few meetings." During the meetings, the two sides hadn't shown any specific technical data. Sulu thought of the scene where Shang Qiu had confronted those old professors, and couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Shang Qiu's confidence came from her and her own abilities, but where did the Federal Academy of Sciences' confidence and even pride come from? Their data is definitely better than ours, Sulu said, and they must have obtained Little White Flower's data through some means. No confidence? Bai Yulan passed the tea to him and asked softly. Sulu took the teacup and looked at the swirling tea leaves in the water. After a moment of silence he said, "I only hope that the company's influence is big enough for Mr. President to give both sides a fair chance to compete." What would be a fair chance to compete? Of course it would be a mecha battle. Sulu lowered his head and took a sip of the tea, savoring the fragrance in the slightly hot tea. He turned to look at Bai Yulan and smiled. "MX is a new thing. I believe that no one in the Federation is more familiar with its controls than you. Do you have confidence?" Bai Yulan lowered her head and was silent for a long time. She would only express her confidence when she considered all the factors involved. From the first MX test to this year when Sulu brought her into the Nutshell Engineering Department, she had seen it all. She had even participated in it personally and provided a lot of experience for the technical staff. Sulu wasn't wrong. No one in the entire Federation was more familiar with this new mecha than her. "I have confidence. Even if the ace of the military came, it would be the same," Bai Yulan answered with her eyes lowered. "The Purple Sea from the Academy of Science might have a higher output power than Little White Flower," Sulu reminded her. "Although I don't know what you did in the past, I think that Purple Sea definitely has a fatal problem." Bai Yulan raised her head and looked at him calmly. "As long as the pilot the Academy of Science is looking for is not Madman Li, then it's fine." Sulu nodded. He had also considered the issue of test pilots before. Madman Li's ability was indeed terrifying, but the Lees of Philadelphia had always been on good terms with the Tai family. At such a crucial time, Madman Li couldn't be involved in this matter. Bai Yulan suddenly thought of something and frowned. The key is that the Academy of Science might not agree to the request for a mecha battle. They have the advantage in terms of data. If they only use a written evaluation, the Federation's new standards may very well be based on theirs. Why do they have to do this? This matter is not up to them. Sulu picked up his teacup and took another sip. He thought to himself that Secretary Shin's side had probably already made their move. The battle between the Federation's new MX mecha was definitely going to happen. The autumn rain had stopped long ago. Only a thin layer of fog hung over the streets of the Special Capital District. The other professors in the technical team obviously didn't sleep well. They were probably worried the entire night because of the standard confirmation meeting today. On the other hand, Sulu and Shang Qiu seemed to be full of energy. Shang Qiu's confidence came from the things that Sulu had told her, as well as a kind of fanatical worship of technology. Sulu didn't have much confidence at all. He only believed in the influence that the Tai family had on the Federation. He even vaguely guessed that the meeting today at the president's office wouldn't be able to set the standards for the new mecha at all. They would only come up with a method to set the standards. Of course, what he hoped for was a mecha battle. This was the simplest and most direct way to slap the opponent in the face. The Nutshell Company's car picked them up from the entrance of the hotel. After only 5 minutes of driving, they arrived at the edge of a large green lawn. Everyone got out of the car and began to undergo strict security checks. The workstations that they brought with them were also moved to the president's office by specialized personnel. Sulu looked at these special task force agents who were wearing black suits and white earphones. They weren't unfamiliar to him. When he was with Tai Ziyuan, he had seen many of them. When he thought about how important the Tai family was to President Sigurd, he was much more confident about today's standard meeting. They walked along the path in the middle of the lawn toward the president's office in the distance. The white president's office was faintly discernible in the thin fog, but it didn't feel like it was floating. There was only a sense of solemnity from history and the awe of power. The president's office of the Federation would have its outer walls repainted every 10 years. The color of the outer walls was decided by the citizens through online voting. This decade, the color of the outer walls was white. From time to time, black cars would drive past them. Su Lu, Shangqiu, and the others stepped to the side to let them pass. Looking at these custom-made luxury cars and the eye-catching special license plates on the cars, they knew that these people were all important people of the Federation who were here to attend the standard meeting today. Commander of the 1st Military Region, Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Miles. Bai Yulan looked at the black car with the military license plate that had just driven past and whispered to Sulu. He was from the 17th Armored Division of the 1st Military Region, so he was naturally very familiar with the car of this military leader. The cars of these important people naturally didn't need to go through the outer security checks. Sulu narrowed his eyes and looked at the cars that disappeared into the fog. He knew that the National Security Advisor, the leaders of several major military regions, and many other important people were here. At this moment, his previous confidence was suddenly shaken. If these important people of the Federation were all inclined to adopt the standards of the Federal Academy of Science, would President Sigurd still care too much about Lady Tai's influence and the wishes of the Nutshell Company? He stopped thinking about these things and just looked at the cars that slowly drove past. As he looked at the president's office that was getting closer and closer, he felt some other emotions. This was the core of the Federation's power. These people were the embodiment of the will of tens of billions of citizens of the Federation. When he was at Donglin's Zhonglo Street, he didn't dare to imagine that he would one day enter the president's office and pass by these important people. It was still early when they entered the president's office, so the meeting hadn't started yet. The technical team of the Nutshell Company was arranged to wait in the lounge. Shangqiu was going to represent them to give the final concluding speech. At this moment, she was not just silently eating the snacks on her plate. "Are you a bit nervous?" Sulu gently clenched his fist and looked at the oil paintings on the walls of the lounge. Thinking that these were the things that the presidents of the Federation had seen with their own eyes and even touched with their own hands, even though he was extremely slow when it came to power, he still felt a trace of the weight of history and the oppression of power. "A bit," Shangqiu said vaguely. She was wearing a light blue formal suit today, which set off her beautiful figure. "When I think about letting those politicians and generals listen to the lecture and explaining those complicated technical terms clearly, I feel a bit of a headache." "I thought your nervousness was the same as mine because we are in the president's office." Sulu smiled bitterly. "I came here once when I was in the 3rd grade. Shangqiu wiped the crumbs from her mouth and looked at Su Li's shocked expression. She explained with a smile, "The president's office is open to tourists once a week. What's so strange about it?" Sulu scratched his head awkwardly. He was an orphan from Donglin, so he naturally didn't know about these things. An official from the president's office came to inform them. Shangqiu followed him into the tightly shut conference room. The technical team of the Nutshell Company, including Sulu, began to stare blankly at the door at the end of the corridor. They didn't know what was going on inside and whether Shangqiu's presentation would be successful. It didn't take long for Shangqiu to come back with a computer. She sat beside Sulu, shook her head and said, "I can't see any signs." "Then let's wait," Sulu said. No one would have thought that this wait would go on for an entire day and night. The biscuits of the president's office were indeed delicious, and the tea was truly a product of mountain mist. However, it wasn't a good idea to keep eating like this. Sulu looked worriedly at the door, a very bad feeling growing in his heart. Those important people had actually discussed for so long without a conclusion. One could imagine how intense the situation in the conference room must be. He was very worried. If the Federation government didn't even give the Nutshell Company a chance to battle Mecha, what else could he do? Everyone has seen the technical data. The National Security Advisor rubbed his somewhat numb forehead and said, "The Federal Academy of Sciences Purple Sea has the overall advantage." He looked at the president sitting at the back of the office and said with a smile, Hu Fu, we've already given the Nutshell Company enough chances. Chapter 246. It was already late into the night. The Special Task Force agents in the garden around the president's official residence scanned their surroundings vigilantly. They listened to the system commands coming from their earpieces and did not relax in the slightest. They knew very well that if the Empire's spies had the ability to infiltrate the Federation and launch an attack on the president's official residence tonight, the Federation would definitely suffer the heaviest blow in history. This was because most of the current cabinet and most of the key members of the federal military were at the scene of the meeting in the president's office. Of course, under the glory of the Charter, no Empire spies had ever been able to penetrate deep into Planet S1. The Special Task Force agents' nervousness to a greater extent came from the weight of those important figures themselves. Mr. President Sieg, who only had 4 months left in his term, sat behind his desk and signed a document electronically. He then forwarded it to the office. Only then did he slowly raise his head and meet the National Security Advisor's gaze with a trace of sincerity, a trace of warning, and even a trace of pity. After a long silence he said, "You guys discuss and come to a conclusion first." From 9 o'clock in the morning until midnight, the discussion in the president's official residence had not come to a conclusion, and there was no way to come to a conclusion. The new generation of mecha standards was indeed a big deal, but it was not enough for so many important figures to spend so much time on the approval of this standard. However, everyone in the official residence knew that the battle for mecha standards also faintly involved the issue of the next president, so they had to be cautious. The National Security Advisor, the commanders of the 1st Military Region, and the 2nd Military Region had already expressed their opinions. Since the Federal Academy of Sciences data was clearly superior to the Shell Motor Company's, the federal military should naturally adopt this set of standards. However, the president of the Shell Motor Company, who had been sitting in the corner all this time, refused to bow down and admit defeat under the support of the scientific advisor. In the end, the negotiations between the important political figures were not much different from a fight between children. With such a huge interest involved, no one would easily give in. During these dozens of hours of intermittent discussion, only Commander Zhong of the 4th Military Region of the West Woods, who was remotely connected, and the commander of the 3rd Military Region, who was sandwiched in the middle, had remained silent. President Sigurd glanced at the faces in the room, each with a different expression and different thoughts. He had a very different thought than usual. His term was coming to an end, and the members of the cabinet would naturally not discuss things as they used to. He knew very well that many people, including the National Security Advisor, were already considering their interests after the next president took office. It was just like the dramas that described the dynasty era. The officials could surrender and have other intentions, but the emperor could not do so. President Sigurd knew very well that he was not the emperor, but he did not need to be like these people and consider too many benefits. Even if he did help one side, could he still be the next president? In a few more months' time, he would only be an ex-president, and the treatment and respect he deserved would not be reduced in the slightest. It was precisely because of this reason that he had not made a final decision regarding the mecha standards this time around. Even though the Academy of Sciences mecha standards had already received the support of the majority of the military, and the Shell Motor Company's efforts could be wasted at any moment, President Sieg remained silent. The two major factions in the Federation government had already shed all pretense of cordiality at this moment, and the side that supported the Federal Academy of Science had already gained an overwhelming advantage. The National Security Advisor narrowed his eyes and looked at President Sigurd, thinking to himself, "You are just a pile of mud that you helped into office. Who would allow you to play these kinds of tricks at this time?" This teacher and close friend of Mr. President was just about to use words to force President Sigurd to make a decision when a notification sounded in the office's communication system. Space Fleet connecting. Hearing this, everyone in the president's office perked up. Even Commander Zhong, who had been dozing off on the screen, slowly raised his head. In this kind of situation, if that 3-star female general of the Space Fleet expressed some kind of opinion, it would be decisive. After filtering the image for a while, the face of a female general appeared on the screen hanging in the president's office. This female general was around 45 years old. Her facial features were cold, and the lines of her face were as sharp as a knife. Looking at her made people feel as if they were stabbed in the heart by an ice knife. Hong Yuliang, the only 3-star female general of the Federation. She led the 3 major fleets of the Federation and walked in the universe. She fought at the edge of the interstellar system, and her achievements were outstanding. It had been 4 years since she had landed on the surface of a planet. She was like a meteorite in the universe, full of sharp edges and cold. What are your thoughts? President Sigurd recounted the previous discussion and the dispute between the two sides and asked the female general on the screen. Mr. President, I have already looked at the technical data of both sides. I think that the Federal Academy of Science has the advantage. The female general on the screen looked at everyone coldly and said, "The threat of the Empire is right in front of you, and you people still have so much interest in scheming against each other. Don't you know the meaning of shame?" Everyone in the president's office was a big shot. Although General Hong Yuliang had a lot of experience and great achievements, any one of them would be able to suppress her. However, she just had to say it so bluntly, directly piercing through the masks on everyone's faces. Everyone in the office smiled helplessly, but they didn't have any strong reactions. They were all very clear about this female general's temper. No one could do anything to her. Mr. President, time is of the essence. I support the standards of the Academy of Science, said Hong Yuliang. Actually, that's what I mean. The chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, who was also the commander of the 1st Military Region, sighed tiredly and said, "The Empire is already ready to make a move. The people don't know, but we know. We can't waste any more time on these things." After the words of the two big shots in the military came out, the expression on the face of the president of the Shell Motor Company became a bit ugly. He looked at the president's scientific advisor, and they both knew that they might lose without a fight today. Although President Sigurd's attitude was still unclear, most of the generals in the military had already expressed their attitudes. In this kind of situation, the president also had to respect the other party. The vice president who represented the Academy of Science stood up with a smile and said to the general in the office and the two generals on the screen, "The results of the conference have already proven that the Purple Sea developed by the Academy of Science has completely suppressed the design of the Shell Motor Company in all aspects. I can guarantee to the Federation that the new mecha from the Academy of Science will definitely be able to help the Federal Army achieve unprecedented success in the war with the Empire." Just as he finished speaking, the heavy wooden door of the president's office was pushed open. The deputy director of the office, Boog, walked in with a strange expression and said, "Philadelphia called." The atmosphere in the president's office became abnormally strange because of the words, "Philadelphia called." The commanders of the 3 military regions and the female general of the Space Fleet began to tidy up their military uniforms. Commander Zhong of the 4th Military Region opened his eyes abruptly, and the rest of the people were slightly stiff. They didn't know if this sentence was true or not. Philadelphia called? That old man seemed to have not cared about the affairs of the Federation for more than 10 years. Why did he take the initiative to contact the president today when discussing the mecha standards? The expression of the National Security Advisor froze for a moment before returning to normal. He also didn't think that such an unexpected situation would happen, but then he thought that no matter how respectable that old man's status was, this was still an important matter for the Federation. The other party couldn't just use his status to mess around. There was no video, but an old voice sounded from the phone in the president's office. A mecha standard actually took 1 day and 1 night to discuss. Then if the Empire invades again, do we have to discuss this for 2 months? Do we even need to invite the members of the Federation Management Committee to participate in the discussion? President Sieg smiled slightly and said into the phone, "Do you have any suggestions?" The voice on the other end of the phone said slowly, "Mechas are used for battle. The data is not important. 2 mechas fight and we just need to see the result." The president's office was silent. No one would have thought that this great military god, who had not spoken about the Federation's affairs for more than 10 years, would actually speak up for the sake of the new mecha standards. Furthermore, the method he suggested was so primitive and barbaric and even a little naive. However, no one raised any objections. The chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Miles, stood up and saluted into the phone. He said, "General Miles reporting to the division commander. We will definitely complete the mission." Years ago, during the first intergalactic pursuit against the Empire, General Miles was the battalion commander of the 17th Armored Division, and General Li Pifu was the division commander of the 17th Armored Division. At this time, the other generals in the office had also stood up and listened respectfully to Fei Cheng's call. For the federal military, Fei Cheng's call was not a suggestion, but an order from their superiors. They only needed to follow orders. President Sieg stared at the phone in front of him. He did not feel that his authority was being challenged. Although the scene in front of him was a little ridiculous, and the Federation military did not respect the president and that old man, he knew that this was caused by history. As long as that old man was still alive, the Federation president's position in the hearts of the military would never be as high as it was stipulated in the Constitution. The National Security Advisor had been silent all this time. At this time he suddenly said, "Sir Marshal, if a mecha battle is to take place, naturally there needs to be a fair environment. Can we allow both sides to freely choose their own pilots?" The battle for the new mecha standards of the Federation, after a day and a night of stalemate, was finally resolved with a phone call. It returned to the traditional mecha battle in the military camp. Although everyone knew that this method would not be able to fully display the new mecha standards of both sides, it was still a relatively fair method. Su Lu, who had been in the lounge of the president's official residence for more than 10 hours, finally heard the news after going to the washroom a few times. This news was not unexpected. It was also the best method he had imagined, because the Academy of Sciences mecha data did indeed have the advantage. However, he did not know what kind of struggles and secret compromises the big shots in the Federation's cabinet had gone through in order to achieve this mecha battle. He also did not know that this situation had been decided by the military god of Fei Cheng. Other than Shang Qiu, who had entered the president's office to explain, the rest of the technical team had not had the chance to enter. They had originally planned to explain some of the characteristics of the MX mecha to those big shots, but it seemed that those big shots did not need this at all. They would only do things according to their wishes. That night, returning to the 24th floor of the hotel, Sulu looked at the dimming lights of the president's official residence in the distance. Thinking of Mr. CEO's solemn instructions, his heart also became heavy. This was already the last chance they could fight for. In a mecha battle, Nutshell definitely could not afford to lose. The mecha battle location has been chosen at the Old Moon base. Sulu took the teacup and said seriously to Bai Yulan beside him, "The time is 3 days later. There's still time to make the initial preparations. However, this place is disadvantageous for us. The low-gravity environment will magnify the difference in instantaneous power output. Mobility is especially important at the Old Moon base. You need to be mentally prepared." Bai Yulan held her teacup with both hands and nodded lightly. She said softly, "Understood." Sulu turned around, his eyelids drooping as he repeated the calculations he had done countless times in his mind. He said, "You must force the opponent into an overclocking battle. The Academy of Science did not do enough self-checks, so they definitely haven't discovered that problem yet. Under the overclocking state of the electronic jets, the longest stable time is only 3 minutes. You just need to drag on for 3 minutes, and their purple sea will be destroyed for everyone to see." Concentrating the power of both engines to make an instantaneous increase in power output was an operation that would only be used in an absolutely intense mecha battle. At this time, Su Li's request for Bai Yulan to drag the Academy of Sciences Purple Sea into this state and maintain it for 3 minutes was a very difficult request. "No problem." Bai Yulan lowered her head and said softly, "After hearing what you said, my confidence is increasing. I even somewhat hope that the opponent will choose Mad Manly as their pilot." Sulu laughed, shook his head and said, "This possibility is too small. Previously, the president said that this mecha battle was the intention of the Lees of Philadelphia. It's obvious that they are helping us. How can Mad Manly participate?" Li Xiuzhu stood by the window with a gloomy expression. He didn't know that Sulu had been standing by another window not far away, looking at the president's residence with him. The news that came earlier made him feel somewhat unhappy. His family had spent a lot of money to convince the National Security Advisor. They had also used their relationship with the First Military Region and the threat of the Empire to make the big bosses of the federal military firm their stance. However, he didn't expect that all of this would disappear because of a call from Philadelphia. "Don't worry about anything." There was only one energy-saving lamp in the room, so the light was somewhat dim. The president of the Academy of Science, Lin Yuanhu, sat on the sofa in the luxurious suite. His expression was very calm as he looked at this young nephew of his and said, "It's just 3 days later than scheduled." Li Xiuzhu turned his head and forcefully hid the trace of displeasure on his face. He smiled and said, "It's good that Uncle Lin has confidence. I have confidence in the research ability of the Academy of Science." Lin Yuanhu's expression slightly darkened. This afternoon he and Li Xiuzhu had been waiting in the hotel for the news from the president's residence. Because of the press conference that the Federal Academy of Science held without authorization, this old man knew that President Sieg had a lot of opinions about him. Even the big bosses of the military had secretly scolded him. It was all thanks to the Li family's help that the anger was quelled. Since this was the case, It was naturally inconvenient for him to go to the president's office. Therefore he only sent a deputy president as his representative. However, he didn't expect that after waiting for more than 10 hours, he would end up with such an awkward result. A trace of displeasure and vigilance appeared in the heart of this leader of the Federation's academic community. You rest first. I still have to arrange some things. Li Xiuzhu smiled slightly and walked out of the room. Just outside the room he first called his father. The head of the Li family naturally already knew about the decision of the president's residence, but he needed to know if there were any follow-up arrangements from his father's side. The head of the Li family's calm voice came from the other end of the phone. There's nothing for you to do now. The National Security Advisor will take care of it. Yes, father. In the afternoon of the second day, Major Li Feng, who had been on his shift from the front lines and had stayed in the capital ring for almost half a year, walked out of the Army General Hospital with a dark expression. Zhou Yu had already been discharged from the hospital, but no one had informed him. Although with his background, even if he rushed into the West Mountain compound, no one would dare to stop him, but after all, he still had to think about the honor of his family. Thinking about the phone call he had received from the Ministry of Defense, Li Feng's expression became even darker. They actually wanted him to go to the Old Moon base to participate in some kind of mecha battle? Or was it on behalf of those old scumbags from the Academy of Science? Now he was very clear that Sulu had participated in the MX of the Nutshell Mobile. Once he thought of the possibility of smashing that brat's hard work into pieces, he had a kind of desire and excitement. However, Madman Li was not a real lunatic after all. He knew very well that there were many things hidden behind this phone call. Father, what's going on? Li Feng asked the middle-aged general on the other end of the phone. I remember you said last time that the MX of the Nutshell Mobile seems to have some connection with the madam's side. The National Security Advisor mentioned this matter to your grandfather. After all, you are a soldier, so naturally you have to obey military orders. It's not good for the family to say anything. Li Feng seemed to have understood something. He suddenly had the urge to beat the white-haired National Security Advisor to death. But in the blink of an eye, he felt a trace of excitement. It was always good to be able to participate in this matter. After a moment of silence on the other end of the phone, his father said, Our Li family has a personal relationship with the Federation, but there are no factions. We are only loyal to and can only be loyal to the Federation. The MX Mecha is involved in the great matter of resisting the invasion of the Empire. Do your best and choose the best one. This is what your grandfather told you. Chapter 247. In the deep blue space, countless stars were quietly watching the spaceships flying among them. The people on the spaceships were also watching them. In the field of vision below the dark star field, a giant hexagonal space station was reflecting the light of the stars. It was brighter than any of the stars in the field. The hexagonal space station quietly overlooked the surface of planet S1, ready to accept the spaceships that leaped out of the atmosphere at any time. Sulu stood beside the porthole, squinting his eyes as he watched the space station not far away. He was slightly excited. He had experienced space travel before. The last time he took the ancient bell from Donglin to the capital ring, it was at the giant space station that he took the spaceship to transfer to. However, the spaceship he took today did not stop at the space station. Instead, it directly broke through the gravitational pull and atmosphere of planet S1 and flew into space, heading towards the Old Moon base. The Shell Motor Company had its own commercial fleet. It was not large in number, but its performance was excellent. The technical team was going to the Old Moon base to participate in the test battle of the new MX Mecha. Naturally, the headquarters provided the best spaceship, so there was no need to resupply or transfer at the space station. The light of the stars outside the window suddenly dimmed. Sulu knew that the spaceship was changing direction. He walked back to his seat and looked at the serious expressions of his companions. He could not help but feel a little nervous. The technical staff of the Shell Motor Company were all wearing dark gray military uniforms. This was because, in a sense, they were all non-staff members of the Federal Army. Even Shang Qiu was a civilian major. In this spaceship, the only people who were not wearing military uniforms were Secretary Bai, who was beside Sulu, and the CEO who was sitting in the luxurious private room at the front of the spaceship. Bai Yulan had made a big mistake in the army years ago and was expelled from the army. The CEO did not want to use military uniforms to boost his confidence. The CEO of the Shell Motor Company, if placed in a place like East Forest or West Woods of the Federation, would be at the level of a district chief executive. A few days ago, The attitude of the Shell Motor Company during the internal struggle of the Federation was clearly not in line with the status of this giant company in the Federation. Sulu thought of the CEO who was in his 40s and had some doubts in his heart. The CEO of the Shell Motor Company had not shown much in the past few days. The main reason was that the management committee of the Federation had appointed him as the CEO of the Shell Motor Company less than a year ago. Coincidentally, when he took over, many problems within the company. After the failure of the experiment last autumn, the Federal Academy of Science shamelessly and overbearingly joined in with the excuse of participating in the design of the dual-engine technology. This was an official decision made by the Federation's academic committee, so the Shell Motor Company could not use this to accuse the other party. However, right after that, the Academy of Science had stolen the data from Xinyulan's laboratory. That independent director of the Shell Motor Company had also encountered some problems. All these troubles had gathered together, making this newly appointed CEO angry but also somewhat anxious. If the internal strife within the Shell Motor Company's board was like the internal strife within the Federation and had not been completely settled, the CEO could not spend all his time on these political squabbles. He knew better than anyone the importance of the MX Mecha to the Federation and to the company. Thus, he personally led the technical team and boarded this spaceship headed for the old moon. The flight through space was truly rather tedious. Those provocatively dressed dancers on the screen did not attract too much attention. Everyone in the technical team was deep in thought about the mecha battle that would begin the day after tomorrow, analyzing the technical aspects that they were responsible for to ensure that there would not be any loopholes. Shang Qiu had not come with the technical team. The mecha battle testing, data analysis, and evaluation work at the old moon base would be carried out in the control hall on the ground. She still had very important work to do, so she had stayed behind. Sulu looked at Bai Yulan beside him, who had her head lowered the entire time. He could not help but think that if Shang Qiu had been by his side right now, the journey would probably not have been so boring. Secretary Bai was too quiet. She really was not a good travel companion. Right at this moment, a voice rang out from the communicator. Sulu was slightly taken aback, but then he got up from his chair and walked towards the room where the CEO was. Not long after, he walked back and sat back down with a heavy expression on his face. He could not help but glance at Bai Yulan again, wondering if he should tell her this news now or when the mecha battle begins. Bai Yulan saw the change in his mood and asked softly, "The other side has chosen?" "Yes." The mecha battle testing this time was of the utmost importance and had attracted the attention of countless people. Both sides would definitely choose the most experienced and most capable pilot in the Federation. Sulu guessed that the other side would not have guessed that Nutshell Company had long since made the decision to use Bai Yulan as their pilot. However, he also did not expect that the other side would actually have a way to persuade that fellow to come personally. After a moment of silence, he said, "It's Madman Li." Bai Yulan's delicate eyebrows rose, then calmed down. It cost a lot of money and time, and it was one of the greatest glories of humanity. Under the pen of a poet, they would often describe how the giant pen of humanity painted a barren planet in the sky with a layer of unnatural color. It was naturally earth-shattering to be able to change the world. Of the 700 bases on Old Moon, the largest was naturally the Federal Military's main assembly base and the Shell Motor Company's spaceship manufacturing factory. It was said that in the military control zone on the dark side of the moon, there was a super-large base that was specifically responsible for supplying the three major fleets of the Federation. However, the ordinary people of the Federation would never be able to see its true appearance. Under the guidance of the Flight Control Center on Old Moon's surface, a pale white commercial spaceship drew a nearly straight arc as it headed towards the predetermined landing site. Just by looking at the exterior design of this spaceship, it was obvious that this was a direct endurance spaceship that could break through the S1 atmosphere. On the side of the spaceship was a line of very eye-catching words: "Where there is metal, there is fruit shell." Seeing the pearl-like large bases becoming clearer and clearer, the technical team members on the spaceship had already stood up and let out waves of exclamations. Humanity's transformation of the universe always made these engineers feel a sense of respect from the bottom of their hearts. These engineers and professors were researching mecha, not space battleships. For most of them, this was their first time at Old Moon bases, and that kind of excitement was indescribable. At this time, they were not even willing to think about the mecha battle that would take place the day after tomorrow. The boundless Black Sea that stretched out like the grasslands of the Eastwood region was indeed an extremely magnificent sight. And those pearl-like bases that were covered by a giant membrane were also an exciting process. Sulu should have been excited by everything in front of him, but the extremely bad news during the journey made his heart feel a little heavy, and he actually somewhat ignored this magnificent scenery. The Shell Motor Company's exclusive spaceship did not land at its own base, but instead flew directly to the Ministry of Defense's Space Assembly Base. Accompanied by the loud sound of airflow and the electronic positioning siren, the spaceship steadily landed on the dock, and then a large piece of shrinking equipment placed it underground. The alarm was lifted and the technical team disembarked from the spaceship. They sat on the self-propelled electric scooter below the spaceship and followed the 10-kilometer-long underground tunnel towards the dark and quiet front. Mr. CEO had a special car to pick him up and had already left. The moment they left, Sulu noticed that Mr. CEO's expression was a little gloomy. Beside him, his secretary was holding a phone and arguing non-stop with certain parties. The CEO of Nutshell probably also smelled a trace of danger. There were too many people in the Federation who did not want Nutshell to get the standard for the new mecha. Thinking of this, Sulu could not help but feel a little cold. Even if the Iron Schemer was one of the 7 great families in the Federation, how could they have such a huge influence? He looked at his phone and confirmed that there was signal in the underground tunnel, so he directly called Secretary Shen. Over the phone, he told the other party the news he had just received, and then quietly waited for the other party to reply. Shunli was silent for a long time on the other end of the phone before saying, "I just verified this news. According to the intelligence report, it should be that Senator Macklin who gave the idea to the National Security Advisor. As for the Philadelphia side, I don't have that kind of influence." "What about the madam?" Sulu continued to ask. If it was in the past, no matter who the other party chose to be the pilot, it would not affect his confidence in Little White Flower and his judgment of the Purple Sea. However, Li Feng was different. He was a madman, the only grandson of the Lees of Philadelphia, and a rare super pilot in the federal military. At this time, if Sulu and Madman Li were to fight, he would not mind. However, as Bai Yulan had said before, when it came to mecha piloting, Madman Li's ability was too terrifying. This was a result of his battle record. Sitting under the huge dome, Sulu looked at the layer of transparent film 10 meters away from him through the glass. He was curious about the material of the film and the operating principle of the gravity replenishment device in the base. Only when he was in space could he truly feel the extent to which the technological civilization of the Federation had developed over the past tens of thousands of years. Even though he was known as a genius in mechanical engineering, it was impossible for him to completely understand the intricate technological fields. After a few calls, there was no good news. Mr. CEO's secretary had called earlier and helplessly said that the company's negotiations with the Federation government had all failed. This was because in the meeting in the president's office, the military god of the Lees of Philadelphia had personally promised the National Security Advisor that both parties could choose whichever pilot they wanted. It was because of this heavy mood that Sulu decided to just focus on the structure of the final assembly base. However, no matter how he looked at the scene in space outside the film, he still could not calm down. There was even a faint trace of regret in his heart. If he had known this would happen, should he have asked Madman Li to be the pilot for Nutshell first? The living area of the final assembly base was very quiet. On the dome about a few hundred meters high, the automatic superlight cleaning maintenance robot was slowly working along the alloy framework. Sulu picked up the teacup in front of him and took a sip. He then felt that his thoughts were really a little unfair to Bai Yulan in front of him. "What you said in the hotel that day was a lie," Bai Yulan said softly. Bai Yulan said softly, "I've seen Li Feng operate a mecha with my own eyes. I don't have the slightest bit of confidence against him. However, since our goal is only to drag that Purple Sea into an unrestricted battle for 3 minutes, it is possible." Hearing this, Su Li's mood gradually calmed down. If they wanted to go head-to-head with the only remaining seedling of the Lees of Philadelphia, there was no point in looking for other ace pilots in the federal military. In comparison, Secretary Bai's understanding of the new MX mecha was deeper than anyone else's. Moreover, Sulu had always believed that this delicate man's strength had never been fully utilized. "It won't change anything," Sulu picked up the teacup and said seriously, "let's deal with him." Bai Yulan picked up the teacup and clinked it lightly with him. After hurriedly finishing the cup of tea, the technical team did not stay for long. They immediately rushed towards the core area of the base. Yesterday, Nutshell's MX mecha had already been transported from the port to the old moon base under the close watch of the military. According to the schedule, they were about to begin the mecha combat test, modifying the outer armor and weakening the firepower of the mecha. The technical team members of Nutshell's engineering department naturally had to watch with their own eyes. Otherwise, who knew what those mechanics from the Ministry of National Defense would do to their precious mecha? The members of the technical team went through the chip scan one by one and obtained temporary access to the old moon base. They walked towards the underground warehouse. They saw the mecha in the center of the warehouse in the distance and began to get excited. Although it had only been 7 days since they last saw each other, to these people, it felt like a long time. Su Lu and Bai Yulan were still walking at the back. There was no problem with the chip scan. However, just as the two of them were about to enter the warehouse, a group of armed soldiers surrounded them. Su Lu, the technical director of the Nutshell Engineering Department? An official in a black suit asked coldly. Su Lu narrowed his eyes and said, "Yes. You can go in now." "This person stays," the official said as he pointed at Bai Yulan. Su Lu narrowed his eyes even more. He asked, "Why?" Bai Yulan was suspected of illegally selling military equipment to foreign countries. "Therefore he cannot enter the core area," the official replied. Su Lu knew about Secretary Bai's crimes. However, the military court did not convict him. Why did some people suddenly appear at such an important time? Unexpectedly, the faction from the Federal Academy of Science started to make their move again. Not only did they use Madman Li as a test pilot, they also tried to stop Bai Yulan at the last minute. He looked at the official's cold face and suddenly said, "This is a test pilot from Nutshell's company. He cannot enter the core area? Then how will the mecha battle start? Can you bear this kind of responsibility?" "Not only can he not enter the core area, he will have to follow me immediately for further investigation." The official smiled and said, "You don't have to scare me with the MX mecha battle. I am not a Federation official." "Are you done yet? Are you done yet?" Su Lu could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. He stared into the official's eyes and said loudly, "I don't care what kind of fucking official you are. If you dare to stop us, let's see how you will answer to the president." Chapter 248. Su Lu had met many big shots in the Federation. Not to mention the president, who had been very kind to him throughout the journey and had solemnly instructed him to do so. Even the mother and son of the Tai family as well as General Zhou Yingxing, were all big shots that could shake the surface of a planet with just a word from the Federation. However, meeting big shots did not mean that he could completely understand the way they did things. To be more precise, he still had not gotten rid of the moral standards of the citizens at the bottom of the hierarchy. He always thought that no matter if it was a politician or a politician, they would still need to maintain their dignity and do things according to the rules of the Federation. Even if they were faced with a strong conflict of interest, the way these people snatched benefits was always elegant, calm, and confident. It was just like how the Federal Academy of Science took the data of Professor Shin from the Husk Institute. Everything was done so cleanly, and they looked down from above, swallowed mountains and rivers, and silently flowed like a clear spring, until today when he first heard that Madman Li was selected to be the pilot, and then this guy who called himself an official of the Bureau of Proclamation led soldiers to stop Bai Yulan and was about to arrest her. Su Lu finally understood that when the big shots in the upper echelons of the Federation had their fundamental interests infringed, they would not hesitate to show their greedy and cold appearance. As long as they had the slightest reason, they would use extreme methods and do things to the extreme. They would endlessly show the realm of shamelessness that they could reach. What does this have to do with the Bureau of Proclamation? If you want to go to military court, it's the Department of Defense's business. Because of this understanding, Su Lu could no longer suppress the anger that he had been suppressing for a long time. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the official in front of him. His gaze was like a knife that could cut the indifferent face of the other party into countless mottled pieces at any moment. Correspondingly, he could no longer play the role of a silent, optimistic, and cheerful technician. Instead, he began to emit a lonely and ruthless aura from his bones. What does this have to do with the Bureau of Proclamation? The Bureau of Proclamation doesn't need to tell you. The official ignored his anger and replied with a smile. The Bureau of Proclamation was usually only responsible for coordinating with the work of the government. They rarely showed themselves directly. Today's trip to the Old Moon base was due to the persuasion of some powerful people within the Federation government. In fact, the Shell Motor Company had already entered the Old Moon base. At this time, only a transcendental existence like the Bureau of Proclamation would dare to challenge the rules of the entire Federation. They would not hesitate to destroy an important new mecha test battle just to arrest this pilot named Bai Yulan. This official was not worried about the Shell Motor Company's counterattack. The Bureau of Proclamation rarely took action, but once it did, no government would dare to go against it, let alone an enterprise. Under the glory of the first charter, these officials seemed to be covered with a layer of inviolable brilliance. Su Lu stood in front of Bai Yulan and unceremoniously slapped the gun barrel away. His strength was so great that even a casual slap caused the soldier's wrist to ache. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became tense. "What are you looking at?" Su Lu narrowed his eyes and scanned the stiff attitude of the soldiers around him. He said in a low voice, "Shoot me if you dare." At this time he naturally thought of that rainy night in the industrial park of Harbor City. However, at that time he and Bai Yulan were facing the mercenaries of the Whitewater Company. Today, however, he was facing an official from the Bureau of Proclamation and the soldiers of the Federation. Over and over again, the schemes of the upper class of the Federation and the cold and unreasonable sledgehammers kept falling on his head. He was really tired of it. However, last time he had the military order of the Ministry of Defense to protect him. This time he was facing the Bureau of Proclamation. Who would come down from the sky to save him and Bai Yulan? The day after tomorrow, the government of the Federation would secretly conduct a mecha battle test. At this time, Su Lu believed that the other party would not dare to use violence. He also could not allow these soldiers to arrest Secretary Bai. If the ace pilots he had secretly prepared for several months were all arrested, who would go up against that madman Li the day after tomorrow? Bai Yulan kept his head down and stood behind him. He did not stand in front of him to block the muzzle of the gun like he usually did. Perhaps it was because the other party's sudden attack today was related to him. He was even more silent than usual. However, when he saw Su Lu angrily pull out the gun barrel, the corners of his eyes trembled slightly. He vaguely remembered the feeling of being protected by his comrades in the military camp all those years ago. The technical team members who had finished scanning the area noticed the strange movement at the door. They all walked back. After knowing the truth of the matter, their expressions changed drastically. They threw away the elegant demeanor of a scholar and scolded the Bureau of Proclamation official and the soldiers. They also threatened to inform the Ministry of Defense immediately. However, it was obvious that the Ministry of Defense could not threaten the Bureau of Proclamation official. In fact, this official had only taken a document from the Bureau of Proclamation and was able to command the soldiers stationed at the Old Moon base to do as he wished. This kind of authority was terrifying. Su Lu was calling the CEO. Since the other party had used such a shameless move, other than the CEO himself, the technical team members could not think of any other way. However, the call did not go through. Whether it was the CEO or the secretary's phone, both were turned off. He narrowed his eyes. He knew that the other party must have been prepared. Perhaps the departure of the CEO was arranged by the other party. Bai Yulan's hands were hidden in her sleeves. Suddenly she sighed and slowly took her hands out. From this sigh, Su Lu could hear many emotions. There was unwillingness to accept defeat as well as helplessness and disappointment. Bai Yulan had joined the army when he was 15 years old. He didn't have any background or support. When he entered the Special Mecha Battalion of the 17th Armored Division, his small knife and his amazing mecha piloting skills were his true foundation. It was also because of his achievements on the front lines that he was only expelled from the army after he violated the military order. He wasn't sent to the military court. Even though she was a fierce veteran, after knowing that the opponent's pilot was Madman Li from Philadelphia, she still wanted to avoid the battle. During this journey in space, Bai Yulan had done a lot of psychological preparation. She had stimulated the most powerful part of her mental world. That was why she could calmly say those words to Su Lu at the tea table. Bai Yulan had already decided to give it her all and leave no regrets. She wanted to see just how strong the grandson of her teacher was. However, just as she was about to summon her tiger chi, she was blocked by a pack of jackals and wolves in the forest. Heroes should have a place to use their abilities. Those people wanted to shamelessly take away this opportunity from Bai Yulan when he was at his peak. That sigh had a sense of unwillingness and indifference. From the corner of Su Li's eyes, she noticed that Bai Yulan was not holding the delicate knife when she took it out of her pocket. Bai Yulan lowered her eyes and said, "I'll go with you." She had to go. The situation now was different from that rainy night. The faction led by the Federal Academy of Science was not even afraid to use their connections within the Bureau of Proclamation to prove that they were determined to win the Federation Mecha Standard battle at all costs. Although the destruction of Jade and Stone was tragic, the problem was that the opponent had only piled up a pile of firewood. Su Lu, on the other hand, was a 1,000-year-old gem in this mecha battle. Bai Yulan could not just stand by and watch Su Lu fall into the opponent's trap because of his anger. "If you leave, what will we do?" scolded Su Lu angrily. They just don't want me to participate in this mecha battle, said Bai Yulan softly. At most they'll just lock me up for a few days and I'll be fine. As for the mecha battle the day after tomorrow, you can go on your own. These last few words Secretary Bai had said them very softly. Only Su Lu, who was standing in front of her, could hear them. A strange light flashed through Su Li's eyes. He had not expected Secretary Bai to make such a suggestion. That said, Bai Yulan stretched out her hands. He knew that he was still paying back his debts for all the mistakes he had made in the military back then, as well as last autumn in Bermuda. Since the Bureau of Proclamation had appeared, they had naturally evaded the blockade of Unit 8384 and obtained evidence of his crimes directly. Who knew how many years he would be sentenced to by the Federation Court? No need, said the Bureau of Proclamation official with a smile. He too knew the significance of the mecha battle 2 days later. He was actually not very confident, so he only asked Bai Yulan to cooperate with the investigation. He had no intention of directly arresting her. After all, he had to take care of Nutshell's emotions. Bai Yulan looked at his smile, but did not feel the need to be taken care of. She smiled gently and then silently kicked out with her leg, striking the official's lower abdomen. With a muffled thud, the Bureau of Proclamation official fell to the ground. His face was pale. He wanted to scream in pain, but the pain pierced deep into his lower abdomen, rendering him unable to speak. This kick had startled many people present. The soldiers immediately raised their guns. At this time, Bai Yulan lowered her head and said softly, "I've already stated that I won't resist arrest. I hit him because of a personal grudge. If you want to sue me in court for fighting, I don't mind." Sulu did not feel the slightest bit of relief from this kick. He looked silently at Bai Yulan, ignoring the official who was rolling on the ground in pain. He said, "I will get you out as soon as possible." Bai Yulan smiled slightly and said softly, "If you're angry, you need to vent. If you do things with this attitude the day after tomorrow, perhaps the results will surprise many people, including yourself." "I'm very angry." Sulu narrowed his eyes as he looked at the white MX mecha undergoing modification in the middle of the warehouse. He thought of the little white flower that Shang Qiu had named it, and thought of Bai Yulan who had already been taken away. He said into the phone, "I've never expected the Federation to be fair, but I also didn't expect that in the face of such a situation, those people would actually dare to play politics so brazenly." After the CEO of Nutshell Mobile had returned and found out that the pilot he had chosen had been taken away by the Bureau of Proclamation, he was naturally enraged to the extreme. President Sieg and the members of the Joint Chiefs of Staff would be watching the mecha battle from afar in the control hall of S1 the day after tomorrow. These 2 days, the spaceships that were taking off and landing at the old moon base were mostly engineers and logisticians. A few minutes later, the sound of footsteps could be heard from the entrance of the underground tunnel leading from the spaceship berth to the base. These footsteps were very steady, as if a group of soldiers were marching forward. Sulu subconsciously turned his head to look, but his line of sight was blocked by the buildings. He could only see that many officers and mechanics in the living area were all walking towards the sound of the footsteps. Their faces were filled with excitement as they stood on both sides of the road. The first to enter his field of vision were the 10 or so professors from the Federal Academy of Science. It was obvious that the sound of these professors' footsteps had been drowned out by the sound of footsteps behind them. Su Li's eyes narrowed. He held his teacup and looked around the corner. Applause rang out first. The soldiers of the old moon base automatically stood in 2 rows to welcome the new arrival. Under the protection of several officers, the youngest lieutenant colonel in the history of the Federation walked out of the corner into the eyes of the applause and burning gazes, and into Su Li's sight. For the Federal Army, the successor of the Lees of Philadelphia was already worthy of such treatment. Moreover, Madman Lee had already proven himself to be a legendary figure in the Federation with his insane battle results on the front lines in the West Woods. Sulu narrowed his eyes and looked over there. He realized that Li Feng was not as arrogant and haughty as he had seen before. The 16-year-old lieutenant colonel was gracefully bowing and thanking the applauding soldiers around him. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Madman Lee was just about to say something when he suddenly felt a gaze on him from behind. It made him feel extremely uncomfortable, so he instinctively turned his head and saw Sulu standing by the wall with a cup of green tea in his hand. Madman Lee narrowed his eyes. A hint of delight flashed across his features, like a tiger in the woods who had seen its most delicious prey. Although he had only participated in the mecha combat test to carry out the orders of the Department of National Defense, being able to defeat the mecha of the Shell Motor Company and make that fellow lose face was truly his greatest motivation. Hundreds of officers and technicians in the living quarters of the old moon base all noticed the gaze of the successor of the Lees of Philadelphia. They were all very curious as to who was worthy of his serious gaze. From the whispers of a few people, the crowd found out that the skinny young man standing by the wall was the technical supervisor of the Shell Motor Company. He was specifically in charge of the maintenance of the new mecha combat test this time. Under countless curious gazes, Li Feng waved his hand to stop the officers behind him from following him. He slowly walked towards Su Lu, each step steady and full of awe. Su Li's figure wasn't thin, but compared to Li Feng's body that was filled with strength, he looked a little delicate. He lowered his eyes and looked at the teacup in his hand, as if he had not noticed the arrival of this person. I said before that I would kill you with my own hands, but it's a pity that you don't know how to operate a mecha. Besides, this is a military mission. Even if you are in a mecha, I can't really kill you. Li Feng said seriously, but since I'm here, your Shell Motor Company doesn't have much hope anymore. No matter how bad that purple sea from the Academy of Science is, the outcome will be the same. If such domineering words came out of someone else's mouth, they would only find it ridiculous. However, this person had gone to the front lines to kill enemies at the age of 12, piloting an M52 and slaughtering the Empire's Royal Mecha Battalion. Yet, coming out of his mouth it sounded so natural. The original pilot was called by Yulan. A few hours ago he was here. He promised me that he would take care of you. Su Lu lowered his head and said, unfortunately, those bastards you're fighting for have robbed him of the chance to take care of you. Invincible in the military? He stared at the teacup and muttered to himself, look at how confident you are. I suddenly want to make a bet with you. Madman Li looked at him with a strange gaze and said, go ahead. If Shell Motor loses, from now on I will kneel when I see you and call you Invincible Li. If you lose, give up the entire universe when you see me and stop bothering me. At the same time, remember to call me Uncle. Or you can take down the door sign of the Feiqing Manor and give it to me. As he slowly said these words, Su Lu was still staring at the green tea in his cup, as if he was staring at the ugly faces of many important people in the Federation. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.